Right, good morning and welcome. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications portfolio, excluding communications. All questions on communications go to the Department's appearance before the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the department and agencies appearing before it. The committee has before it a program listing agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice, and the proceedings today will begin with an examination of the infrastructure divisions within the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. The committee has fixed Friday, the 20th of May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat as soon as possible following the hearings. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everyone present to switch off their mobile phones or render them inaudible? Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the Budget Estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Bridget McKenzie, Minister for Regionalisation, Regional Communications and Regional Education, Mr Simon Atkinson, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, and officers of the department. Minister McKenzie, do you or Mr Atkinson wish to make an opening statement?
No, we do not, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. It seems like only yesterday we were here doing this, so thank you for that.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
In anticipation that there might be some flexibility, I've got all of the deputy secretaries for the whole of the department here for this first session, but I don't have officers for the whole of the department for all the other sessions. Only got the infrastructure people here at the moment. If people would like to change the agenda or timing, it'll take us about half an hour notice.
Yes, we try not to do that because, yes, last week that was a bit unwieldy, getting people in and out, and given that your waiting room is on another floor in another place, yes. So let's try and focus on infrastructure investment, major transport and infrastructure projects, road and vehicle safety, And should a question arise that is for one of the other parts of the department, that you point that out, and we will come to that section when we get to that section. I think that will be much more orderly because it did get a bit messy last week. All right. Senator Sheldon or Senator McCarthy, which of you are going to lead questions?
I'm happy to start off. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. I'm going to ask that we do 15-minute blocks.
No worries. Thank you. Excuse me. I just had some questions regarding the Tasmanian infrastructure. Good. I gather we've got everyone there. Chair, we're right to go?
Indeed we are. Senator Sheldon, please go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask some questions regarding the Burnie ship loader. When does the department expect construction to begin on the Burnie ship loader project?
Senator Rob Bradley, Assistant Secretary, Victoria, Tasmania and South Australia branch.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
The Burnie ship loader is being funded through the Tasmanian Rail the Freight Rail Revitalisation Program. It's one of the projects under Tranche 3. So the project's currently in planning and we're expecting it to commence construction in early 2022.
Early 2022, thanks. When do you expect it to be completed?
We're looking at targeting a completion date of early 2024.
Thanks. Just want to be clear, when will the design be finalised for this project?
Sorry, Senator, I missed that.
When will the design be finalised for the project?
So the contract was awarded to a company, Cover Haywood. They're at the moment they're doing the planning work. Don't have that in front of me. I'd need to take that on notice as to when the design will be finished, but I would expect it's fair to say that would be very well advanced if we're looking to commence construction in early 2022. So I'd say we're at the final stages of design, it's safe to say.
Could you come back to us today with that
Yeah, sure.
answer?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody
Yeah,
can send
thank
that
you.
through.
Thank you. Has the department received advice from the Tasmanian government that the cost of this project has changed?
No, Senator. At the moment, we're still working toward a cost of $64 million.
Right, thank you. I just want to go to a Hobart congestion package. When does the department expect projects to be selected for the $25 million Hobart congestion package funded under the city deal?
So, Senator, we're working with the Tasmanian government around the selection of projects under that commitment. There was some additional funding committed to that project in the recent budget. The Commonwealth committed an additional $13.5 million on a 50-50 basis for Tasmania to contribute to that. It's now up to Tasmania to bring forward commitments for consideration.
So just so I've got it clear, is that where the 25, is that in addition to the $25 million, or is that like a figure, something inaccurate in the figure that I've given you?
You broke up a little there, Senator, but you had a $25 million commitment. It was fully Australian government funded. In the recent budget, the Australian government's committed a further $13.5 million on a 50-50 basis for Tasmania to match that funding. That'll bring the total package to $52 million.
So the money that has been spent, what money is being expended on so far on, I gather, on consultants? Is there consultant reports?
So far, Senator, we've approved $2 million for the commissioning of a conditions report. The Tasmanian government have undertaken that work and delivered a report that assessed the condition of the current freight corridor. To date, though, Tasmania hasn't claimed any of the funding against that approval.
Right. So there's been no actual congestion fixed yet. Is that an accurate description?
The work to date, Senator, has been about assessing the condition of the existing freight corridor.
Right. So we haven't got actually work on the ground yet been done. But so does the department believe congestion in Hobart has gotten worse or better since the funding was first announced in 2019?
I don't think we've done that level of assessment, Senator, to look at it I think the commitment indicates that there's an acknowledgement that there's a need to address assessment there in Hobart. I think generally we find with congestion, it doesn't tend to improve without intervention.
Senator Dave Hahn, Deputy Secretary.
Yeah.
Across the past couple of years with COVID, work from home arrangements and various restrictions put in place on people's movement, I think if we did the analysis, we'd find over the last couple of years congestion's probably reduced. I'd say probably, but coming out of COVID, we'd anticipate seeing a return to commuter traffic levels as previous, in the pre-COVID period, and possibly some changes between transport modes as well.
Thank you very much for that. So when will construction begin on projects that are selected under the fund?
So, Senator, that depends a little bit upon the timing of when Tasmania bring forward projects for consideration. The Australian Government commitment is currently available, and should priority projects be identified and brought forward and approved, construction could commence as soon as this year, should we have some shovel-ready projects come forward.
So at this point, we've got no construction projects out of this fund, including the expanded monies that are earmarked to go ahead. Is that correct?
There's been no construction to date, Senator, that's correct.
And there's been no projects completed to use those monies. There's been an announcement, but there's been no projects that are actually being earmarked to be put in place. Is that correct?
So, Senator, the work that's been done to date has been the completion of the conditions report. I think that's the one that I think I discussed earlier there, talking about the assessment of the existing freight corridor to understand what remediation work would need to be done to bring that corridor to a standard that a future project could go in that corridor.
So we've got an announcement in 2019, construction not begun yet. So obviously we can't work out what the actual construction start times are because we haven't worked out the details for any projects. Then we certainly haven't got a completion date, have we?
Don't have a completion date, Senator. I think we're talking about a project here that will be quite city shaping for Hobart. It's going to be very long-term infrastructure when you're talking about a potential commuter public transport project from Hobart to Glenorchy. It is important that we take the time and allow Tasmania Government the time and space to get the planning right, to get the right design of project. We understand that Tasmania has publicly indicated that it'll be making a announcement in the later part of this year about the preferred mode choice for the project. So we'll wait to sort of see that and support Tasmania once they make that decision about the mode type for that future transport project.
Has the department received any advice from the Tasmanian Government that the cost of this project has changed?
So, Senator, I think when you're talking about the cost of the project, that goes a little bit to my last answer there about the Tasmanian Government will make a decision about the mode type in the second half of this year. So I think the first thing, we've done a little bit of work there to understand the condition of the existing corridor. Tasmania needs to do a little bit of further work to determine, and they'll work with the Hobart and Glenorchy councils and the community there to determine whether they're looking at a bus rapid transit project or a light rail project. And I think once that decision's been made, that's when we'd look to sort of go into, we would imagine Tasmania would then go into sort of a business planning process, and that would start to look at timings, costs and deliverability of the preferred option that they choose.
Mr. Bradley, I just want to know, just turn to Cradle Mountain Cableway.
You might have to help me out there, Senator. Does that go by another name?
Unfortunately, that's the only name I have. So
Okay. Well, it might be.
if it helps you, maybe I jump to the next matter while someone's trying to find the actual project name for us. It'd be helpful. Both maybe your end and I'll try to find my name. There's another term for it.
Sure.
The Domain Highway Planning Study, we can turn to that.
Yep, I think we can help you out with that one, yes. Yes, Senator, I've got that project.
Good. Thank you. When does the department expect the study on the Domain Highway to finish?
So that's a long-term redevelopment planning study. So it's looking at planning and investigation necessary to support the delivery of a detailed concept design report, including a preferred interchange design to address the current and future capacity and safety issues at the Domain Highway interchange. So the planning for that project started around this time in 2018, and we're anticipating that planning will be complete in the middle of this year.
Is it normal for a study of this kind to take almost 4 years? Seems like a heck of a long time.
So, Senator, delays with COVID-19 lockdowns were particularly impacted this project because it stopped specialists being able to travel to Tasmania from the mainland to finalise some of the study works.
Righto. So will the study be made public once it's complete?
I think that'd be a matter for the Tasmanian Government, Senator.
Are you aware whether the study recommends projects to fix this intersection?
Sorry, Senator, I missed that.
So are you aware whether the study in development is recommending projects to fix this intersection?
Yeah, so the project comprises a planning and investigation task necessary to support the development of a detailed concept design report, including a preferred interchange design. It'll address current and future capacity and safety issues at the Domain Highway interchange. So yes, it will, Senator.
Thanks. You didn't say that to me before, but thank you very much for that. I just want to turn now to Sidling Road.
Yep. That's one that received additional funding for stage 2 in the budget. Thank
you. So when does the department expect construction to begin on the Sidling Road upgrade?
So, as I mentioned, Senator, so at the moment, the Tasman Highway sidling upgrade, that's delivering targeted upgrades to the Tasman Highway sidling track located in the far northeast of Tasmania. So we're expecting construction to commence middle of this year and be complete in 2024. There is a stage 2 to that project that received funding in budget. Did you just want me to talk about the initial commitment or are your questions toward...
You can do, by all means, if you could go to the other commitment, what the next stage is as well.
Sure. So the initial commitment there, I should just mention, is it's a total $50 million project to which the Australian government's contributing $40 million and the Tasmanian government is putting in $10 million. In budget, there was additional funding provided for stage 2 of the siding project, which will and that's where the Australian government contributed an additional $14 million, bringing the total Australian government commitment to $56 million and a total project cost of $70 million. So the announcement in budget there was to deliver approximately 9-kilometre section of the Tasman Highway at the sidling between Minstron Road intersection and Corky's Road intersection, and it'll complete the Tasman Highway sidling upgrade.
So what's the expectation on when construction will be finished?
Sorry, so I may just need to clarify that. It's a new $56 million there, bringing a total cost to $70 million. And the project...
Thank you.
You asked about construction timeframes?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, so that's expected to commence in early 2024 and be completed by late 2026.
Thank you. Did the department receive advice from the Tasmanian government that the cost of this project has changed?
No, Senator.
Thank you. Just if you can just send me through just why the the second stage project, and why we've got one stage, two stage, and maybe some logic you want to put to me here, and why we didn't do all the stages at once.
It's not uncommon, Senator, that projects will be staged. In a lot of cases, it'll depend on where the state government's up to in terms of their planning and readiness. It might also have to do with where they are with their workforce and their sort of construction market capacity to undertake projects. I guess in the instance of this project, we took advice from Tasmania in terms of how they wanted to stage and prioritise these two commitments, and we've supported them to deliver it in a staged approach.
Thank you. Just, I've finished questions on that part of it, but is there, and I've got some other questions on some other projects, but do we find the Cradle Mountain Cableway?
Senator David McKay, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Investment. That project is administered by our regional colleagues rather than through Infrastructure Investment Division.
Righto. And Chair, am I getting it wrong? But is this, when are they on?
They're on at 2:15 today, Senator Sheldon, regional,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
No, thank you, Chair. So now just go to Cooey Road upgrade.
Senator Sheldon, that brings you to your 15 minutes. How long is this section of questions? You want to do another 5 minutes and then we'll pass the call?
Yeah, you can, if you like, you can pass the call now if you like. I've probably got about another 10 minutes to go on this sort of series of questions on infrastructure in Tasmania.
Oh, we'll finish Tasmania while you've got everybody at the table and then we'll pass the call.
Thanks, Chair. Just regarding Cooey Road upgrade.
Senator, is that the one that's referred to as the Cooey Crawl? Is that the Bass Highway Cooey to Wynyard upgrade?
That's correct.
Yep.
Is the construction commenced on the Bass?
Yes.
Particularly the Bass Highway Cooey to Wynyard upgrade.
Yes, Senator. Construction has commenced. The project's currently under construction. It commenced the 6th of December in last year.
Thank you. So what's the expectation on where that will be completed?
We're targeting mid-2024 for a completion of that project. It's delivered in 3 stages, Senator.
Can you briefly step me through the stages and the completion?
Yeah, certainly.
Dates?
So stage 1 is Somerset to Wynyard realignment. So the contract was awarded for that one in March 2021. Main construction works commenced in January 2022, and we're expecting that one to be completed in late 2022. Stage 2 is the Cam River Bridge replacement and Murchison Highway realignment and signalisation. The request for tender closed in February this year, and assessments currently being undertaken by Tasmania. We're expecting construction to commence in mid-2022 and be complete in late 2023. And the third stage there is the Somerset to Cooey pedestrian crossing. So the remaining identified works on the corridor will be submitted for an approval at a later stage, and there's scoping works currently underway on that final stage. But the entire project's expected to be complete mid-2024, as I mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Did the department receive advice from the Tasmanian government that the cost of this project was changed?
We did, Senator, yes.
Could you just step me through that? That advice?
I don't have a breakdown across the 3 stages, but we did receive advice from the Tasmanian government around the cost of the project. It's a $50 million total project cost. The Commonwealth's contributing $40 million and the state's contributing $10 million.
Is it possible to come back to on notice the breakdown of the stages on the regarding the advice from the Tasmanian government?
Yeah, we'd need to seek advice from Tasmania, but we can certainly seek to do that, Senator, on notice.
Thank you. I just go now to the Latrobe flood levy.
Sorry, Latrobe, Senator?
Latrobe flood levy. Yep.
I think I'm not sure that's one of ours. Is that possibly a regional or cities project? But
Maybe we'll come back to it. Maybe it's not all out of assistance. Maybe it is. If it's not John Birdsong might be able to give us some advice on there so we can, the right section. Bridgewater Bridge.
Yes, Senator.
If you can give me a date on when the full design will be finalised for the project?
So Senator, perhaps a bit, at MyEFO, there was an additional 167.8 million committed by the Australian Government. This funding allowed Tasmania to announce a preferred tenderer and award an early activities deed. So at this stage, the next stage of that project, we're expecting the design and construction award later this year, and construction will commence at that time. I think we're, as part of that sort of process to award the early activities deed, that design's fairly well finalised for that project, Senator.
Oh, great. That's with the design fairly well finalised. Can you give me an estimation of when it'll actually be finalised? If it's fairly well along the way.
So in order to sort of award that D&C, I think if you go to the Tasmanian Government website, you can see the design of the bridge. There's flyovers there which shows how the bridge will work. The only remaining sort of design to do is really getting into the very minor, detailed, final little.
It would go, from this point, Senator, it would go into very site-specific issues like what sort of engineering is required for, pillars for the bridge, those sorts of things. But the design itself, I think, is, for all intents and purposes, finalised for public consumption, Senator.
So just thank you for that. Just on the question of the full design, including those other aspects that you've raised, is there an estimation when all those matters will be dealt with, so we'll have the full design?
I think for the purposes of what we would usually describe as a final design, Senator, I think we're already there. What we're talking about now is once the contract has been awarded for construction, as that firm, the civil engineering firm, goes through and does construction, they'll be finalising very, very particular elements of how they construct. So it's not. I don't think there's much value in going to that detail, if that makes sense. It's not information that we will hold.
All right. Just so you can, I appreciate this would be an estimation. For the going through those stages and then going through those other issues that are still to be finalised, and I appreciate you've said that there's some steps in that. Have you got any estimation where that would likely be dealt with once the contract's awarded and when they go to deal with those details? Is there a feel for when that would be estimated to be completed by?
Yeah. So the design and construction contract is expected to be delivered later this year, and we're expecting people to be driving on the bridge in late 2024. So I think the issues you're talking about there, Senator, are all sort of matters that are addressed through the construction phase as these sort of minor things drop up. But yeah, I think as Mr. Hallinan said, for all intensive purposes, the design of it and the feel for what the scope of it and what it will deliver is finalised.
We might just have a nomenclature issue. A design and construct contract method is one where the design is finalised before tendering for construction. So we're at that point of tendering, well, the Tasmanians are at that point of tendering for construction with a design that's already complete.
Right. Have you got a feel for when the construction work will begin on the project?
Yeah, so construction is expected to commence later this year, as I say, and we're expecting to have people driving on the bridge in late 2024.
I also know that the funding for the bridge is still being spent on, if I understand correctly, for the 2025-26 financial year in updated funding profiles for the project. What was the reason for this going until this date?
So I said I'd need to, I suppose, have a look specifically in terms of going back to the proposal to see exactly what that might include. But generally, we'll sort of see after the time that a project becomes open to traffic and operational, there's still work that a state will need to do in terms of final landscaping. Might sort of there's I guess a warranties period. There's times there where they may have acquisitions that need to be sort of sold off where if they've purchased excess land. So there's still a little bit of work. We'll support the state sort of post open to traffic. So it may I would suggest involve a little bit of that, but I'd need to sort of look specifically to get you an answer on that.
Yeah, if you look specifically, that would be helpful. So from what I gather, there is some construction work completion that'll still be taking place in 2026 as well.
So the project also does involve an upgrade of interchanges. So there's just having a look there provides an answer. So it'll have enhanced interchanges and a shared pathway at either end of the bridge. So it may be that while the bridge becomes operational, there may be a little bit of work just to sort of integrating with traffic at either end. But as I said, we'll take that on notice and come back to you, Senator.
It might just be best for us to take on notice the detail of scheduling, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. I just taking that there's still some construction work, and thank you for the detail. I appreciate that taking on notice till 2026. And I just sort of know that the government had promised this project would be complete by 2024. So there is, this just doesn't appear to be the case. That there is still some construction work going on after that date, up until 2026. I just want to go to the AAD move.
Which one's that? Sorry, Senator.
That's a matter in the cities area, Senator. Regional and cities.
Right. Thank you. I've got another line of questioning now from me, Chair, but it's on road safety.
Okay, Senator Sheldon, I might share the call and come back to you after that. Thank you. Senator
Thank you.
Oh,
Mirabella.
thank you, Chair. Can I just take you back, just to satisfy my curiosity, the Burnie Shiploader project? Yep. Not really familiar with it. Can you just give me a quick thumbnail on the business case for that?
So the Burnie shiploader, it was going to install the new shiploader to replace an existing 50-year-old unit. So the additional funding, the $24 million that was provided in the 21-22 budget, will also include the upgrade of the bulk minerals export facility to enable bulk commodities to be transferred to container ships for domestic and overseas exports.
So part of the rationale is to improve the capacity throughput of the port.
That's correct, Senator.
Is it fair to say this is one of the many projects that's suffered through 2 years of COVID lack of action?
I think we've seen a lot of projects in Tasmania have had impact, especially where they've needed to draw in skilled expertise from the mainland, and borders haven't allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
So, as a general principle, Senator, where border restrictions have stopped particular skilled workers from moving across borders, that has been difficult in some projects across the country, and some jurisdictions more affected than others.
Would you say Tasmania was one of those for a project like this?
Yeah, Tasmania certainly had some difficulties in getting the right workers across, and they had had some pretty strong border restrictions in place over the last couple of years.
Okay. To jump straight to, going back to Senator Sheldon's line of questioning, the Hobart congestion package, would it be fair to say that the urban congestion program, as it was conceived, has also been hugely affected by the 2-year COVID interregnum?
I think the biggest challenge with the Hobart congestion package has been about identifying projects within the bounds of the package of funding. So the recent commitment from the Commonwealth in this budget to expand funding has taken it from a $25 million project to a $52 million project, which will allow Tasmania to identify alternative projects outside of that original $25 million bound.
The reason I ask, I know I'm so, being Victorian and seeing a lot of Melbourne, I can't speak to the other capitals, but it would seem to me that after the last 2 years, a lot's changed, and I know just by observation. The City of Melbourne is as congested, if not more congested, than it ever was. That's just a comment. But I guess the question is, how has that affected the department's planning to allocate that budget?
I don't think the broader congestion issue in cities has affected the planning or consideration on the Hobart congestion package itself, but I would make the comment that the effects of COVID restrictions on public transport users, on where people are working, has changed both the modes through which people travel to work. So there's been a lot less public transport use and a lot more private vehicle use. That's one of the reasons why I think we've seen a spike in costs of used vehicles and indeed new vehicles to market. So the dynamics of how people move around a city and an area have shifted. It will be, I think, a matter of time for us to see what happens in the longer term in a post-COVID environment, what a normal traffic pattern looks like again.
Yeah, that would, yeah, well that's, I guess...
So it's a period of uncertainty is how I would describe it.
So would it be fair to say then, in summarising that the urban congestion problem more broadly hasn't gone away. If anything, it is more complex, perhaps, than it was 2 years ago because of
I think it's more uncertain now, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is it also, would it be fair to say, as a general, perhaps not a principle, that in fact budget allocations for some of this stuff 3 years ago is probably not adequate going forward from this point?
Look, I'd be hesitant to provide that advice. I think each individual project that we fund will be funded on its own merits at a particular point in time. Certainly changes in the broader environment will affect the business case for any of those projects. And given where we've been with COVID for the last couple of years, certainly projects in and across state borders will have been affected by COVID restrictions and by changes in population movements. But I'd hesitate to make any firm or provide any firm guidance on specifics. I think it's more complex than that.
Okay, all right. Chair, I've got a few questions. I don't know if now is the appropriate time. We visited some of this last week on the intermodal hubs and the...
I think this is...
now the time, or we...
yes,
Transport.
surface transport. Can I have some advice from the department, which is the best place for the...
Intermodal's attached to the Inland Rail project.
Yes,
We can deal with that here.
terrific. Thank you.
Obviously, just to caveat that, the National Intermodals Corporation is the Commonwealth, it's a government business enterprise that's responsible for the intermodals work. We're not them, but we can try to provide some assistance as we did last week.
And I think, you know, as we discovered last week, that we hadn't called the intermodal agency, and that will be one to go on the agenda for the next round of estimates, because they've really become alive, haven't they? Come alive with this work that they've now been tasked with.
It's a substantial piece of work through National Intermodals Corporation. We're happy to provide assistance and respond to questions as we can, but...
I'll leave it there.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Mirabella. Senator Sheldon, you ready to continue with your line of questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'll now just go to road safety, if that's... Ready to go? We've just got a series of questions about the road safety strategy. But before we come to that, we'd just like to ask about the Road Vehicle Standards Act amendment that was passed through the Parliament last week. Can you please step the committee through the actions that the department will take to ensure that this can be the last transitional period and that all necessary support can be provided to industry participants? I'm very mindful that, in addition to that we've got the National Road Safety Action Plan, which expired in 2020, and there's still not a new plan in place. So just take me through this question of the Road Vehicle Standard Act amendment that was passed through Parliament last week and where we're at.
Certainly, Senator. Look, the Road Vehicle Standards Act amendment that was passed last week, we think is necessary to support transition of the sector. This is for manufacturers or suppliers of vehicles, road vehicles new to market. And they could be used vehicles from overseas, they could be Australian manufactured trailers, caravans or imported vehicles. So the Road Vehicle Standards Act was due to come into effect on the 30th of June, 1st of July this year. And as a result of COVID, I would say there have been substantial, in particular for smaller producers, smaller manufacturers in Australia, there have been substantial challenges that they would not otherwise have had to deal with, where perhaps their supply chains, they've had to reform them. They may have been sent home and put into restriction for substantial periods of time at a point in time where we were asking them to change their business and operating systems to meet a new regulatory environment for safety standards for vehicles entering the market. So what we're proposing to do and what has been agreed through Parliament is a 12-month extension on implementation of that Act. Through that 12 months, I'm afraid I don't have the two relevant branches here, but I do have Ms Lawrence. We will be communicating with all affected manufacturers and vehicle importers to ensure that they have got appropriate standards in place for the new regulatory settings. Probably the biggest challenge for us in that space won't be major vehicle importers and major manufacturers like the Toyotas or Mercedes of the world. It will likely be reaching through to smaller manufacturers and smaller importers of vehicles where they may do some modifications. So your specialist and enthusiast vehicle modification groups, they might be left to right hand conversion firms. Or it might be the trailer manufacturers for boats or caravan manufacturers as well. We'll be working very closely with them, providing education across the next 12 months on exactly what's required for implementation 12 months from now.
Just from that, was the last transitional period, and I appreciate you've just given an explanation of why there's been an extension, but what's the necessary support that we provide to industry participants in light of this new transition period? What's the stages and the steps to give the industry participants that support they need?
So I would describe the problem that we've been dealing with being one of an inconsistent state of readiness and an inconsistent state of readiness based on the environment of the affected companies, and that state of readiness could be affected by, for instance, the jurisdiction that a company is in, inability to access the testing locations, the major testing locations in Victoria and Queensland, in order to certify their vehicle standards and arrangements. So what I think is actually the fundamental piece we're dealing with is stability in the environment, and having stability environment for those companies will allow them all to fairly transition across. The risk with transitioning by the end of this financial year, Senator, was one where through no fault of any company's making or doing, they would have been unfairly affected by market dynamics at play from those companies that were in a probably advantageous position. I can ask Ms Lawrence to talk through the stages that we'll go through in broad terms to get us from the end of this financial year to the end of next financial year, Senator.
That'd be helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Lawrence, First Assistant Secretary, Road and Vehicle Safety. We have a range of mechanisms in place for consultation with industry. We have a regular industry webinar, and that's with industry associations and their members, and that's really around understanding any issues in relation to transitioning across, noting, of course, that a lot of organisations have or businesses have already transitioned across. We also have regular contact through the 2 branches that Mr. Hallinan mentioned in my division, where people are able to raise individual questions, and we provide direct assistance to them. So it's a combination of being available, readily accessible through hotlines and through email addresses. People can send questions in. We also get people writing in, and we are also being proactive and holding seminars and addressing any issues that come up.
Thank you. Excuse me. Just trying to work out how confident we can be that we won't be back in the same position as we were last week in 12 months' time. And at the Senate estimates hearing on the 14th of February, Mr. Atkinson gave evidence that the National Road Safety Action Plan was to, and I quote, go for further consultation and back for further discussions between the states and the Commonwealth on the actions that people will be willing to take under the action plan to pursue the elements of the road safety strategy. Mr. Atkinson further went on to say they will go into a round of Commonwealth state negotiations with the states and territories to try to make sure that we get the sufficient data transparency as part of the process, and what's agreed to as well as additional ambition to support the road safety goals of the people who will be talking about. Now, as you know, Australia suffered 1,137 road deaths in the 12 months to February 2022, which represents a 2.3% increase on the previous 12 months. I just want to know why it's been over 15 months since we've passed the expiry of the last plan. We're still without an action plan to reduce road trauma in Australia. Can someone explain to me why we're in this position?
Certainly, Senator. So for the road safety strategy, and I would just make it clear that that's a separate but related topic to the Road Vehicle Standards Act implementation that we were discussing.
Yes.
For the road...
Yes, thank you.
Yep, the road safety strategy, we've been in consultation now with jurisdictions and stakeholders for a couple of years for the development of the overarching strategy. That's been a relatively challenging consultation period undertaken in the middle of the COVID period as well. The Deputy Prime Minister, I think it would be fair to say, reviewed where the road safety strategy and the supplementary action plan were at in early this calendar year. I think it was February, in the lead up to the Infrastructure Transport Ministers meeting. And he asked us and took to the ITM meeting, the Infrastructure Transport Ministers meeting, a position that we should undertake further work with jurisdictions, and probably, a shorthand way of describing it might be to put a little bit more meat on the bones of jurisdictional actions and Commonwealth actions indeed, for the purposes of releasing the action plan more publicly, and to be a little bit more ambitious, I think, in setting the goals and actions undertaken. The stakeholder feedback that I've had since being in the role with road safety since January has been one where stakeholders are very keen to ensure, and they have offered to assist as much as possible in development of that action plan. We are establishing a consultative forum, Senator, made up of jurisdictions and the major stakeholder representatives in the sector, and we'll be working through all of the steps in the action plan over the coming months, with a view to coming back into the Infrastructure Ministers meeting towards the end of the year with an updated action plan built in consultation with the relevant stakeholder set and jurisdictions in one room, Senator.
Thank you. Just have you received some early feedback that you received regarding the action plan from stakeholders?
Yes, Senator. It really does depend on which stakeholder you speak to as to what their feedback would be like. But it'd be fair to say that I think there's an accord reached between most of the stakeholders that a little bit more ambition and a little bit more clarity of the actions and the measurability of the actions in the action plan would be important from their perspective. So we're going to work through that process with them.
Are you able to step me through the National Road Safety Plan Action Plan, when it'll be finalised, and just what the timelines are for moving towards that finalisation?
So we're working to develop and consider that action plan with stakeholders and jurisdictions over the coming months, and we'll either be taking it into the infrastructure ministers meeting mid-year or towards the end of the year, depending on exactly how progressed we are. But it will be developed in consultation with the stakeholders over the next few months, Senator.
But I just want to refer to a response to a question on notice from the Supplementary Budget Estimates 2021-2022. Committee question number is 139. Department question number is SQ 21 001165. It's regarding a question on the forward work program for the National Road Safety Data Hub. The response said, the work program for 2022 is under development and we represented to stakeholders in early March feedback and discussed opportunities for collaboration. Has that now happened?
Yes. Gabby O'Neill, Assistant Secretary, Head of the Office of Road Safety, Senator. The engagement happened early March, and it was done, via Teams.
Has the work program been presented to stakeholders specifically?
The previous work plan was on the website. The current work plan is still in development.
And could you just tell me through who the stakeholders are that have been part of those discussions?
Yes, that's Professor Jeremy Woolley, Rita Excel from ARB, Dr. Louise Rawlings, Head of BITRA, Professor Gruen from ANU. It is Roads Australia, represented by Royce Christie, Professor Barry Watson from Northern Queensland, and I think that is likely to be it, but there may be some more people on that. But it's a cross-reference of people that offered their support with the initial stages of the data hub being established.
Senator,
If there's some additional people, would you be... Sorry.
Senator, may I add that we will be intending to supplement that with the discussion around the data that we need to support the actions identified through the action plan, and that further consultation is an opportunity for other participants to be involved in the data conversation also.
Thank you for that. And just, you mentioned that there was some stakeholders, Ms O'Neill, as well, that there may be some additional ones. Would you be able to come back to me today if there are some additional ones?
Yes, I'll check that. I think I've noted all of them, but I'll double check for clarity.
Great, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Just so I'm clear, you may have answered this, I just didn't quite pick it up, but when did that consultation begin?
That was held in early March.
Thank you. So what's the feedback you've received?
What we've been working through with that group are the baselines to establish a measuring point for safety performance indicators. So we're looking at what types of data sets should be sourced. We're looking at how things should be measured and to what degree of specificity we need in order to take things forward. So we're certainly trying to look at where are we at now, what have we got, what can we use to make sure that we've got clarity and transparency around measuring change over the life of the strategy. So that's been a huge...
Sorry,
Apologies, Senator.
keep going, please.
that's been a huge amount of work that we've sought their feedback on and trying to determine what would be the best way forward. So tapping into their expertise and trying to make sure that we're aligned with where the data and the measuring outcomes will take us in the future. So we're trying to use those people to make sure that we're setting it up with regard to the future of measuring the strategy, the action plan and other types of outcomes from road safety.
And what sort of feedback have you received from those consultations, those stakeholders?
Oh, it's been pretty positive for them to be engaged. They've sought to work with us to make sure we're sort of basing it in the right direction. So there's been some constructive feedback. The group seem fairly well engaged and supportive of what we're trying to do. There might be, this is the second meeting that recently happened. There might have been some frustration in the first meeting around the breadth of what people would like to have and what the availability is. So I think what we're working to do is trying to work with what we've got and to make sure that we can get something out of the huge data resources that are currently available.
Right. Just on what's the next, so you touched on this, but what are the next steps on the data hub? Is there a forward timeline?
So there's a number of activities going forward for the Data Hub. There have been some key achievements. Just recently, we put the national picture of severe injuries, a big dashboard up on the website. We've had new dashboards on crash factors, speeding infringements, mobile phone infringements, and outcome measures for the previous strategy. We've obviously trying to really nail baselines and appropriate measures for the next strategy and action plan going forward. We're really testing to measure the effectiveness of the infrastructure program that's currently being delivered. So we really want to test how that will contribute to reducing fatal and serious injuries, and that is one of the roles of the Data Hub as well, receiving that data and trying to make measurement. That's a 5-year goal, that one.
Right. Is there any other key timelines that you'd want to mention to us as well, and that, or you've covered it all, do you feel?
I think we've got, in the coming months, we're trying to settle the intergovernmental agreement on data. So that's trying to make sure that we receive or improve the timeliness of receiving data and try and improve the overall completeness, the data quality. So that's a significant project which I would hope would be in the coming months. I'm also expecting in the coming months, perhaps the second part of the year, the final report to measuring outcomes on serious injuries. So that has been a major part and certainly a major project over the years, trying to link road crashes in relation to the data received at the scene in line with hospital records. And that's on serious injuries, all types of serious injuries. And that will really help us understand what crashes are happening, how they're happening, where they're happening, and what might be the best countermeasures to address those. Obviously, serious injuries are of huge concern in addition to the fatals due to the current rising trend. We've seen a reduction in trend for the severe, which is fantastic. They're the much more severe injuries, a slight reduction, which is fantastic, but there's a huge number of serious injuries, often vulnerable road users, that we need to prevent. So the Data Hub is being set up to help us address that.
Thanks very much for that. Chair, I've just got to go into a new line of questioning in relationship to the Joint Select Committee on Road Safety. So I'm not sure whether you want to pass on to somebody else, otherwise I'll back on.
Just before you turn to that, I've just got some follow-up questions on the legislation that we just touched on and want to understand, is this part of this legislation affecting the dimensions of Australian manufactured trailers compared to overseas manufactured trailers? Is that what you were referring to when you talked about trailers previously?
No, Senator. The dimensions of trailers are established, I think, through the Australian design rules, but I'll have to confirm this if anybody might tell me that I'm getting it slightly off. So the Road Vehicle Standards Act gives us the regulatory powers to say yes or no to vehicles entering the market, and that could be done for, mass importation of Yamanta 3s or minor number of vehicles. Those, what we assess against is the Australian design rules to make sure that the vehicles are in keeping with the Australian design rules, and then the actual trailer dimensions and rules I think will be captured under the ADRs.
Right. So I understand there's some consultation with industry on this at the moment, and I've got trailer manufacturers in my part of the country, and they're nervous that changes would allow for overseas, scaled manufacturing to occur and then come into this country. Given that we're putting a greater focus on manufacturing in Australia again, I'm just interested as to how we would ensure that we continue to protect that part of the domestic manufacturing industry, and how I can ensure that we have some input into that.
Yeah. So I think that is that STP? Yeah. So I think the relevant part of the department is surface transport policy. And so while I've got I've got a reasonable understanding, I don't wish to go too far into it, if that's all right.
No, that is wise words. Best not to get out into deep water on something that so many people are interested in, so I'll come back to that later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to go to some questions regarding the Joint Select Committee on Road Safety. Excuse me. Like many people, I've got that bit of that post-COVID, but not too bad, so apologies. Is the department aware of the final report of the Joint Select Committee on Road Safety that was published last month?
Yes, Senator. The report was tabled on the 25th of March, and we've received that.
Oh, great. And you've read through that report, I gather?
The team has scanned the report. It's 412 pages with 61 recommendations. So we have done a sort of summary scan and familiarised ourselves with the key recommendations, but the in-depth analysis will take a couple of months, I think, to address all of the depth of detail within there.
Thank you. I'll note that the government had a majority of numbers on that committee, and it was chaired by a Nationals MP, Darren Chester. The committee notes and says, to quote from the report, stakeholders were supportive of the current inquiry, though impatient at the slow pace of reform in road safety across different levels of government, given the number of recent inquiries and reviews on this issue. Now, in light of those concerns, can you please outline how the department intends to respond to the committee's 61 recommendations? I appreciate that you've said you're going to look at it in more depth, but what's the timeline and what's the plan?
Because it covers such a wide range of road safety matters with implications across all levels of government, obviously we'll be looking at, and also it covers recommendations for businesses and non-government organisations. So we're looking out to obviously all of the other Commonwealth agencies to make sure there's a whole of government response, and I would expect it would take a number of months to make sure that we've considered it in the proper manner and to bring everyone in the sense of areas that the Commonwealth is responsible for.
Senator, unless there's something different about the road safety inquiry, I think we usually try to table a government response to parliamentary inquiry reports within about 90 days. So we would anticipate working through the full report and providing a response in the relevant timeframes.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Paragraph 9 page 157, the report says, and I quote, "The committee heard that commercial pressures, including performance-based pay, lower freight rates, poor working conditions and unfair contract terms, are contributing to lower safety outcomes in the sector." Does the department or the government share that view?
As I said, Senator, we'll be forming a response from the government across the 90 days or thereabouts in responding. Matters of employment law are usually a matter for the Attorney General's department.
I appreciate this is not a question about employment law. This is a question about road safety. This is a joint select committee on road safety. I've had this discussion in other inquiries where there is employment-related impacts on the matters that we're investigating. They are still relevant to the matters we're investigating. So I'll just go back to the question. Committee heard commercial pressures, including performance-based pay, lower freight rates, poor working conditions. Chair, I'm not quite sure whether it's in the committee room or somewhere else, but there's a lot of noise on my line from papers being moved around. I'm not sure if there's somebody who can rap across the knuckles or something.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just looking around. It doesn't seem immediately apparent here, but we'll be conscious of it. And if everybody who's online just ensures that they're on mute while they're not speaking. Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Hopefully that'll improve now.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the point I go back to is that the committee is looking this through a lens of not what the pay rates are, but the fact is that there is safety issues in relationship to the systems that apply to worker remuneration. Now that means, in effect, that the safety arrangements, the safety consequences, it goes to those commercial questions that pressures including performance-based pay, lower freight rates, poor working conditions and unfair contract terms are contributing to lower safety outcomes in the sector, and it goes to that whole of government response about how we deal with that's an important aspect of effects on road safety. And has the department given consideration on previous occasions whilst bringing all the various whole of government approach to it? Have they given consideration before to those sorts of matters?
Senator, there's a huge amount of work going on in relation to workplace road safety, no matter where you work, whether you use a vehicle as the workplace, whether that is a bicycle, you're a pedestrian, your workplace is a car, or the road as the work site. So there's a tremendous amount of work having been done that sets up guidelines for that. We want to work with non-government organisations to make sure they're aware of what they can do to improve road safety, and we would look to set up a framework for non-government businesses to adopt. So how can you ensure the safety of your workers, whatever their type of place of work is? So that is part of the strategy, recognising that workplace road safety is a really high value target for us to aim for. So we'll be supporting those that want to take that forward and showing them how they can do that.
Minister, if I just put to you, this proposition that was put by the committee that said the commercial pressures, including performance-based pay, lower freight rates, poor working conditions and unfair contract terms are contributing to lower safety outcomes in the sector. Do you have a view on that particular recommendation from the committee?
Well, our government takes seriously, obviously, the safety of the transport workforce. They've done an exceptional job keeping supply chains open during a particularly difficult period of the last 2 years with COVID. Obviously, the government's considering the report and will be responding in due course.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, just the report goes to this point of commercial issues like paying conditions can drive unsafe conditions in the road transport industry. Is that a view that you share?
Well, as I said, Senator, the government response will be handed down in due course.
Have you got a view on that, Minister?
The remuneration of the trucking industry is a matter, obviously, for the Fair Work Commission and for, obviously, employers themselves make decisions about how much they remunerate their workforce, and the government will be responding to the report in due course. I've got nothing further to add, Senator.
Thanks, Minister. Just of interest, the report goes to this commercial questions of pressures on transport companies, owner-operators, power imbalance, goes to those questions which then relate to paying conditions, which drives unsafe outcomes. That's what the committee, in essence, was looking at and made a consensus view from the committee report dealing with those concerns. Just the road safety report goes on to say, and again, this is a bipartisan report led by members of the government, and I quote, "The committee supports relevant recommendations of the RRAT trucking report, recommendations 1, 2 and 3. Now the RRAT trucking report being referred to is Senator Sterle's report titled, "Without Trucks, Australia Stops. Development of a Viable, Safe, Sustainable and Efficient Road Safety Industry." I take you're familiar with that part of the report. Minister, are you aware of that part of the report?
Well, as you're aware, Senator, I'm representing the Minister for Transport. I'm in a representative capacity today, so I'm not personally across the report, but I'm very happy to pass to the departmental officials.
Senator, I'd just make the point that, again, that these are matters that go to employment conditions, which is a matter for the Attorney-General's portfolio.
Remember the big rally with owner-operator truck drivers driving to Canberra in their thousands?
Well, I do recall, actually I recall leading a number of owner-driver operations where thousands of actual owner-drivers turned up. Not just,
actual? Are you saying the people that turned up to that rally a few years ago, Senator, weren't actual owner-operators? Weren't actually concerned about additional costs on their business that were being imposed by a regulator?
The advantage of being on an estimates hearing is that I can ask the question. So
that is true.
What is clear, and that is that this committee, which is led by the government, has a consensus report on the issues that we've raised here. And as you've raised, you've got some familiarity with past issues that occurred. Are you aware that this report response is in opposition to supports that there should be consideration to an independent tribunal being put in place, which specifically goes to those recommendations 1, 2 and 3 of the RRAT trucking report?
Senator Sheldon, just in the interests of clarity, it was the References Committee, which the government doesn't have the numbers on. It is the opposition. But I do applaud the work of the committee. It was a very lengthy report, and we had evidence from right across Australia and considered a whole range of things. And some of the recommendations were, just terrific around apprenticeships and, particularly some of those regional issues. But anyway, I just make that point of clarity that it wasn't the legislation committee, it was the references committee that did that big body of work in the truck industry report.
Chair, just to further clarify what I was putting, and that is that there's a joint select committee that's taken place, which, as you recognise, the government has the majority of representatives on that committee. That joint select committee supported the recommendations of the References Committee and recommendations 1, 2 and 3 in the RRAT trucking report. So the reason I'm raising the RO trucking report, I'm referring to the recommendations 1, 2 and 3 that have been unanimously supported by the Joint Safety Committee. So just going back then to my question, and the Minister indicated a version of knowledge of some of the issues involving independent tribunals supporting and protecting owner drivers from both clients and also transport operators to make sure there's fair return. And that recommendation 1, 2 and 3, which has been supported by the Joint Standing Committee on road safety, says that, and what it says that there should be establishment of an independent tribunal. So what I'm asking the Minister, do you support there being a establishment of an independent tribunal?
Well, Senator, my advice is the government response to that particular committee report did not support recommendations 1 to 3 to re-establish the RSRT. We abolished that as a government in 2016 as no safety improvements came from it, just additional burden on small operators.
And Senator, if I may, just in terms of who's here.
Sorry, just before you do that, just to the Minister, if I can, the RSRT isn't, and I'm not suggesting that the committee recommended the RSRT be reinstated. They said an independent tribunal to deal with the issues that the committees saw as being supportive in recommendations 1, 2 and 3, the Joint Committee. So it's not the RSRT be reinstated. The Joint Committee wasn't supporting that recommendation, but there was very clearly concerns raised about the pressures on truck drivers, the commercial pressures on truck drivers, and the need for an independent tribunal to deal with those issues in whatever form that might well take down the track.
Well, Senator, in response to the question around driver safety, our government's invested in practical road measures for heavy vehicles like rest stops, road black spot programs, road upgrades, etc., obviously in partnership with state governments in many cases.
And just if I may, these are matters both for the Attorney General's Department in terms of employment arrangements, but also for the transport group inside this department, Senator, which is scheduled for 12:15 today. We don't have the relevant officials at the table currently.
Thank you. So my question's then back to the Minister again. Do you support the recommendations 1, 2 and 3 that's been supported unanimously by those from the Joint Standing Committee on Road Safety?
Senator Sheldon, can I just... This Minister is repping the Transport Minister, and I suspect has not read the report fully.
Well, it's not a question of personal support or not. I'm a Minister of the Crown, and therefore the government response would be appropriate. My understanding is the government is considering its response to this report and will release that in due course.
The Government Majority Joint Select Committee on Road Safety says it supports recommendations 1, 2 and 3 of the ARA Trucking Report, and is supporting recommendations calling the government to introduce a quote from recommendation 1, an independent body that will, in consultation with industry, set universal and binding standards, including binding standards with respect to pay in the road transport industry. So we now have a Labor majority report and a government majority report calling for an independent body to establish binding standards with respect to pay in the road safety industry, road transport industry. Is this a policy the government is currently exploring? Minister.
Senator, as I said, the government will release its response to these reports in due course, and the government's considering the good work of the senators.
Chair, we don't have relevant officials at the table to support on these questions either.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Senator Sheldon?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I just want to. I understand that. I might hold those questions over then for you're saying they'll be in the corporate matters section. Is that correct? the relevant officials will be there during that period.
Senator, it's in the transport group, which I think is scheduled item 3 at 12:15 today.
Great, thank you.
So, Senator,
I'll-
sorry, my
further
apologies.
questions on
My
that, Madam Chair.
apologies. Senator, my apologies, and I am relying on advice here, so I can only respond to your questions as I'm given advice. My understanding, the government has tabled its response in the Senate on the 30th of March to the Without Trucks report.
Thank you very much, Minister. What I'll do is I'll actually hold the further questions on that matter, Chair, over to the 12:15 Transport relevant officers then, if that would be a logical thing to do.
Senator Sheldon, is this a good moment? We'll share the call and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to a few of the major infrastructure projects that we're funding, particularly within New South Wales. In previous budgets, we've committed $560 million to the Singleton bypass. Have we got an update as to where that project is and how much has been expended on it to date? Because I understand we pay on milestones. We don't just give them all the money up front. And there was a design and public consultation phase. I'd be interested in an update to how that project is going for the Hunter.
We'll just ask Ms Legg to respond.
Morning, Senator. Robin Legg, Assistant Secretary, New South Wales ACT and Targeted Roads Branch. I'll just see what information I have with me on that project. So the project, Senator, is in that's right, a 560 million Australian government commitment with 140 million from our New South Wales government colleagues. It's being funded 80-20. The project's in planning with the original concept designs displayed for public comment from December 19 to March 2020. And this design included a single carriageway with provision to upgrade to a dual carriageway in the future and a partial interchange at Putty Road. The community's been engaged previously and during the selection of the preferred route particularly. I think we did speak at an earlier estimates about some input from the Singleton Council in particular and New South Wales in considering further advice from that stakeholder group in particular announced that the project should include a full interchange at Putty Road. However, New South Wales have advised us that the requested dual carriageway is something that can be delivered in the future. Construction is anticipated to commence on the project later this year, Senator, and finish in 2026.
Great. Having recently been up to Singleton again, the bottleneck there is significant. So how we have also this year committed $270 million to the Muswellbrook bypass, is my understanding.
That's right, Senator. That was announced under the, sorry, I forget the exact name, the regional package.
Energy Security and
correct.
Regional Development
That's
Plan.
Right.
And are these two projects going to sort of flow on from one another? And also, there's also $8 million for planning for duplication of the New England Highway.
That's right.
Between Muswellbrook and Singleton.
That's right. The Muswellbrook bypass, I do think I have some... We have started some early conversations with Transport for New South Wales on that project, which has been a priority for them for some time. If I can just find, as I said, it will be delivered through the infrastructure investment program, but as a new announcement, I just bought I bought a small outline of the project. Sorry, Senator, I might have to keep looking for those. But yes, you're right, Senator. The recent budget also announced planning for the duplication between Muswellbrook and Singleton. We will work with Transport for New South Wales on the staging of those. I understand quite a lot of work's already happened in the design of the Muswellbrook bypass, so just want to understand exactly how they would be best staged.
And certainly a lot of work has gone into the planning preparation to understand the benefits, the freight routes, and whether this will improve traffic and freight flow through and around the Hunter.
That's right, and Senator, you may be aware that New England highway and that corridor is one of our roads of strategic importance corridors, exactly for that reason.
Speaking of roads of strategic importance, I see that in the budget there's an extra 880 million of funding for the roads of strategic importance. How many roads are we talking about in that program?
One of my colleagues may be able to talk more generally about the roads of strategic importance, additional funding. In terms of New South Wales, there is an additional 30 million for the corridor I just mentioned, Senator, along the New England Highway, which we call the Tenterfield to Newcastle corridor, and 20 million in additional funding for the Toowoomba to Seymour corridor, which largely follows the Newell Highway.
Senator, just David McKay, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Investment Division. As at the 22-23 budget, the roads of strategic importance funding covers 29 freight corridors in total.
Great. So the 30 million in New South Wales, that's just the New England Highway portion.
That's right.
But that's not the only ROSI in New South Wales?
No. So there are 3 corridors in New South Wales and a number of standalone projects. I'll just get the information on that. So the 2 longest corridors obviously are the Toowoomba to Seymour along the Newell Highway and the Tenterfield to Newcastle corridor along the New England Highway, and the Barton Highway is the 3rd corridor. But we also have a number of standalone projects across New South Wales which are funded under the Roads of Strategic Importance program.
Thank
Senator,
you.
just to add again to the aggregate figures, of the 880 million that you mentioned at budget, 50 of that is for New South Wales, and that brings the total roads of strategic importance funding for New South Wales to 740.2 million.
Great. We like spending money on New South Wales roads and getting people home safer. We do. And just finally, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, which I've had some very positive feedback about. We've got a further over 500 million for that. Do we have any indication of, I know it goes out to councils piece by piece, but what sort of modelling was used to determine the 500 million? How many projects do we think that may invest in?
So, Senator, since Phase 3 commenced in January, in the first 3 months of the year, 430 councils have signed grant agreements, which represents, I think, about 80% of councils in Australia. Since the grant opportunity opened, we've received nominations of 1,476 projects from 276 councils. and that's just over 50% of councils, and those projects are worth combined over $500 million.
Great. Oh, so the 500 million is actually based on the applications.
No, I guess what I'm indicating is with the level of demand in what's been suggested or proposed by councils.
Yeah. Fantastic. They'll be very happy to get that money. That's all I have at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Davey.
Could I just give Senator Sheldon some additional information?
Thank you, Minister.
That has come to hand, that the Joint Select Committee on Road Safety, the government, the response, as I understand, was tabled on the 28th of March.
Thank you, Minister. That helps clarify that. Now, I understand that... Senator McCarthy, do you have more questions of this section for infrastructure?
No, Chair, I've got questions for corporate.
All right. I think that
Chair,
brings... I'm sorry,
Chair.
Mr. McCarthy.
Senator Sheldon had some questions about the cost breakdown of the Bass Highway Cooey to Wynyard work. I have those numbers if I could just provide them.
Provide those to Hansard, yes.
So there are 3 stages of the work and a scoping phase. The scoping phase is complete. The total cost for scoping was $2.34 million, of which the Australian government contribution was $1.87 million. The Somerset to Wynyard realignment, which is under construction, total project costs expected to be $18.08 million, of which the Commonwealth contribution is $16.33 million. Second phase, which is the Cam River Bridge replacement and Murchison Highway realignment, that stage has been approved. Expected project costs total $15.49 million and a Commonwealth contribution to that of $12.39 million. And then the final stage, the Somerset to Cooey pedestrian crossing, is in planning. Expected costs of $14.09 million, of which the Commonwealth contribution would be $9.41 million. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKay.
Just one more additional response. Earlier, Senator Sheldon had questions on the data working group in road safety. Just confirming that the meetings for that were held on the 10th and 11th of March. And there were four additional members we said we'd come back on. So there was Will Hall-Lacey of ARB, Michael Neinwesteig of Austroads, Professor Jenny Oxley of Monash University, and Emily McLean, also of ARB.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe that brings us to the end of this section, the first section of the day, which was infrastructure. We're now going to move to corporate matters. If I could just give the department a moment to shuffle people.
Excuse me.
Right, I think we are right to recommence. Senator McCarthy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, we've discussed previously the department's record in terms of responding to questions on notice. And I know this was an issue in the context of the Finance and Public Admin Committee's reference into the urban congestion funds. And it appears there's still 33 questions on notice outstanding from this committee.
Sorry, Senator, are you referring to the Senate Finance and Public Admin Committee on commuter car parks?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just get Mr. Hallinan to come back in. Well, it's technically a corporate thing. It's the infrastructure group who's responsible for those. It'll just be 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
thought he had escaped, but he is back so quickly.
I guess I could just put this question to you though. Do you consider it a acceptable situation though that these questions still remain outstanding?
Senator, Mr. Hallinan here. We'll have to get the facts first.
I'll come back to that question.
Dave, you're right. You're right to answer. Senate Corns and Finance and Public Admin Committee.
I can give it a go.
Senator McCarthy, would you mind just repeating your question now that Mr. Hallinan is at the table?
Sure. Just in the context of the Finance and Public Admin Committee's reference into the Urban Congestion Fund, I noticed that there's still 33 questions on notice outstanding from this committee for your department. Is that your understanding?
Senator, I'll have to confirm precisely the number that remain outstanding, but yes, I understand there still remain some questions on notice outstanding. I note that the report from that committee was tabled very early December last year, before the responses from the department and through our minister had been tabled.
So is that an acceptable situation?
Look, it'd certainly be our preference that we had responses to questions on notice up sooner, Senator. I'd make the point that in relation to that commuter car parks inquiry, the deadline for questions on notice was within days of the committee hearing that the department participated in, and the tabling of the report happened within weeks of that committee hearing as well. Which means that those questions on notice were not able to be incorporated into the report.
It's still not good enough though, is it? Right? I'm going to go to some of these questions. One of the unanswered questions on notice is question SQ22 000047. Do you have access to that? That was about letters that were sent to Glen Eira and Bayside councils, both in the division of Goldstein.
I don't have that quite in front of me, no, Senator.
Both letters threatened the councils that if they cancel commuter car park projects they do not want, then, I quote, such a decision could well have the long-term consequences of reducing the chance of future applications for Commonwealth funding for the City of Bayside being successful, end of quote. I asked if the Minister or Department had sent similar threats to any other councils, and you still haven't answered that. Can you tell me today?
Senator, I think we actually responded to those questions in this committee in the last hearing in February. We spent a fair bit of time talking about them. We can try to grab the responses out of Hansard for that if you like.
For that particular question, I didn't think that one was asked.
Yes, those were asked. The letters themselves were tabled, I believe, by Senator Sheldon. And I've just got a message from somebody saying that the questions on notice in relation to the Finance and Public Affairs Committee report into commuter car parks, our understanding is that they've been tabled and might be live on the committee's website, but we'll just check that.
If you could, thank you.
The Secretariat has just confirmed that they are live on the...
Okay, can I...
Yeah, sorry, Senator, they are on the committee's website and they have been responded to.
Okay, can I just confirm if the Secretariat can do this for me, because then it will save time here asking each of these questions. I'm obviously not looking at the website live at the moment. Can I just confirm if, on a number of questions, so that's questions SQ22 000010, SQ22 000309, Also SQ 22 000038 and SQ 22 000049. SQ 22 000087. SQ 22.
Excuse me, Senator McCarthy, can I just confirm that those questions were to this committee or were to the finance, I'm sorry, which committee was it? Finance and Public Administration.
It was for this department to respond to.
It was for this
And
department to this
Yes,
committee?
and this is about the Building Better Regions Fund now, some of these questions. I'm just putting the numbers through.
Oh, right, okay. So they were questions put to this department through this committee, and the Secretariat is now going away to check that for you. Yes. So
Right,
we've got
thank
1, 2,
you.
3, 4, 5 questions that we're looking for.
That's correct. So what I'll do is, Chair, I might get clarification on those questions, and I'm happy for you to either share the call if need be, or we move to another topic. So if there's other senators there who want to continue on corporate while I clarify these questions.
I don't believe that we have more questions on corporate at this time. So we will, do you have other questions in corporate that you could turn to while we get the confirm?
Well, my questions would be completely on these outstanding questions on notice.
Senator McCarthy, we haven't received answers to those 5 questions that you have identified.
You haven't received, okay, all right. I shall.
And the Building Better Regions section of the program is a little later in the day under regional, if you wanted to re-put those questions.
All right, I'll just give it a go, Chair, and we'll just see how we go, if that's okay, if there's no other senators needing to ask anything on corporate.
Thank
Can
you.
I go to the question SQ22 000010 and SQ22 000309? These questions were from Senator Sheldon and Senator Sterle. And the first question asks for a list of projects delayed as a result of skills shortages. And the second question included a series of similar questions and actually followed on from an even earlier question which was answered without anywhere near enough detail.
Senator, what's your question? We've just tracked them down.
Sure. Just wondering if there's further information in relation to those questions. There just wasn't enough detail. We're just wondering why it's so hard to get any information about the impact of skills shortages.
Senator, before Mr O'Halloran goes into that, I think in that last hearing I spoke for about half an hour about the impacts of skills shortages more generally, and about the categorisations of types of issues, and about the constraints by high-end skill shortages, but also then quite a lot of discussion around how there was movement of labour across major projects and major programs and across elements of the construction market, and how shortages are manifesting in price as much as delays in projects. So I talked about it very, very extensively at the last committee hearing, but Mr Halloran might have specifics around those questions.
Mr Atkinson, thank you. Can I ask you to break that down, though, in terms of the Northern Territory?
In terms of projects in the Northern Territory,
skill shortages and what the department's doing in relation to that?
Okay. So are you talking about in terms of major infrastructure project capacity?
Well, you said you spoke in great detail in the last year on it. I'm just wondering if you can speak about the Northern Territory.
Yeah, could I just ask, Senator, is there a particular project delay you're concerned about, or are you just talking more generally about the infrastructure market in the NT?
Look, I went to a top-end tourism event on the weekend. One of the biggest things in terms of building up for the dry season here is skill shortages. And I know that's being experienced right across the country. And so if we're on skill shortages, I just want to understand, is there anything specific that you're doing in this area in the Northern Territory that we can point to?
Okay.
In regards to the questions we've been asking about it?
Yeah, so there's a few things, and Mr. Halloran might jump in. Just at a national level, what we've got is the skill shortages. I'm just talking about infrastructure build at this point, is that we've got the professions that have skill capacity constraints are all listed on the National Skills Shortage list, which allows those to increase immigration status. We also have those skills that have been fed into the VET pipeline in terms of future skilled workforce. And the other thing that is probably the thing that's going to move it most is the attraction of skilled workers to projects as price movements happen. I think, as I was talking about before, it's not low-skilled work that is necessarily the challenge. The biggest capacity constraints we've seen is very high-end engineering skills that are very unusual. So, for instance, if you have to build a tunnel, and in a particular state or territory we only do it once every 5 to 10 years, we actually have to bring skilled workers who've built tunnels before, particularly high-end tunnelling engineering and those sorts of things. And so in the NT, and I can talk to Andrew Kirkman a bit more about it up there, my feel would be the biggest capacity constraint will be when we're building things that we haven't done before. So things like roads and rail, which the NT government does frequently, I think that they will be able to have sufficient workforce in terms of the building space. It's just a matter of how quickly they'll be able to expand capacity for new big things. And so that's one of the discussions we'll have to have with the Northern Territory government about the things we were talking about on Thursday, with those major infrastructure projects that are proposing to be very large, where additional workforce will need to come.
What about Kakadu and the infrastructure that's been highlighted out there?
I'd have to ask Mr. Halloran if he's got specifics on what's happening with Kakadu projects.
I don't have specifics on Kakadu projects, Senator. I would just make the point that for skills shortages or areas that are identified across jurisdictions and into this department indeed, we facilitate communications into relevant portfolios. The relevant portfolios for skills are education and home affairs through both education and training, and their skills policies in the education portfolio, and in home affairs for affecting the skills lists for the purposes of migration. But we actively facilitate that communication channel, Senator.
So you don't assist in any way, say, with the tourism and hospitality industry in terms of infrastructure in places like Kakadu?
Sorry, do we work with the tourism?
You might have to repeat that question, Senator McCarthy. You just broke up.
Yes.
So are the tourism industry talking about workers for tourism or workers to build the roads? Because I hear a lot about the industry itself not having enough workers to...
It's, Mr Atkinson, tourism is such a large proportion of our economy across Australia, but certainly up here. I'm just interested to know what kind of involvement your department would have with places like Kakadu, for example, in terms of investment in infrastructure, but also skills shortages. You talk about home affairs. we would certainly have people who come from overseas and do work in our tourism sector, like parks and Kakadu itself. So I'm just interested to know what relationship you have with that sector.
So, Senator, I would say that our focus is much more on the sectors that do the actual building of our infrastructure. So we don't build the tourism infrastructure itself, but we do support building roads and other things that support tourism, if that makes sense. And so the skill shortages they're normally talking about are in terms of their operations, not our big infrastructure builds. But I can take on notice and come back about whether or not there's any specific engagement around supporting or issues around delivery of infrastructure. The Kakadu roads, which is where our money would go, I suspect, I haven't heard of any specific constraints on the construction of roads in Kakadu, but I can certainly find out for you. But the tourism, the broader tourism skill shortage is a well-known thing, but from a Commonwealth perspective, it's a matter for the Education Department and tourism.
All right. So thanks, Mr. Atkinson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. It seems that we've come to the end of corporate questions. We will release that part of the department then and return after morning tea with transport section. Secretary, given that they weren't expecting to come on till 12:15, will they be right to be here if we make morning tea just a little longer? We're supposed to break at 11 to 11:15, or we might still come back at 11:15. That would give them 20 minutes to get here.
Certainly, Senator. I can get a quorum of officials by then.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. We're going to break for morning tea. We'll be back at 11:15.
Senator, could I... sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Is it likely that we will need regional before lunch?
Lunch being at 1:15. Look, I don't think so, because there's quite a bit in aviation. Well...
2 hours?
No, you're quite right. 2 hours. I'd forgotten. Can I say daylight saving? That would cover off on me being confused. No, that would be a thin excuse. No, it is possible that we will be complete that section before lunch. Please ask that next part of the department to be on standby.
Certainly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Terrific. All right. Welcome back after the break, and we've now moved to Transport Division. And Senator Sheldon, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just want to go back to some matters we raised earlier today regarding road safety and the Joint Select Committee on Road Safety.
Do we have the right people at this table for road safety?
Road safety, we can see how we go, but road safety does sit in infrastructure group now, but some of the matters that were touched on earlier went to an independent tribunal that is in this group.
Brown, can we just make sure we have the right people here? If we don't have the right people here now, let's stick to the program, Chair.
Yes. So, Senator Sheldon, we did have questions being answered this morning by the Road Safety Division, but I think some of your questions were going to...
I wrote. There was a specific question I'm about to go to, if it's okay with you, Chair, that what was suggested is that we should raise it now, rather than I was going to. There's some questions about was the government currently exploring particular policy areas. What if I just give it a go, and then I'm aware that there's some difficulty.
Yeah, terrific. All right, Senator Sheldon. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Good, thanks very much. And you did a very good job of whoever wasn't muting. Last time did mute after you raised the issue, after I raised it with you.
Terrific.
But I'm having a little bit of problems with some background noise again. Through you, Chair, with mute rather.
Yes, thanks, Senator Sheldon. This all only works as well as us all being on and off mute at the appropriate moment, so just a reminder on that. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. The question I was asking is that the Government Majority Joint Select Committee on Road Safety says that its recommendations 1, 2 and 3 for the RRAT trucking report is supporting the recommendations which call on the government to introduce, and I quote from the recommendation 1, independent body that will, in consultation with industry, set universal and binding standards, including binding standards with respect to pay in the road transport industry, to quote. So now we have a Labor majority report and a government majority report calling for an independent body to establish binding standards with respect to pay in the road transport industry. And it goes to the question of safety. Is this a policy the government is currently exploring? And if I ask the department, are you exploring that policy at the moment in light of those two reports that have been handed down?
Senator Diane Brown, Deputy Secretary, Transport Group. The government tabled its response to that committee's report on the 30th of March, where it indicated it does not support recommendation 1. Pages 5 and 6 of the report, the government response outlined the reasons for not supporting that recommendation.
So is it correct then that so we had this government recently that report on the 30th of March was dropped in response to the trucking report. And as I understand then, as you've just rightly said, is that it rejected that recommendation, despite it now being supported by a government majority select committee on road safety. Is there any reconsideration in light of the fact of that road safety report?
I didn't quite make out the question, sorry, Senator, but the government response was to the report on Without Trucks Australia stops, and it was only tabled on the 30th of March.
I'm raising it in this context. In light of the Select Committee on Road Safety, a joint standing committee, which as we know the government has majority on, of course, and chaired that committee. In light of that report coming down with saying that it supports recommendation 1, which was rejected in the response by the government in the government response. But there's been another report that's been handed down since then. That's another report that's been handed down, which actually says that recommendation 1 should be considered. Has it been considered, the rejection, in context of both also rejecting the Joint Standing Committee report?
Thank you, Senator. Paula Stagg, Assistant Secretary, Land Transport Policy Branch. I'm aware of the report you're referring to. I believe it was only handed down in the last week or two from the Road Safety Joint Select Committee. The most recent decision of the government in relation to this matter is outlined in the government response to the Without Trucks Australia Stops report, and I expect that the new Road Safety Committee report will be responded to in due course.
Thank you. Is the government, in light of that report, is the government exploring that particular policy recommendation from the report?
I expect that the department will work through all the recommendations of the committee in due course. As you can appreciate, the department's still digesting that report, given it's only just been handed down.
Thank you. And I'm just very mindful that again, that report was reached with bipartisan support for a body to set safe rates in the transport sector. And the government appears at this point has rejected the first recommendation from the Labor majority report, and now deeply interested, obviously, about what they might do with this bipartisan report as well, which has come up with the same supporting the same recommendations. And just the bipartisan government majority report on road safety says in paragraph 8 on page 128, I quote, "The committee recognises the evidence that there are links between paying conditions and high-risk behaviour in the gig economy." Does the government recognise that in the evidence? And does that that's being considered as well in this response?
Senator Sheldon, I'm sorry, just for everybody's clarity, I think we're just to clarify again that we have the this committee, the Regional and Rural Affairs and Transport References Committee, did the Without Trucks Australia Stops report, which was tabled earlier, and the government responded to that on the 30th of March. The other report, the Joint Standing Committee on Road Safety, has made its recommendations, but the government has not yet responded to that one. So I think the department will not be able to respond to questions about the government's position on that report because a response has not been made. I just wanted to make that point because it just didn't seem... I wanted to make it clear for anybody who was following and perhaps for my own purposes.
That's very helpful, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, Senator Sheldon, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to clarify that the one response has had a government... one report has had a government response which has not supported the introduction of the independent tribunal. The second Joint Standing Committee has made recommendations which the government has not yet responded to.
Thank you, Chair, and that's that concur with your description.
Yes, thank you.
I just I will be interested about when the report comes down with regards to the gig economy as well, where it's identified high-risk behaviour in the gig economy is linked between paying conditions as well. I'm also mindful that notoriously low paying conditions there's notoriously high danger of injury and death in the gig economy, so I'm waiting to hear what the response will be ultimately to that report, and I concur with your observations, Chair, and the responses I've had to date. So I just want to move to a different matter. It's regarding coastal shipping.
Please go ahead, Senator Sheldon. I think we have all the right people at the table now.
Good, thank you, Chair. Can you update the committee on the coastal shipping reform process?
I asked Mr Johnston to answer that question.
Thank you, Senator. Andrew Johnson, Assistant Secretary, Maritime and Shipping Branch. Yes, Senator, we had been consulting on some potential changes to the coastal trading legislation and some reforms. We had paused those consultations early on in the COVID period and had recommenced them last year. However, we haven't actively progressed those consultations again due to us dealing with a number of other issues in the freight and supply chain relating to maritime. So we haven't made a lot of progress on those ones.
Thank you. How many consultations then have taken place in the past 12 months?
We did quite a lot of, I think around about 40 one-on-one consultations in October, November 2019. We then held a consultation session, a large consultation session with industry and other groups in December 2019. We had a couple of smaller conversations with individual stakeholders in the meantime, and we held a consultation session with the rail industry. I'm just looking for the date.
I think it was in June.
I think it was I think it was June 2021 that we spoke to the rail industry specifically as well.
In this last, so in the last 12 months, you gave me some times in 2019. What consultations have taken place in the last 12 months?
So we had as I mentioned, we met with the rail industry stakeholders on the 18th of June 2021. So that's the only specific consultations that's held in that period.
Is that the only? So that's the only meeting that's taken place?
Yes, Senator.
Has there any agreements been reached on any priority areas?
No, Senator.
Any recommendations for reform been developed?
There's a number of proposals for change that we'd outlined in a discussion paper, or particularly around the cargo, some potential changes in relation to cargo vessels that we put into a discussion paper that we shared with stakeholders, but they haven't progressed from that point.
And is that publicly available? If not, are we able to get a copy of that report?
Yes, Senator. It's been shared with all of the stakeholders that have been involved in the process, so happy to provide a copy of that paper.
Thank you. Turning to the exemptions recently granted from the coastal trading licence regime, how many additional voyages have taken place while the exemption has been in place?
Senator, I don't know yet how many voyages have actually taken place. Each of the vessels that might carry cargo, the exemption was from cargo from the east coast of Australia to Western Australia. And as part of that exemption, one of the conditions was that the vessels need to report in terms of how many need to report to us in terms of voyages that were undertaken. As the exemption is still current, we don't have that reporting still coming in, so we don't have a list of the number of voyages at this point in time.
Have you, I appreciate the fact you've got reporting coming in. Obviously, this is a highly contested space of policy and substantial impacts on the rail industry as well. Have you got any figures you'd be able to make available to us on the information you have at hand so far, while being mindful there's further more reporting expected to come in?
Yes, Senator, I can certainly take on notice the voyages that have reported so far.
Are you able to give that to us today?
He's taken it on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I'm asking him, is he able to give us the information today?
Well, as the Minister, I take the questions and I can defer to officials as required, as the Chair knows. So
Yes,
Mr Johnson
yes,
has
Minister.
taken it on
Minister.
notice, and that is the answer to your question.
Thank you, Minister. Are you able to give that information to us today?
I'll take that on notice.
So it sounds like people don't know what's going on in the impact of the rail industry. And Minister, that's
I
not
think,
particularly
Senator
helpful.
Sheldon,
But
that
you've taken it on notice, I appreciate that.
I
Which
don't
officials
think that was the answer,
I'd also
Senator
ask
Sheldon.
if you could, I'd also ask that you take on notice which vessels undertook the voyages, what were the flag of registration, the size of the vessel and category of cargo for each voyage.
Officials
Now
are
just
taking
turn
note
to-
of that now, Senator.
Yes, Senator, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. We go now to the UK Free Trade Agreement. What impact will this free trade agreement have on the coastal trading regime?
Sorry, Senator, I missed the start of that. Which free trade agreement?
The UK Free Trade Agreement. UK.
Senator, that agreement's not finalised as far as I'm aware.
Are you aware of any potential impact, or have you considered potential impact of the free trade agreement on coastal trading regime?
I think, Senator, as a matter of principle, when negotiating these free trade agreements, and the ones that have been resolved so far, have a specific carve-out for the cabotage arrangements that maintains the integrity of our cabotage and the Coastal Trading Act arrangements.
Thank you. Just so I can be clear, does the agreement allow for potentially allow for UK flag vessels to be considered to be Australian flag vessels when it comes to arrangements like coastal shipping regime?
That's not been the policy in previous free trade agreements. As I mentioned, I don't think that one's been finalised yet. So, but certainly previous free trade agreements did maintain the cabotage arrangements, and so wouldn't provide for vessels of other countries to operate as coastal trading vessels.
Is that a question that would be better directed to the trade Estimates
Foreign
Committee.
Affairs, Defence and Trade
Thank
Committee.
you very much, Mr. It was hovering on my lips.
I think we're back. Sorry, just I was offline for some reason for a moment there. My apologies, Chair.
No problem, Senator Sheldon. I was just making the point that the free trade agreement that's been finalised would probably be, the details of which would probably be better off directed to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. Can I just ask, just before we keep going with that line of questioning, would you mind if I just throw to Senator Mirabella, who had a follow-up question about the maritime area, shipping?
That'll be fine, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And yes, with reference to that, I do have a line of questions for the Defence and Foreign Affairs and Trade Committee relating to Australia's sovereign maritime capability, and clearly there's a defence aspect to that and a trade aspect to that. But, Minister, question for you, what is the Australian government doing to secure our mercantile and maritime capabilities as this committee has an overview of?
Well, I'll refer to the appropriate official. I think COVID has exposed the fragility of our supply chains, both here domestically and obviously across the globe. But I know we've been conducting both internal and external stakeholder meetings. So, Mr Johnson, are you the right one, or Mr Madsen? Johnson.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, the government has asked the department to explore some of the options in relation to strengthening the maritime supply chain. As Senator indicated, we have had some discussions with different stakeholders around different ways that actions that you could take to strengthen the maritime component of that supply chain. Both particularly around options that relate to how you might engage with private industry to supply some options that would strengthen that supply chain in terms of what we might need to do and where some of the where you can strengthen our ability to access different types of freight in different situations.
Right. Not sure that's quite an answer. Could you just... who's interacting with what industry?
Certainly, Senator. We've been engaging with the shipping industry, so both Australian and different industry organisations representing different parts of the shipping sector, both Australian and foreign flag shipping providers.
And is this in response to events of the last 2 years, COVID, and or in response to what's happening in Europe right now?
Yeah, certainly it's been in response to COVID, but also in relation to different disruptions and challenges in Australia's supply chain. For example, the challenges we had with the shortage of AdBlue before Christmas, and more recently the East West Rail Link challenges with the flooding that took out the rail line.
All right, okay. I'll have some other questions from another committee.
Just following up on that, I mean, the Outback Way, we had some questions around Outback Way yesterday, and that issue of the flooding at Tarcoola and breaking the supply route north. I mean, the sealing of the Outback Way is a critical piece of infrastructure to secure Australia's supply chains to the north, I would have thought. Would that be a reasonable part of the department's planning?
Certainly not sort of an area I've been looking after, but certainly I think the having an approach that provides a number of different ways to move freight around, certainly shown to be critical at the moment. I think certainly with the East-West rail line going out, there are options both to increase capacity for freight carried on ship as well as on road. I think part of the challenge is there's limitations on each mode. So certainly roads fast, but you can't move a very big volume. But certainly when you look at ships, you can move a very large volume, but it's a lot slower than a trucking and those.
Chair, Andrew Madsen, Assistant Secretary of Transport Policy. Certainly diversification of different transport modes provides more versatility and resilience in circumstances where we do see disruption to one particular situation. And I suppose we saw that example with the disruption to the east-west supply line, where in that case the ability to put freight onto shipping provided an important ability to keep moving freight in higher volumes while the rail line was repaired. And so I suppose when we've also seen some of the flooding that occurred in Queensland and New South Wales, in those cases, I suppose the more options to move freight over the road network did provide capacity to keep freight moving and to restock supplies more quickly.
May I just have one more?
Yes, please.
So I'm trying to frame a question here. In my view, the government has actually done a very good job in investing in a lot of domestic infrastructure, road and rail. I'm a big fan of the Inland Rail. I'm a big fan of the Outback Way. But given events of the last 2 years and recent events, would it be fair to say we should be having a closer look at our port facilities and our maritime shipping capabilities? Would that be...
So there is work underway. There's a Productivity Commission is looking at the port infrastructure and how it provides an important part of the supply chain. And I suppose through the discussions we're having with them, we're looking to ensure that their consideration of that work extends across the different options for providing moving freight either to the port or from the port into the location where those goods are needed. And also the department, through the Bureau of Infrastructure Transport Research Economics, has commenced a review to look at road and rail resilience. And so that review started last month in February and will run throughout the course of this year to look at high priority freight routes and to understand what further work could potentially be done to secure those routes or to provide more diversity in terms of freight movements.
Okay. Thank you.
So does that also extend to training of Australian crews? Is there work being done to, proactively incentivise Australian flag vessels to be operating in Australian waters?
The department is certainly looking at the current issues that exist in terms of workforce shortages and the need to improve skills across the different transport modes. So I suppose we're looking at a range of potential policy responses to those situations. I think there's been some discussion already about, I suppose in some case, for different transport modes, the types of skill shortages vary, whether it's highly trained engineers, whether it's staff needed in the logistics centres and warehouses. So in those circumstances, I suppose we're looking at policy interventions which would respond to where we see a particular type of workforce shortage.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, Senator Sheldon, we've just explored priority freight routes. Would you like to continue with your questions?
Good. Thank you very much, Chair. The comments regarding the UK Free Trade Agreement, certainly it's not looking at the details of the UK Free Trade Agreement. I'm looking at the impacts and the discussions with the Department on potential impact of UK flag vessels, and which obviously does come under would involve the remit of discussions with the Department. So I'll just get back to that question, so I'm just sort of clear about where someone's able to give me assistance with it. Is there any discussions that you're aware of that the UK flag vessels are to be treated or considered to be Australian flag vessels when it comes to arrangements like the coastal shipping regime?
Senator, as I indicated before, Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where the UK Free Trade Agreement's up to in terms of being resolved, but certainly policy in the previous free trade agreements that have been resolved has been to preserve the Australian cabotage arrangements, in particular the arrangements under the Coastal Trading Act, and preserve them for Australian flagged vessels only.
Right. Good, thanks. Just on some questions regarding supply chains. How many empty overseas shipping containers are currently stacked at or near Australian ports?
We don't have that information, Senator.
The Department aware of any reports of cargo destined for Australia from Asia being offloaded in preference for cargo bound for America?
Sorry, I had having trouble hearing, Senator.
Sorry, is the Department aware of any reports of cargo destined for Australia from Asia being offloaded in preference for cargo bound for America?
I've heard some stories to that effect, and certainly there's a very high premium being paid for freight moving from Asia to the US and Asia to Europe. But as far as I'm aware, the level of Australian container services is being maintained as it was before, and container freight volumes are the same or above, slightly above in some instances, the volume that was pre-COVID. So while there might be some specific instances of particular cargo, we certainly know there's challenges in the supply chain and delays in different places. As far as we're aware, the volume of freight is still similar to what was moving previously.
Right. So which particular, has the volume or number of voyages of freight shipping from overseas to Australia increased or decreased in the last 12 months?
Certainly, I think the number of services has either been maintained or increased, and the volumes is at, or in some instances, above the pre-COVID levels.
Right. Have you got a estimation what those levels above are?
Sorry, I'm just struggling to hear you.
Have you got an estimation of those increase in the volume?
I don't have the figures in front of me, Senator, but certainly the reporting from a number of the ports are indicating that container volumes in some ports is above what it was previously. Not by a huge amount, but certainly by a number of % per annum.
Is it possible to take that on notice to give us the information on what you have at hand?
Yes, Senator, I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Which particular export industries have been impacted by delays in shipping? Are you aware of that?
I think, Senator, any export industry that's reliant on container shipping would have suffered some delays. There's significant delays in container shipping, and some that are relying on roll-on, roll-off cargoes have probably experienced some delays. There are particular other types of ship types that are in high demand, but I think largely most of the other sort of bulk cargoes, there's reasonable availability of ships in those industries, so I wouldn't have affected them. I wouldn't have thought they'd be particularly affected unless there's particular disruptions at different ports in terms of loading and unloading. So I think we've seen in a number of ports around the globe delays and disruptions involved in loading and unloading vessels as a result of COVID outbreaks in different communities and lockdown policies and those sorts of things. So I'm sure there's some specific ones that exist there, but I think it would be similar to the general disruption that's been experienced.
Thanks. Just on the delays that you mentioned, besides bulk, have you got an estimation of how long those delays are for?
It's really
experiencing.
Yeah, it's really varied, Senator. It depends on which ports vessels are going through and where they're going to. So I think certainly it's been well reported there's huge delays, has been huge delays of ships getting into Long Beach in the US, sometimes delays of ships going in there in excess of 60 days. So it's very, and queues of 100 ships. So obviously if it's going to Long Beach, it's very slow. I understand there has been delays around about the 4-week mark of containers being transshipped through Singapore, so there are some significant delays there, but in other places there's only delays of a couple of days, so it's really situation specific. It often depends on what's the circumstance in the receiving port. So certainly we've seen, and that's part of the issue with Long Beach in the US, where they've had COVID cases amongst workers, they've had trucking shortages, a whole range of things that affected that particular port. We've seen a number of ports in China as a result of lockdowns of various cities that stopped to slow down the throughput through different ports. So it's really sensitive as to exactly where the cargo's going and what's happening in that receiving port.
Sorry, Mr Madsen, do you have something to add there?
Oh, just the senator, I think, was on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senator Sheldon was talking, but
we couldn't hear him.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, terrific.
Thanks for that. Has the cost of importing a shipping container to Australia increased over the past 12 months? And if so, by how much?
Yes, Senator, the cost of shipping to Australia has increased in the last, well, certainly over the last 2 years, as a result of the general situation in the shipping industry of significant demand for shipping products.
There's been quite a bit of comment about overseas shipping cartels. To what extent do you think the increase is because of that assertion in a number of places in the public discussion regarding shipping cartels gouging?
Senator, I think the rates that we're seeing in Australia aren't dissimilar, and I think in a number of instances rate increases are less than I think we've seen, particularly in container freight. Certainly the cost of shipping containers from Asia to the US or Asia to Europe is significantly higher than what, and I've seen higher increases than what we've seen in shipping containers from Asia to Australia.
Have you got a feel for the percentage and or a amount of increase that's happened in the last 12 months? And back to this issue of the suggestion of shipping cartels, is there, do you hold a view on that public discourse about that being one of the issues?
Yes, Senator, I think it's, we have, I think in December 2021, we were seeing container rates in the order of 3,300 to 7,500 per 20-foot equivalent unit in US dollars for shipping between Indonesia and Australia. Certainly that compares to rates from Asia to Australia of around US $1,800 per TEU in January 2020, so there's clearly been a significant increase in price, but like I said, that's comparable to shifts in other routes. So while we don't necessarily have significant data on ourselves holdings on pricing of freight movements and containers in particular, I guess we're not seeing anything at that global level that suggests that our rates are particularly different or much higher, and in fact in some instances seem to be a bit lower than seeing on other routes. We're not seeing significant shifts in the volume or the routes that are being serviced to Australia. So I guess we're not seeing anything to suggest there's particular behaviour that's causing rate changes that are above what other countries are seeing.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your time. Chair, I've got another line of questions regarding aviation.
Oh, good. Me too, Senator Sheldon. So why don't I start, just to break things up, give you a rest, and we'll come back to you. How's that sound?
Thanks, Chair.
Terrific. All right, I have questions regarding the Airports Act 1996 and the oversight of management of airports.
Thank you,
Who can
Chair.
help me with that?
We'll just bring the right people up, so...
Terrific.
Phil McClure is probably going to be our key spokesperson here.
Senator Phil McClure, Assistant Secretary of the Airports Branch. So your questions in regard to the Airports Act?
Yeah, so we have had an increasing amount of industry discussion about operations of airports, and so Essendon, Moorabbin, you know, but I'm interested right across Australia. I want to understand what is the oversight that the department has under legislation to ensure that particularly operations of general aviation like flying schools, engineering businesses and those kind of things are still operating. And I would go as far west as Broome, and as you know, Sunshine Coast, a brewery, has been given a site on the Sunshine Coast Airport, but there's no space for the emergency helicopters to have a hangar. Seems to be some unusual outcomes happening, and just wondering what are the tools you've got to understand what's going on in airports?
Thanks, Senator. So I think there's two, well, a number of classification of airports, but there's airports that are specifically what we call federally leased airports. They're located on Commonwealth-owned land, and they're subject to the Airports Act 1996 legislation and the regulations. There's 21 of those airports, and I can run through them, but there are a whole range of other airports, for instance, Broome and Sunshine Coast, which are not covered under the Airports Act. Sunshine Coast is, I think, it was local council owned, and they provided a long-term lease to a private company to operate. Sunshine Coast, Broome's probably Broome Council, I think, though they might have a private ownership arrangement as well. But there's different requirements depending on the different types of airports. Those airports that are not on Commonwealth land are regulated by state and local government regulations, whereas the 21 that are on Commonwealth land are subject to the Airports Act. For those, our department and my branch regulates those. There's requirements for, and depending on the type of airport, master plans to be brought forward either every 5 years or 8 years with a 20-year planning horizon. The master plans really need to set out sort of the long-term development goals and you know the airspace, the number of flights capacity, but also it does detail aviation and non-aviation development that might happen on that airport. The master plans are assessed by the department. They're assessed by the likes of the Department of Environment, CASA, Air Services, looking at safety of operations and efficiency of operations, and obviously anything environmental. But our department looks at how, one of the keys to the Airports Act is that the master plan needs to demonstrate how the current and future needs of the aviation sector will be met, including the general aviation sector, by those master plans. And then subsequent to that, any developments that are often flagged in the master plan are subject to a major development planning process if they trigger a threshold, either environmental or a monetary threshold, around $25 million the monetary threshold. So those developments are then under scrutiny again. The airport needs to bring forward a major development plan for assessment by the same bodies. In addition to that, the department undertakes regular lease reviews of those airports under the Act, and we also have on airport building controllers and environmental officers that if there's developments that are under the 25 million, the building controllers on the airport need to agree with the building activity is safe, and the environment officers need to make sure that they're environmentally compliant. So there's a range of measures, as I said, but there is a distinction between those that are Commonwealth land and other.
Okay, if you could provide the list of 21 airports that are regulated under the Airports Act on notice, that would be terrific.
I've got them there. I can pass that around.
That'd be great, thank you, if we could get some copies. So, you know, I've been around airports all my life, and I've actually always kind of enjoyed the nostalgia of going to airports because the hangars look like Charles Kingsford Smith could walk out of one at any moment. That's kind of cute, but it's not actually good for the industry, and we've been seeing some public commentary about the standard of hangars that are being provided under the leases at Bankstown in particular and others. I am particularly interested in understanding the role that general aviation plays in the ecosystem of aviation in this nation, particularly around flying schools. I think it's important that we don't have everybody being trained in simulators and, you know, whilst we've moved to glass cockpits, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't know how to fly, as well as, of course, the crisis that we've got in engineers right across the country. It seems to me that we have some airfield operators who are using, they're talking about commercial terms as a cover to remove some businesses from airfields. I saw an appalling example the other day where a tenant was told to leave Essendon and to demolish their hangars, you know, probably $250,000 to $500,000 worth of infrastructure that was demolished and, of course, unlikely to be rebuilt. I'm just trying to understand how, if it's not under the Airports Act, do we have a greater focus on understanding the, you know, that ecosystem of general aviation building up through charter, emergency services and into airlines and Air Force? How does the government have a role in that? And is it a change of legislation? Perhaps I'll ask you first, how does the government have a role in that?
Well, as I said, it will depend on the airport. So the master plans need to demonstrate how general aviation users will be supported. There is a tension. You know, the privatisation happened in the late 90s, early 2000s of those airports. A lot of the infrastructure has since aged, and there's that tension between an airport operator wanting to, you know, build newer, better premises, but that comes with, you know, implications around those users potentially having to pay different levels of rent and so forth. I mean, there is, and obviously the other part of the argument has always been the non-aviation developed on the sites, and I'm sure the airport operators will argue that the types of, you know, runway upgrades and lighting upgrades and so forth couldn't be funded from their normal activities without that non-aviation part of the process, because aviation tenants typically have whilst they're looking to pay commercial rents, not rents that would support those types of major upgrades. So there is a balance on these airports, but we, as I said, we only have the opportunity to assess those under those federally leased airports, but we are actively assessing how that general aviation is being catered for, and the likes of flight schools can be maintained, but we do, you know, sort of talk to those aviation operators about actively engaging with the airport so that some arrangements can be sort of made that can suit both parties.
Senator, maybe if I could add just some work, general work the government is doing, or the department is doing, around the ecosystem that you referred to. So in the aviation recovery framework that the government released towards the end of last year, there is a commitment there to commission some research by BITRA, the Bureau of Infrastructure and Transport Research Economics, specifically looking at what is the value and the growth opportunities in the GA sector. So that work will commence to give government a better understanding of where those opportunities are and the contribution made by GA more specifically. The other bit of work I'll make reference to is work that Mr Madston referenced to earlier as well, and that is some work going on within the department around the skills issues, skills shortages right across the transport sector. As part of that, we have looked at the aviation sector, pilots, maintenance engineers in particular. That work's hoping to conclude that work in the coming month or so, just to see whether there is some extra, what more could be done, or what is the extent of any shortage issues right across the transport sector, and what are the possible options to address those should we find shortages.
Oh, that's terrific, and I recommend that you talk to the regulator about the cost of licensing, because I'm told that there are people who want to re-enter the industry who are made redundant during COVID, who, as unemployed people, can't afford the cost of their licensing provisions under the regulator. I I guess I hear right across the nation from flying schools in particular, but all sorts of general aviation businesses about how they feel that the department is being told a very sophisticated story from airport operators who are, property developers in many cases. They are very big businesses, and yet this very important part of the industry is not getting a voice. Often surveys go out saying, are these smaller businesses happy? They often don't answer the questions anymore. They don't see that there's any purpose. And so I'm trying to understand how we can better support the department to hear from those critical parts of the industry, and how we don't continue to have DFOs being built on airport land, which is impinging on, safety, but also driving out small business, which, the people who train these critical services.
So I think the key is that you say that they become a little bit disillusioned or whatever, but the key is that through those master planning and major development planning processes, there is mandated community and stakeholder engagement, 50 business days, and it's very important that those on airport, those stakeholders, relevant off-airport engage in those processes, and importantly put in written submissions. The requirements under the Act are that the airport needs to demonstrate, has to provide a list of all submissions that it's received in the master planning or major development planning process, and the airport is then needed to demonstrate how they've responded to those submissions. It doesn't mean they have to agree with everything that's said, but it is an important part of the process that the minister needs to be satisfied that those community and stakeholders who have engaged have been heard, and the airport's demonstrated how their concerns have been addressed.
I have been looped in on some of those consultations, and my experience was that it was very much the big powerful voice over here and the very small voices over here which were not being adequately listened to, because there was no incentive for the big airport operator to have to listen to them, so long as they had gone through the consultation process and, gone through that tick box process, that the small operators, the end result is that there's just less and less land available for general aviation, or it's so difficult to negotiate leases, upgrades of premises, that there's no criteria which is not financial for the big operator to have to assess, like ecosystems for the industry. And I appreciate that you said the Sunshine Coast is not one of yours, but I was just, distressed to hear that you would have a situation where the emergency services helicopter couldn't get a hangar, but a brewery could. Seems like a real... but I appreciate that is not your issue, and so I won't ask you questions about that. Senator Mirabella, do you have a follow-up question to that?
Just to take this a little further, where's the demarcation, or what's the department's remit on airfields which are shared with Defence, such as Darwin or Newcastle or Canberra?
Again, they're in a little bit different circumstances. So Darwin, for instance, is considered to be a federally leased airport, so they're required under the Airports Act to go through those master planning, major development planning processes.
Being Defence?
Sorry?
They being the Department of Defence?
No, through our infrastructure department and under the Airports Act.
Right.
There's a delineation between the areas on the airfield, I think. But others, Newcastle not, Avalon, others shared with Defence. We don't have a direct role in monitoring or assessing plans on those. They do engage with Department of Defence. But otherwise, we don't have that direct role unless they're also considered to be administered under the Act. So the Department of Defence, for instance, at Newcastle, there's shared premises, shared runways, so there'd be engagement with that department.
The reason I ask, I actually have a question for the Defence Committee, but I'll ask you in case you have an answer. Point Cook. I've been petitioned by the Point Cook Aero Club, which I think last year was given notice to vacate the airfield. Is that your decision or Defence's decision?
Certainly not our decision. I'm not sure Defence really plays a direct role in deciding what the actual International Airport Corporation does with their parts of the premises. I'd have to take it on notice exactly who administers that, but it's not this department's.
I will do that. I will do that. Okay, thank you.
Terrific, thanks, Senator Mirabella. Just another follow-up to that. It's my understanding that there are some airport operators who are asking for extensions of their leases prior to their leases coming to an end. I know in other jurisdictions you have to be within a certain length of time from the end of your lease to be able to apply for that. Can you give me some information on how you would assess lease length?
Yeah, so when the current leases were put in place, I think there were 50 with a 49 option after that, or vice versa. The way the leases were drafted, the renewal of those would be considered 10 years from the date that they would expire. But yeah, look, a number of those federal lease airports have noted interest in bringing that forward. It mainly comes down to the fact that they'll be entering into subleases on areas within the airport that now are looking to push up against when the first term of that lease runs out. And then, so for certainty for the owner around that investment and for certainty of those subleasees for their investment, they are actively looking for us to consider the benefits and merits of bringing forward those lease extensions. We haven't really done any work on that to date, but it's certainly something that we would probably put our minds to at some point in the next little while. Whilst the access 10 years, we do recognise that there's some merit in, as I say, if they've got some long-term leases and there's some uncertainty whether there might be some benefits in bringing that forward.
So I would just put it to you that if those airports couldn't demonstrate an active outcomes of a flourishing general aviation on their airport site, well then, you know, that would certainly have to give pause as to why you would extend a lease. Otherwise, you know, where else should general aviation, flying schools, engineers and aviation-related businesses operate apart from on airports?
I think, Chair, I think you're right. One of the reasons we're wanting to give it a lot of thought is that it will affect a number of stakeholders, and we want to make sure that all of the relevant parties and their interests are considered before a decision is made. So it's definitely something that requires quite thorough consideration.
Okay. I just have a final question because I know Senator Patrick has questions on this same topic. But Archerfield Airport in Brisbane, there have been leases granted to businesses that are non-compatible with aircraft engines. How, again, would the department assess that? Because, you know, cement works, fibre businesses, anything that's going to get into, you know, particularly turbine engines, you know, surely you would have a view on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the considerations, there is what's called the National Aviation Safeguarding Framework, which talks about compatible developments and what is appropriate and not appropriate to build on or near airports. And there's also, obviously, as I say, air services. CASA provide advice on major development plans and master plans about the safety, wind shear, other implications of developments on those sites. So that is part of what is assessed. I'm not specifically aware of those developments on Archerfield. I know there was some recycle plants or something like that on there that had been approved, but Archfield is certainly a federally leased airport, so it is one that would come under our remit.
Yeah, I mean, that's one too, that some of the land at the end of the main runway has been allowed to be developed on. So instead of having a cleared use, there's now heavy machinery, farm machinery, tractors and whatnot, what would be normally a safe, place if an aircraft got into trouble. So again, I'm just not sure that perhaps the reporting to the department is adequate, and might be a longer discussion.
Yeah, look, they would have had to have been flagged in master plans and building applications and so forth. That predates me, so I can't talk to the specifics, but those types of developments would need to have gone through an assessment and, rightly or wrongly, been deemed to be okay from the sort of the master planning, which would have sort of flagged what the precinct was going to do, to actually the development plan that we would assess, or a building application that would go to the on-airport building controller. So there are processes in place, but I can't talk to the specifics of those, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I would just put to you that the processes in place are not adequately protecting the network of airfields that, as a nation, we should prioritise for aviation. So, Senator Patrick, you've got questions of the department as well.
I do, Chair, and I think I have a similar line of questioning tonight with CASA in relation to some of the questions you've just been asking, and I will be joining you in person for that. I'd like to go to Ms Brown, if I can. I see she was sitting at the table. Just in relation to the RASI funding, the Regional Airport Screening Infrastructure funding.
Certainly, Senator, and I might see if Ms Chappell can come to the table as well. She might be able to also help answering your questions.
Okay, thank you. So this is really just a follow-up from our last session where we were talking about funding for airport security. And I note that in a question on notice, question number 36, you advised, and I think this is correct, that the 2022-23 budget has an additional $28.5 million in the budget. Now, I presume that answer was prepared perhaps before the budget but released after the budget. Is that how that came about?
That's the right timing, yes.
Yeah, okay. Just because it had that budget information, I was just curious about that. Okay, so that's on top of the $50 million that was announced a couple of years ago. Is that correct, or has there been some additional funding in between?
I might get Ms Chappell just to confirm those numbers.
Certainly, Senator Patrick. Claire Chappell, Assistant Secretary of the Regional Environment Branch. So you're correct, that is a top-up to that program, and it takes the total funding envelope for that program to $94.5 million.
Okay, so one presumes that if an airport were funded by way of a grant for the security infrastructure, is it automatic that they then get assistance with the ongoing operating costs, which it appears to be something this money's been set aside for?
Yeah, that's correct. So the money is intended to top up the operating costs, and if there was an airport who had expended their allocation under the program, so they'd applied and they were receiving operational funding, it would top up that funding.
Okay, thank you. Now, I note that you made a claim that some element sensitive, which confuses me. I'm going to talk about three airports: Port Lincoln, Whyalla and Mount Gambier. All three of those airports have been upgraded under this program, one presumed, because the upgrades have happened in the last in the last sort of 6 to 12 months. Can you just confirm that those particular airports received RASI funding?
So you're right, Senator. The regulations as administered by Home Affairs do have security protocols around them. For that reason, we don't generally tend to refer to which airports are in. What I can say, though, is that the RASI program, goes through to June 2023, and with that top-up, we would expect that all airports that are receiving operational funding will have funding at least through until the end of this year.
Okay, so Are you suggesting the regulation prohibits the naming of the recipients of the grants?
I'm not sure that the regulation prohibits it, but I understand the usual protocol is not to refer to which airports are and are not operating the enhanced security screening.
Whyalla has been mentioned in the past in these proceedings because it was going to get $52 per head or per ticket was going to be the cost for security. It cannot be a secret that there is security at Whyalla now, or Port Lincoln, or Mount Gambier. I've been through all of those airports and they have been upgraded, and anyone who regularly travels through that would know that. So that's what I want to talk about, those three particular airports. That doesn't reveal any secrets that have been, the funding cannot be secret, and that's the questions I'm going to ask you in relation to those three airports. So, you'll understand my interest as a South Australian, particularly around those airports. So, how much funding did Whyalla receive?
Senator, I believe we would have to, I might hand over to my colleague, Mr. Vincent, who has the operational details of how that program runs.
Thank you.
Ben Vincent, Assistant Secretary, Secretary, Aviation Programs Branch. Senator, as Ms Chappell mentioned, so I'm just trying to open up my, get to the relevant briefing, but generally individual details aren't released due to the...
but generally we know those airports have airport security at them. So, I can understand when you've got airport sensitivity, but anyone listening to this would say, hang on, we know that those airports have been upgraded with airport security. And it's not unreasonable, therefore, to ask how much each of those airports received. And where I'm trying to get to is where each of these airports will, what their burn rates are in terms of the cost of security, because I estimate it's the estimates have been somewhere between $500,000 and $700,000 per annum. Actually, it might be slightly more than that. So they're going to burn through this funding at something like $60,000 a month. I'm trying to get to that point.
Senator Patrick, I'm just giving Mr Vincent a moment to see if he needs to refer that question to a superior officer.
Sure.
Just
no,
give him a second.
I understand there may well be some guidance that have been given about not releasing information, but those airports have had security upgrades under this, presumably under this program, and I don't mind people advancing national security claims, but I can't see how anyone could reasonably think that an airport that you can walk through and go, well, I've just been through security, somehow that's a secret.
Senator, while my colleagues are conferring, we have done some internal modelling based on the airports that are receiving grant funding and the level of burn in terms of their operational call on the program. That modelling indicates that the airports involved will have their operational expenses covered through to the end of this year. Some will go longer, and it does depend on what they're drawing on and how often. But at the very least, we expect all of those airports to be covered at least until the end of 2022.
So, have all of those airports been granted a particular amount of funding, such that they're aware of how much they're covered off on?
Yes, Senator. RASI participating airports have a grant agreement with the department which sets out the amount of operational expenditure support available to them.
Sure. So again, the cost of covering off on security, if it's not covered by this program, falls back to the council because they operate the airports. And again, I'm finding difficulty in a response that says we're not going to tell the people of Whyalla or Port Lincoln or Mount Gambier when it is they're going to have to start put their hand in their pocket. I think it's most unreasonable to keep that information from those residents.
Well, Senator, perhaps I can give you Whyalla's total grant agreement at the moment.
Thank you.
$1.8 million in operating expenditure support. That is projected to extend, we're expecting that support will carry them right through this calendar year.
Okay, so through to at least December 22?
That's
okay, the other two I was going to ask for about Port Lincoln and Mount Gambier. That's the extent of my line of questioning.
I don't believe Mount Gambier has applied, but Port Lincoln currently has a operational expenditure support of $1.1 million.
Okay, so I remember Port Lincoln actually had its airport designed for security, so I presume they would have received money for the equipment that's associated with securing the airport, and then some of that would be left remaining as operational. Is that correct? Is that how it works?
Yes, so under the RASI program, there are capital grants available for the installation of equipment and operating expenditure support towards the cost of operations.
Okay, and in the case of in the case of both Whyalla and Port Lincoln, then I presume they both received a capital grant of some sort. I imagine Whyall's was much more because they had to change the entire airport, whereas Port Lincoln was better suited for security equipment. And
I believe so, Senator. I would just have to check on the detail of that to confirm, though. I've got OPEX numbers in front of me. I'll just have to confirm the CAPEX numbers.
All right, so if you could provide me with the CAPEX numbers and the operating cost breakdown for those two grants that you gave me, I'd appreciate that. And how are you actually paying that? Is it on a monthly basis, or is it you provide the council with a certain amount of money that's then set aside for payment over the remainder of the year? How's that done?
So CAPEX is paid on a milestone basis. OPEX is paid in arrears, taking into account actual costs on a monthly basis.
Okay, so that basically Whyalla will invoice you on a monthly basis, and then you return those costs. Yeah, is that how it works?
That's right, Senator.
Okay, I might just go back to Miss Brown, because I have been talking to her about this in the past. So where are we at with the final model that will be used to ensure that once this RASI funding dries up, that we don't end up with people in Whyalla paying an unreasonable amount, or people in the regions paying unreasonable amounts for their tickets because of security costs?
Senator, thank you for the question. We are very conscious of that and the commitments made. We are continuing to work with Department of Home Affairs to come up with a longer-term solution, and that can be considered in a later MyEFO or budget once we've finalised that further work.
Okay, so if it's another budget, that's a next year thing, next calendar year thing, and the money will have run out. So I can accept MyEFO, which normally comes out in November, would tackle that problem. Is that where you set your target to have this problem resolved by MyEFO?
We are aiming to have something ready before the money expires.
And what are the? Can you just walk me through what the difficulties are with this? Because in very simple terms, what we're trying to do is perhaps amortise the cost of airport security between regions and cities, so that the regions don't pay the exorbitant costs that they do, and people in the city pay very little cost. What's the difficulty in the discussion? Because it's been going on since probably a year now.
Yeah. Look, I might raise one issue, and then Ms Chappell might be able to elaborate on it.
Sure. Thank you.
It's challenging during this estimation of costs during a period where aviation activity has been below normal levels. Because of COVID, aviation activity has fallen. So working out what real costs are, what average costs might be in that scenario is very, very challenging. So we are doing some further work to try and understand what might be more normal costs incurred with normal activity.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms Brown. We, as you're aware, we jointly commissioned a piece of work with the Department of Home Affairs that was led by Houston Kemp to examine this. And as part of that work, we went out to the airports that were involved in the RASI program. We didn't receive a whole lot of responses. And so being able to get some clear data about the nature of the costs and how they split out, what's composed is really challenging for us. So some of the things that we need to consider and that we're thrashing through are the impact of the enhanced component of screening requirements as opposed to the normal business as usual screening costs, the wide range of costs that come under the banner of security, and the nature to which throughput impacts this. And so for some of the information that we did receive as part of the Houston Kemp process, for airports that had a similar level of throughput and a similar kind of remoteness consideration, those costs were wildly different. So I think just drilling down and understanding what's going on there is really important. The extent to which airlines pass those prices through to their consumers. It's not always a like for like. It depends on the mix, what business tickets are involved, that kind of thing. And then the extent to which higher ticket prices reduce the demand for regional travel. So there's some of the components that we're considering. It's a reasonably complex environment when we consider the costs that are being imposed, how they trickle down to whom, and then how that's passed on to the consumer.
Okay, thank you. You said Mr. Kemp had difficulty getting information. I mean, I would have thought that most operators would have cooperated with, or most councils would have cooperated with him. I find, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't understand. I don't understand why that would be the case. They're airports that are in receipt of federal funding, and it would be of their benefit to assist you.
Yeah, look, it's a good point. So we received about 11 responses, if I remember correctly. I think part of it is perhaps how some of these airports hold their data, and so one of the things that we'll need to consider as part of what I've just run through is, are there ways that we can interact and gather that information from them in a way that's easy? But you're right, we would expect kind of a good deal of engagement from airports on this issue.
And so has the work concluded, or you're just accepting the whole and the data?
So that particular report has concluded, but I'm not sure that we have, for the reasons that I've outlined, there's further work that we need to do to drill down into some of those costs and understand them better.
Okay, so you're saying there will be more activity carried out?
Yes.
To try and get a handle on these costs?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me if any South Australians councils have been cooperative with you?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'd have to take that one on notice.
All right, if you wouldn't mind, because I'm happy to pick up the phone and help you.
That'd be
all right, thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Patrick. Did anybody else at the table have any more questions for airports? Could I just finally, I'm sorry, perhaps Ms Brown, rather than ask Mr McClure to come back up, I just want to check the Moorabbin Airport Master Plan. I understand that the Deputy Prime Minister's made a decision about that recently, and I just wanted to ask what the outcome of that has been.
Certainly, yes. The Minister has considered the Moorabbin Airport draft master plan recently and has decided not to approve that plan. He was concerned that there hadn't been sufficient clarity around what the plan was, and that sufficient regard been had to, or sufficient detail provided in the way in which the plan addressed the submissions that have been made by relevant users of the airport. But Mr McClure is back at the table, so he might be able to add to that.
So the outcome is that he's rejected that master plan. They've now got a period of time to respond,
the Act stipulates the Minister has notified Moorabbin Airport that their draft master plan's been refused. He's asked that they submit a fresh master plan within 180 days, though if they were to come to us and felt that timeline was challenging, we could work out something a little bit longer, but 180 days to come forward with a fresh master plan. Fresh means it's not start again. It's a statement of reasons is provided to the airport around the concerns of the Minister and where he would like more information or concerns to be addressed. So the airport would need to bring forward a updated, revised plan, particularly on those particular points. As Ms Brown said, it was really around addressing the submissions, and I think this is it's a good example where I think in the 2015 master plan, Moorabbin might have received about 7 submissions. This time it's been 130 odd, so it demonstrates that there is value in those stakeholders coming forward and participating in the process. But yeah, Moorabbin we'll work closely with Moorabbin on looking at those areas. There isn't any mandated community stakeholder consultation, but that'll need to be part of addressing some of those concerns.
And will you be expecting that some of those stakeholders who put forward submissions, that they be outlining their concerns again to you or engaging with the Moorabbin airport operator?
I'd very much encourage them to engage with the airport to try to make sure that their needs are well understood and work constructively with them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just add, sorry, from that previous question around Archfield, apparently that concrete factory was there before it was privatised, so it wasn't something that was approved under our processes. It was a legacy development on that airport site.
Right. Perhaps the aircraft have changed rather than the industry has changed.
Yeah.
Thank you for being so prompt in following that up. Senator Sheldon, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. And just some follow-up questions, Chair, on the Moorabbin Airport. Just wondering what to the department, what advice did you provide to the Deputy Prime Minister and his office regarding the Moorabbin master plan?
I can't go into the detailed advice we provided, but the Airports Act sets out the matters that need to be addressed in a master plan. It's fairly detailed, covers a whole range of areas around environmental and noise forecasts and a whole other areas that need to be addressed through a master plan. So we basically assess the plan against those aspects in the Act, but I can't go too specifically to our advice to the Minister.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you are able to just give us some detail, aren't you, about some of the advice that you gave to the Minister regarding this? What's the department's view on this matter?
That would go to advice to government, Senator.
Yes.
So when you're in government, I guess you can have access to that.
Yeah, that's yes. Thanks, Minister. Just want to then just say, what's the I know you've touched on this in your previous question, but is there anything additional you can tell us about the department's view on the Moorabbin Airport master plan?
I think what we would say,
concerns with the
draft master plan. I think what we would say is that the airport has been provided with that statement of reasons so that they can understand where the concerns are, and that we'll work constructively with them in those concerns. And look, it's no secret that a lot of that's around the general aviation population on the airport, and making sure that their views are heard and needs addressed as far as reasonable.
Do you have? You believe that the department has sufficient handle on the airport development activities? Do you feel you've got a good feel for what the challenges are and concerns that have been raised?
There's processes in place to make sure that developments are brought forward, whether it's, as I said, the major developments are covered under what's a major development plan. That needs to be triggered under a threshold, so activity can happen on the airport that doesn't trigger a major development plan, but they then need to be assessed by our on-field airport building controllers, environmental officers. One of the considerations for the building controller is that any development aligns with what was in the master plan that the Minister had agreed. So in the case of Moorabbin, any building done over the last several years would have had to align with what was approved in the 2015 master plan.
So do you feel that you've got sufficient oversight of skills within the team to be able to properly assess the master plan as they're developed?
We get advice from
both Moorabbin but also generally.
We get advice from, as I said, in regards to safety, we get advice from CASA in regards to flight paths and efficiencies. We get advice from Air Services, Environmental Department looks at everything from the environmental plan. So I think that there is opportunities to get that expertise and the advice required for us to do an assessment.
Chair, I've got no further questions, and I think we're, unless there's other people who've got questions, that we're ready for another line of questioning, but on regional.
Okay, thank you. Well, one final question from me on airports, Mr. McClure. Thank you for being patient. Further to Senator Sheldon's question about, the advice you're able to take on, the regulator, CASA, has said that their job is not to be engaged with the success isn't the word they use, but the growth of the aviation industry. It is to regulate its safety. Where would you be getting advice from that would help you make an assessment around the flourishing of the general aviation and aviation industry more broadly around master plans? Is that somebody else you could be bringing in to provide advice on that regard?
I think we have a range of forums through which we consult broadly across industry. One is the General Aviation Advisory Forum, I think the network, GAN. So we have various forums, various engagement processes we use to gather information across the viability and the challenges facing the whole sector as a whole.
Thank you. It feels a little bit like the frog in boiling water analogy, where nobody really recognised what a crisis was until we got to the crisis point. Now everybody's, of course, very aware of it. So thank you very much. We can now release the Transport Division. Please go with the committee's thanks. And we now welcome representatives from regional development, local government, regional recovery, territories and cities. So we are running ahead of time. Mr Secretary, don't, no, thank you very much, Senator Davey, good advice. Mr Secretary, everybody's making their way here from a long way away, no doubt.
Yes, sir.
Do we need to...
In fact, here now.
Do we need to suspend for a moment while we let everybody come in? I think that's probably a good idea. We'll just suspend for 5 minutes while everybody gets to the table. Senator McCarthy, I believe you're going to lead off.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to go to the Barkly regional deal, if we could have the officers at the table for that. Is that...
Yes, Senator, it's Rachel Bacon, Deputy Secretary, Regional Cities and Territories. We have staff here who can answer your questions about the Barkly regional deal.
Great, thank you. All right. Now, I've got a copy of the Barkly Regional Deal Implementation Plan, which I'd like to go through with some of the components of that. But firstly, I note in the budget the extra monies for boarding facility. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, so Senator, did you have a question about the boarding facility? we
Yes,
can...
yes, I do. I'm just trying to understand, in the Barkly Regional Deal Implementation Plan, you have at point 18 a student boarding facility, 12.7 million. And you've made an announcement for funding of 6.7 million, I think, in terms of the, 6.3 million, I beg your pardon, to support the construction of a purpose-built boarding facility in Fish Creek. Is that the same facility that's already got 12.7 million allocated to it?
I'll refer to my colleague Ms Carlson to answer your questions there, Senator.
Tiffany Carlson, Assistant Secretary, Cities Division. Senator, that's exactly right. So in the budget, an additional $6.3 million was committed towards the student boarding facility in the Barkly.
So why was a further 6.3 million provided? Have you spent all the 12.7 million so far?
So, Senator, the original costings were based on the best estimations of what the boarding facility would cost at the time the Barkly Regional Deal was negotiated. In the implementation phase, costings were received from the Northern Territory Government, and we found that an additional $6.3 million would be needed for the build. And the Commonwealth's contribution was to build the facility. So that additional 6.3 million needed for the build was the component that was included in the current budget. So that addressed that shortfall that was found in the implementation phase. So the Commonwealth is funding the build for the facility, and the Northern Territory Government will construct the building and then be responsible for the facility in terms of owning it and operating it after it has been constructed.
So the total amount will be, what, 19 million?
19 million, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, and how much has actually been spent towards the building of this student boarding facility? Just given that the timeline is running on your implementation plan here, which takes us right through 22 to 23.
So, Senator, the Australian Government expenditure to date is $0.1 million. And I should point out that the project is on track and progressing in line with the implementation plan. So the anticipated completion date is Q4 2023.
Okay, so what was the 0.1 million expenditure spent on?
So that went towards a scoping study, Senator, that included consultation with community. It also included design elements and costing elements as well. So that was the original scoping study.
Okay, and do you have a copy of those design elements, maybe tabled to the committee?
Senator, I'll consult with the Northern Territory Government in terms of whether we can provide those to you.
And who were the communities that you consulted with?
Senator, there are a few different elements of consultancies that went into that scoping study, so I'll take that on notice and discuss with the Northern Territory Government if we can provide that to you.
Sorry, when you say a few elements of consultation, what does that mean, Mrs.
So, for example, there were surveyors that were involved in that scoping study, and there was also community consultations. So the scoping study involved a few different elements.
Okay, so all right, there's a lot of elements in that one. Okay, so and how many students will it cater for as part of all the consultation that's been done?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't catch that whole question.
How many students is the boarding school?
So the boarding facility, sorry, thank you for repeating that. The boarding facility will be a 40-bed student boarding facility in Tennant Creek. So it will have 20 beds for female students and 20 beds for male students. It will include the safe and secure accommodation, also a communal facility for study, dining, music and other activities, and there'll also be an administration building.
Okay, so when's the date for the facility to actually begin its operations? Would that be for the beginning of the 2024 school year, or is it something that you expect in the second half of 2023 school year?
So the completion date is Q4 2023. So the expectation is it would be built for students to then be going into that from Q1
in 2023.
2024.
Opening, yeah, that's what I know it's due for completion 23, but it'll be January, February 2024 that students will enter. Okay.
That's right.
That's good. Yep. Okay, so Mrs. Carlson, we talked about this in February, so I'm just going a little bit back over some of the discussions we had then, and you were going to provide some responses, and I'm just wondering if I can just pick up on a few of these. You said that PricewaterhouseCoopers was doing a service model. Is that the organisation you're still waiting for to deliver that through the NTG?
Senator, can I just check which project you're...
Sure. We were talking about the deal committed to about a service delivery model when we were talking about childcare places or the care of children. And I asked you about that. And you said that consultations are underway for that, and PricewaterhouseCoopers Indigenous Consulting is going to develop that service model. And I asked, have we got that service model developed yet? And you said no. So has that progressed since you and I last spoke about this?
So the status is still correct in terms of PricewaterhouseCoopers Indigenous Consulting is working with the community to develop the childcare services model. So that is still the current update in terms of that project, Senator.
And when do you expect that to be completed?
So the work is ongoing for this childcare work. There's no fixed date in terms of the completion of the contract. So we want them to develop the model in consultation with the community, and they'll come back to us when that has been completed, Senator. So that one's currently funded by DESI.
Sure. But you would obviously have line of sight the implementation plan, Mrs. Carlson?
That's correct, Senator.
So where would it be on the implementation plan here? Is that number 22, childcare places?
Yes, it is.
So according to this, it was completed in 2021.
Yes, Senator. So I think in terms of the implementation plan, it hasn't really lined up in terms of what the project actually is. It's not a dedicated line of funding to create childcare places. It is an ongoing project for all three levels of government to work together to work with the community and prospective childcare providers to increase early learning and childcare participation in the Barkly region. So there's a range of different things going on in that commitment. So as well as the PricewaterhouseCoopers work, we're also involved in a new cohort of local Aboriginal early childcare workers being enrolled in certification training last month. So that's another deliberate strategy to embed local training in early childhood to improve outcomes for Aboriginal children.
And that all comes under point 2022 on the implementation plan?
That's correct. That's all under the childcare item, Senator.
But if it says complete, wouldn't all of that, doesn't that mean it should all have been completed by now, and that there shouldn't need to be an ongoing PricewaterhouseCoopers service strategy if this says it's complete? I'm just trying to understand what that means.
So, Senator, when the implementation plan was developed, I'm sure everyone involved in setting this up was using their best guesses in terms of when the work would be complete. Given this is an ongoing item and an ongoing project. It would probably actually be more accurate to have that stretching out further across the whole life of the deal, given we don't have an intention to finish at a particular date, but we're going to be working with the three levels of government across the life of the deal to improve childcare outcomes in the region.
So how often is the implementation plan updated then? If this was the best guesses from the beginning, is it your department that looks at the implementation plan and its progress and update, or is it the Territory Government, or is it the Barkly Council? Who's responsible for that?
So each deal is different. I know in some of the other city deals, the implementation plans are updated regularly. In relation to the Barkly Regional deal, I understand the intention was for this implementation plan to be static and to have it as a one-off tracking device. But at the same time, we also have the Barkly Regional Deal Governance Table, which does its own reporting and tracking against what it considers is the best outcomes for the different projects in the deal. So there's that extra element of governance, and the governance table in some respects has moved on from this implementation plan. For example, where there might be some projects the governance table requires more extensive community consultation, then the governance table will ensure that more extensive community consultation happens. So then you might have a bit of a departure from the original implementation plan. But given the governance table does provide that overarching oversight, then we go with the governance table decisions in terms of respect of the timing.
So in terms of people living in the Barkly who want to go on to the Barkly Regional Deal website and have a read to see where things are at, basically you're saying that this implementation plan is not corresponding with the progress. Is that what you're saying?
So, Senator, if we took each of the different projects against the implementation plan, we're broadly on track. I think in terms of the childcare places, rather than finishing at a certain point, this is more of an ongoing project. So I think the way we've actually characterised starting and ending for that particular project is more the issue, just in relation to that one. As a whole, the Barkly Regional Deal projects are on track. They're broadly in line in terms of the deliberate staging of the projects that we've taken in terms of maximising the local benefit to the community. Of the 28 projects that we have in the deal, 3 are complete and 25 are progressing. And as of the 28th of February this year, the government spent $12.46 million of its $45.4 million commitment to the deal. So we're not quite 30% into the time frame of the 10-year deal, and we've spent almost 30% of Commonwealth money on the deal. So I think we are on track in terms of both expenditure and tracking against the implementation plan. But in relation to the childcare project, I think it was just maybe the way we had characterised it in the implementation plan. Perhaps we should have had it ongoing across the life of the deal rather than having a specific start and end point for that particular project, Senator.
Look, I will come back to that at some point in terms of the implementation plan, but we also spoke about the Ali Karam Youth Centre, and you told me in the Feb estimate that it was to be completed in the first quarter of this year, so by the end of March. So has that been completed?
Sorry, Senator, which project was that one?
We talked about the Ali Karam Youth Centre.
So, Senator, the Ali Karung Youth Centre has commenced construction and Harvey Developments is progressing that one. It had been delayed slightly while seeking land approvals, and it's now expected to be complete in Q3 this year.
Sorry, in when?
Q3 this year, Senator.
Yeah. So that's quite a delay. What are the delays?
That was just around land.
It was around land.
Land approvals, Senator.
Land approvals, and is that land approvals between the Land Council or the Territory Government or the Federal Government? Who's the approvals?
So that one was Northern Territory Government and land approvals.
So that delayed that. Is that what?
That's correct.
What the problem's in?
That's correct, but it's on track again now and will be complete this year.
And can I just ask you about the Arts Centre in Elliott? Where are things at with the Arts Centre in Elliott?
Senator, so this particular project was completed ahead of schedule. KPMG conducted a feasibility study and it found there were significant challenges to the feasibility of an arts centre unless it was part of a broader development. Since that time, so that project's finished, however, the story doesn't end there. So a private company is going to develop an arts centre as part of a new roadhouse construction in Elliott, and that's expected to be completed by the end of this year. So that's not part of the deal, but it's something that the deal initiated and now has flow-on effects to have that positive outcome.
So who's the private company? Has that been announced?
I'm not sure it's been announced, Senator, but I can take it on notice and provide that to you.
Okay, and you mentioned a roadhouse. So are you saying it's the a roadhouse in Elliott or a roadhouse near Elliott?
I think the official's taken that on notice, Senator.
No, this is a new question.
Okay, sorry.
Senator, I think it's in Elliott, but I'll, to be prudent, I'll take that on notice and come back to you with the full detail on that.
Okay, thank you. Can we just go to the weather radar at number 11, the implementation planning?
Sorry, that's the weather radar, Senator?
Yes. Yep. The weather radar for $17.9 million as part of this deal was due for completion at the end of this year.
Sorry, Senator, I think we missed the last part of your question there. You faded out a little.
Sure. The $17.9 million for the weather radar, where are things at with that?
So, Senator, the weather radar project is on track. It's scheduled for completion in Q4 2022, in line with the implementation plan.
Okay, are you absolutely certain about that, Mrs. Hull?
So the radar equipment and tower have been ordered and are expected to arrive in the first half of this year. The radar is being procured from Germany and the supporting infrastructure is being sourced locally. So I know community consultations have occurred and a preferred site for the radar's been selected at Bill Allen Lookout on One Tank Hill. And a funding agreement's been signed between the Bureau of Meteorology and the Northern Territory Government. I know in a few of our projects, access issues and resource issues have affected projects. So if we need to provide any further updates, we'll be able to do that. But on the current information, we have, it's scheduled for completion in Q4 2022, but the Bureau of Meteorology will be able to provide any further updates, Senator. That's a project they are responsible for.
And do they brief you as to where they're at with that radar?
Yes, Senator. So all of the projects that we're responsible for, we meet with our other Commonwealth agencies who are delivering projects.
So when was the last time you met with the Bureau of Meteorology to discuss this?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I'd have to check records.
Okay, but do you have monthly meetings or fortnightly meetings to see how things are going with the implementation plan?
It's ad hoc, Senator, so I'll take that on notice when we last met.
Okay, so when was the last time you received that information about the radar from the Bureau of Meteorology? What was the date of that information?
I'll have to check, Senator.
You don't have it in front of you, you've just got the details, have you?
Sorry, Senator, I don't have the information about when I last received something from the Bureau of Meteorology. But if you had more detailed questions for them, you'd be able to ask them in terms of specifically where things are at.
No, I'm just interested to know how the agencies work together to ensure all of these 28 objectives on the local implementation are met. I have a letter here from the Bureau of Meteorology on the 28th of March, and I'm happy to provide that. But I'm told that the radar, there is a delay for the radar to Tenner Creek, and I'm interested to know how it is that you don't know that.
Sorry, Senator, did you say that there was a letter talking about delays to the project?
That's correct.
I'm not sure we have a copy of that letter, but we'll reach out to the Bureau.
I can table that for you. It's a letter to me, and I've been informed that there is an actual delay for the radar until mid 2023, and I'm just surprised that you're unaware of that.
Is this, sorry, Senator McCarthy, is that from the Bureau of Meteorology to you?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
you might be better off taking those questions to the Bureau of Meteorology then, rather than the...
No, sorry,
infrastructure.
Chair, that's not my point. My point here is trying to understand how these agencies are not communicating with each other for a massive injection of funds to the Barkly region of $84.7 million, and yet you don't seem to be communicating with each other to understand how we're going to get the outcomes that we need of all of these 28 items on the implementation plan. My point here is the communication between the agencies doesn't seem to be occurring. That's my point.
Senator, maybe if I could clarify, we have 9 city deals and 3 pilot regional deals across the portfolio that my colleagues in the Cities Division oversee and monitor and progress. We have very regular engagement with all of the different agencies, plus all of the different levels of government across the hundreds of projects that are included across those deals. So when Ms Carlson says that she'd need to just check on notice the timing of the last conversation with Bureau of Meteorology, in a sense, that's a reflection of the fact that we are constantly working with so many agencies across so many of the different deals. I think the best we can do, Senator, would be grateful to receive a copy of that letter as you're tabling it. But I think the best we could do today, Senator, is to follow up with our Bureau of Meteorology colleagues on notice and come back to you with the information that you've sought about our most recent engagements.
It's really important, thank you, Dr. Bacon, but it is really important to understand how often you meet. If you cannot clarify, especially with the Barkly Regional deal, we talked about this in the February sittings, and discipline low the outcomes are of 3 projects out of 28 when this began in 2019 for such a serious incident that did occur in Tennant Creek at the time. It's just deplorable the amount of time and slowness this all takes. So, Chair, I've certainly got a lot more to ask, and I know that we've also got other issues, other territory questions that I have. I'm just wondering if I can still keep going for the 5 minutes that we have, or whether my 15 minutes is up.
Well, I'll just ask some follow-up questions of the department on the Territory City deal. I know that Senator McMahon, who's has been asking questions of this for some time, and asking questions of the Northern Territory government around the failure to meet the 28 economic, social and cultural initiatives in the decade-long deal. I mean, how much of these projects are not progressing because you're not able to get alignment from other jurisdictions?
So, Senator, I think Ms Carlson mentioned earlier that it is a 10-year deal and we're 3 years into the 10-year deal. And in terms of the Commonwealth's expenditure under the deal, we're probably about almost 30% of the Commonwealth funding commitments have been expended, which is actually about what we'd expect at this point of implementation, given that we're 3 years into a 10-year deal. So, and as Ms Carlson, I think, was also saying, a number of the commitments across the deal have been staged and sequenced, and there's very good reasons for that in the context of the Barkly Regional Deal particularly. They've been sequenced in very close consultation with the community and community members who are also represented on the governance table, and in part that is to ensure that with the sequencing of projects, we can maximise, for example, local employment opportunities, local business opportunities, so that everything is not landing all at once, and local people within the region have the ability to bid for work or undertake employment knowing with certainty that there's a pipeline of work. So when Ms Carlson talked about the progress against the original implementation plan, we are still largely on track, and for the vast majority of commitments, they are actually progressing in line with the original implementation plan. Of course, we continue to work closely with Northern Territory Government colleagues, as well as the local council and community, to tackle any issues that arise, because there's a lot of projects covering a lot of breadth. But you know, holistically, Senator, it is fair to say that in our view, the deal is largely on track.
Oh, that's an important point about staging projects so that they're digestible for local communities to engage in. The worst outcome would be bringing in other contractors from outside the region to do the work, and then the economic benefits wouldn't flow to the community, I'd imagine. So that's something
correct,
that is an important part of the programming of these works.
It's a critical part of the deal is the social and economic benefits that can come not only from the different projects but from the way that it is implemented, and those local employment and business opportunities are an important consideration in delivery.
All right. I just wanted to follow up on understand where the Commonwealth was at on that. All right. We have 2 minutes to go. Do you have, Senator McCarthy, do you have another line of questions, or should we break for lunch?
I do. No, I'll finish the Barkly deal if I can.
All right, 2 minutes if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Yep. Can I just ask Mrs Carlson, if you can just remind us of the 3 projects out of the 28 that have been completed?
Yes, Senator. So 3 commitments have been fully delivered. So that's the airstrip upgrade, the Elliott...
Okay, sorry, can I just ask, where have you got that on the implementation? I'm just going through the list of the 28.
So that's number 7 in the implementation plan.
Yep, at Alpurulum. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So that one's fully complete. Number 17, the multi-purpose accommodation facility.
And that's in Tennant Creek?
Yes, that's right, Senator.
And what was the third one?
And the third one, Senator, was the Arts Centre in Elliott feasibility study.
Great. All right. And can I just put a quick question to you before we finish? Public-private partnership proposal with a community housing provider will support the construction of 20 units of social and affordable housing. So how many units have begun construction?
So, Senator, the 10 new government employee houses have been constructed in Tennant Creek, and another 12 are scheduled to be completed this year. So that will allow the existing houses to be returned to the public housing stock.
So 10 have already been completed?
That's correct, Senator.
So 10 have been constructed with a further 12 to follow this year.
Okay, and just according to the Barkly Regional Deal traffic light report, there are minor issues and issues of community support and social and the affordable housing private-public partnership. Are you able to outline what these issues are? And by all means, take on notice if that assists.
Senator, given the time, perhaps we'll take that one on notice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McCarthy. All right, that brings us to the lunch break. We will resume in 1 hour at 2:15. Thank you. I believe so, yeah. Yes, he's still online. All right, welcome back. And we are resuming with regional and Senator McCarthy. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just was hoping Mrs. Carlson's back at the table. I just would like to clarify an answer that she gave just before the lunch break. And just to be clear in my own mind about the Barkly Regional Deal and housing.
She's just returning to the table now, Senator McCarthy.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead, Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Carlson, just on page 23 of the Barkly Regional Deal, I asked questions around the 20 units of social and affordable housing, and you said there were 10 new units being built in Tennant Creek and another 12. So does that mean that the numbers have obviously increased for the social and affordable housing by 2?
Senator, so in relation to the new government housing builds, this is a Northern Territory government-led and funded initiative. So the Northern Territory has completed the first 10 of the 22 dwellings. And of the remaining 12 dwellings, all have received development approval, with the first 4 ready to proceed.
Okay, so this is where we just need clarification, because I was asking about the social and affordable housing private-public partnership.
My apologies, Senator.
Sorry?
Sorry, my apologies. You're right. This is a different project. So I can give you an update on the social and affordable housing project as well. Sorry, there's...
Yes, thank you. They bothered me over lunch.
Yes, no, they do go towards similar aims in the sense that new employee housing will free up housing that can then go back into public housing stock. But yes, Ms Carlson can talk about the other initiative as well.
Thank you, Dr. Bacon.
Dr. Bacon, sorry, your microphone wasn't on when you began, so I'm not quite sure. I didn't get your full sense.
Sorry, Senator, I was just saying that, that both the initiatives go to a similar outcome in the sense that new government employee housing frees up housing that can then be returned to public housing stock. But Ms Carlson can update you on the specific other project that you're mentioning.
Thank you, Dr. Bacon. So the social and affordable housing PPP, the project is currently on track with completion set for Q2 2023. So this is a project also led by the Northern Territory Government with joint funding from both governments totalling $1.9 million, so an equal contribution of $0.95 million. The Northern Territory Government is finalising the negotiations with Venture Housing on a funding agreement, so that's the current status. for that project, and the planning for the construction will commence once the funding agreement has been finalised. So we're expecting the project to be completed by Q2 2023.
So those 20 units, none of those units have begun in terms of construction?
So sorry, when I was referring to the 20 units, they were part of another housing initiative within the deal. And I should also have mentioned, sorry, at the start of the housing conversation, that housing in Tennant Creek and the Barkly communities, as you know, is a really long-term and significant issue. So the deal commitments in terms of housing are also significant. We have $15.9 million from the Australian Government for housing initiatives as part of the Barkly regional deal. So we've got $5 million towards the visitor park, $0.25 million for an affordability trial by Aboriginal Hostels Limited. We have the $9.7 million plus the latest $6.3 million for the student boarding facility. We have the $0.95 from the Australian Government towards the social and affordable housing public-private partnership that we just spoke about. And in addition, under the deal, the Northern Territory Government is providing funding for those 22 new government houses, which will then free up the housing stock. So that was the other housing initiative I was mentioning. And there's also
So there's 20 plus the 22.
No, so Senator, under the deal, the 22 new government houses will free up the housing stock to go back to the community.
So I think this is where we need some more clarity, Mrs. Carlson. So you've got under the social affordable housing PPP, 20 units there, and are they new units that have to be built under that program?
Yeah, so that's constructing 20 units of social and affordable housing in Tennant Creek. So that was the original scope of that work. And then in 2021, the governance table agreed to a proposal from Venture Housing, which is the company delivering that project, and the number of houses that the governance table agreed the Venture Housing group would deliver would be revised down to 11. So that includes 7 houses of low rental accommodation and 4 houses for Aboriginal families to purchase with loan capital from Indigenous Business Australia.
So who would the 11 go to?
So the 11 includes the 7 houses of low rental accommodation and then 4 houses to purchase. So the Northern Territory... Sorry.
Okay, so there was the concept when this was signed in 1991 for 20 houses, or 20 units for social and affordable housing. So who made the decision that that number should be reduced to 11?
So that was the governance table, Senator.
And do you know why they made that decision? Given that housing is such a great need?
So I can take on notice the reason for that decision, Senator. I know there might be commercial and confidence implications there, so I'll just take that one on notice and we'll provide the information that we're able to.
So you've got 11 houses now for social and affordable housing, and you still have what you mentioned earlier in your answer of 10 new units in Tennant Creek and 12 to be complete. Now, is that under the new housing build?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
So you've got 22 new units under the new housing builds, and who would that go to?
So then those 22 are going to Northern Territory Government purposes, and then the existing stock returns to the community.
Okay, so when you say for NT government purposes, do you mean NT government employees?
That's correct.
And no federal government employees?
No, Senator. So this is a Northern Territory Government project.
And
sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question on that? So this one's a Northern Territory Government-led project. How many projects within the regional deal are being led by the Northern Territory government as opposed to the federal government? Because I think that might clarify a lot of, what we're talking about.
So, Senator, we have a range of different, within the three deal partners, the Barkly Regional Council, the Northern Territory Government and the Australian Government, we have different projects led and contributed by different deal partners. A range of...
Maybe you could step those through. Like how many are led by the state, the territory, Labor government, and how many are led and funded by the Commonwealth, and how many are joint?
So if I go through the implementation plan, so the first project, the Regional Workforce Strategy, the Northern Territory Government leads that project and provides the full complement of funding, so no Australian Government or Barkly Regional Council input there. Youth infrastructure, that's Commonwealth funding, and that's provided through the Building Better Regions Fund. The Barkly Business Hub is both Commonwealth and Northern Territory, so we have a project agreement. We provide money to the Northern Territory Government. That was item 3. For the fourth project, the accommodation facility, that's purely the Northern Territory Government, and that's led by the Territory.
Are we putting any funds towards that?
No, nil funding from the Commonwealth. The new housing builds, that's a Northern Territory-led project with no Commonwealth funding. The Justice Infrastructure Investments, that's Northern Territory Government-led with no Commonwealth funding. The airstrip was Commonwealth and Northern Territory funding, and that's a completed project. The Economic Growth Strategy, that's a Commonwealth project. Maximising Aboriginal employment, that's all 3 deal partners. The Barkly Mining and Energy Services Hub, so the 10th project there, that's Northern Territory Government-led with no Commonwealth funding. The Weather Radar is both Australian Government and Northern Territory funded, and that's led by the Bureau of Meteorology, so that's a Commonwealth-led project. And the 12th one, CDP, is Barkly Regional Council. So that's Barkly Regional Council-led project.
And there's no Commonwealth funding in that one either, is there?
Correct.
Yep.
Well, hang on a minute, hang on. Community Development Program comes under the National Indigenous Australians Agency, which funds 140,000 CDP participants. So how is it that that's not seen as Commonwealth funding?
So
I think that one, Senator, is focusing on improvements to the delivery of it. So I imagine it is focusing at the local level how the delivery actually works. But we'd have to...
It's also, Dr Bacon, it's part of the remote engagement program of the federal government, where there were 5 pilot projects across Australia, one of which is in Cannon Creek, and that is federally funded. Mr Ken White has spoken about this at length in terms of the remote engagement program.
I think the clarification, Senator, is the actual detail of the project. So I might ask if Ms Carlson has the detail of that particular project handy.
Thanks, Dr Bacon.
Well, you were asked about the funding. You were asked about the funding by one of the senators present there, or was it the minister? And I'm saying that CDP is a federal funded program.
Yes, we absolutely accept the CDP as a federally funded program, Senator. In terms of this particular project, I think the shape of this project focuses a bit more on local delivery issues. The particular project isn't Commonwealth funded, but it might help if Ms Carlson can outline the nature of this particular project. I think that will provide clarity.
So in relation, and apologies, I was answering the question in terms of the projects in relation to the project funding for the specific projects, noting that the CDP is an NIAA project, and NIAA is involved in the consultations for this project. But in terms of the question purely about funding, it's the Barkly Regional Council as part of this deal that provides the funding specifically for this project.
And where does the Barkly Regional Council get its funding from for this project?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't catch the question.
Where does
I was just saying asking where does the Barkly Regional Council get its funding from for this CDP project?
So I imagine as part of the council's budget, Senator. I mean, the majority of the funding proposals are being funded by either the Commonwealth or the Northern Territory government, and I don't have the details in front of me, Senator, about what the project actually involves. My notes say that it's a council-led project. I think if we went to the detail of what work is actually being done as part of the project, we'd get a better feel for how the work involved and how the council's involved.
And I can speak to that. So the project was originally proposed for the Barkly Regional Council to partner with the local CDP providers to ensure the alignment of the work program with the community priorities. So it was very much a council project. And another aspect of that was creating employment pathways for participants. This project has been slightly overtaken by the government's announcement of a new remote jobs program that would replace the CDP in 2023. So the project has now been re-scoped as the Barkly has actually been selected as one of the 5 trial sites across the country for the development of the new CDP or the new jobs program. So
Mrs. Carlson, I just told you that. I told you that. I said that the Tennant Creek was one of the 5 of the remote engagement programs across Australia, and that's why it comes under the NIAA. So I think you're going around in circles here. Feel free to move on to number 13.
Okay. Sorry, I was just explaining what the original scope was and then what the new scope is and where we're at in terms of that project, Senator. So absolutely agreeing with you in terms of that NIAA responsibility for the rescoped CDP. Should I keep going through the funding? Yes. So in relation to Project 13, so the Tennant Creek Visitor Park, that's joint funding from the Commonwealth, the Northern Territory Government and the Barkly Regional Council. And the Commonwealth provides money through our project agreement to the Northern Territory Government to deliver that one. In relation to Project 14, the Government Investment Services Reform, so there's contributions from the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory Government, and that one's led by the Commonwealth. The Crisis Youth Support Program is Northern Territory Government-led and funded. The Trauma Informed Care is Northern Territory Government-led and funded. The Multi-Purpose Accommodation Facility, which has been concluded, is a Commonwealth project. The Student Boarding Facility is jointly funded from the Commonwealth and NTG, and we have a project agreement with the Northern Territory Government for them to do the building of that, and we're paying for that. And then the Northern Territory Government will own it and pay the ongoing operational costs following the construction. In relation to community sports, that's a Commonwealth program. Aged care is both Commonwealth and Northern Territory. Childcare is a partnership between all 3 levels of the deal partners. Project 23, Barkly Local Community Projects Fund, that's all 3 levels of government. Local community governance, that's all 3 levels. 25, community mediation is both Commonwealth and Northern Territory. And that's another one where we have a project agreement between the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory for the Territory to deliver that. The Arts Centre in Elliott feasibility study, NTG led, updating the council website about Aboriginal history, that's the Barkly Regional Council, and the marketing and promotion is Barkly Regional Council.
So, just on the back of that, and just so that I can understand, because I know Senator McCarthy has raised some legitimate concerns about some of these projects not having commenced or not starting, and I know she raised concerns about the the weather radar and the bomb, but of the other projects, most of the ones that are complete are the ones that are Commonwealth. Is that correct? And are there any ones that the Commonwealth is involved in the delivery of that have yet to commence?
So, Senator, all of the projects have commenced.
Mm-hmm.
So out of the 28 projects, 3 have been delivered and the other 25 are in progress.
And the 3 that have been delivered are Commonwealth-led?
I think the exception to that, Senator, would be the Elliott Arts Centre feasibility study, which has been led by the Northern Territory Government.
Right.
So 2 of the 3 were Commonwealth, 1 was NTG of the 3 complete.
Sorry, can I just, for my own part?
Okay, excuse me, Chair.
The airstrip.
I know that Senator
Sorry,
Davies
Senator
wants to
McCarthy,
follow
I'll-
on.
Sorry.
Follow on
start
to my
again.
questions, but I do still have the call, so I just
Yeah.
would like to complete
Sorry.
the questions I've had to this.
Yep, fair enough. Keep going, please.
Yep.
Thank you. So just to clarify then, with regards to the Aboriginal Hostels Limited, which the multi-purpose accommodation facility has been completed. Can you just let us know how many beds are in that facility?
So, Senator, the multi-purpose accommodation facility, that was a 1-year affordability trial that was conducted by Aboriginal Hostels Limited. The aim of that program was to reduce the current nightly tariff to maximise occupancy rates for residents on low incomes, in particular medical patients sleeping rough. So that trial was based at AHL's Tennant Creek facility and supplemented an existing program. And that original trial, so that initiative was completed on time, and what the trial demonstrated was that the benefits of underwriting the nightly tariff for beds to reduce patients sleeping rough had a number of benefits. So the
what was the
original
nightly
trial...
tariff?
Sorry, Senator.
What was the nightly tariff?
I would have to take the specifics of the previous and then the trial tariff on notice, Senator. But I can say that the outcome of that was that the NIAA extended that initiative from July 2020 to the 30th of June 2023 based on that project. The NIAA might have more information, or we can take on notice and seek that information from them in terms of the specifics of the tariffs.
So that trial has been extended then to June 2023?
That's correct. So the project under the regional deal is complete, but the NIAA has separately, as the debate following that initiative, has extended the initiative in terms of the lower tariffs.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Carlson. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McCarthy. Senator Mirabella, I'm sorry, I thought I had understood you may have had questions, but I have misunderstood. I'm going to go to Senator Davey.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thanks. I've got some questions about the Regional Accelerator Program. Thank you very much. Minister, firstly to you. The $2 billion Regional Accelerator Program has been described as being a policy to better connect and amplify investment in the region. Can you just explain the thinking behind the policy and the broader program?
Yeah, absolutely. Each of our regional communities is unique. They have unique competitive advantages, and over the next few decades, as we move to decarbonise our economy, will come up against unique challenges. So the need to diversify their economies, the need for governments of all levels to invest in regions that both have the ambition and a plan on what that future might look like is why the Regional Accelerator program was set up. So it uses existing flagship programs such as the Critical Minerals Strategy, the Supply Chain Resilience Program, Trailblazer program through education, a fantastic program that rewards universities that are highly integrated with local industry for that research and development pipeline to really build that next step up for them. So a raft of programs. I could go through them all, but there's, I think, 12 from memory. My secretary's yes. Really backing a place-based model. Too often in government it's a top-down approach. This particular program is to really harness investment and be strategic over the next 5 years to back regional communities' plans. So as a result, we've worked up some guidelines. They'll be released in due course. The plan is for this program to open on the 1st of July. And so to that end, I've written to local mayors in the regions, encouraging them to keep their eyes out, start working up those plans. A lot of regions already have a strong vision for where they want to be by 2050. This is the type of program that will actually help them get there through a raft of different program initiatives. The centrepiece is the Regional Accelerator fund itself, the Regionalisation Fund, which is $500 million, which will be administered through the Department of Infrastructure. But that's only one component of the fund. So it's really looking at investing in projects that will drive economic transformation and catalysation.
And you mentioned that it uses existing flagship programs. One area I know in the regions they're desperate for, it's been highlighted by COVID, is Australia's sovereign manufacturing capacity. Is one of the programs that the Accelerator program will be working with the modernising manufacturing?
Yes, absolutely. So we've got $500 million for a specific regional accelerator round of modern manufacturing initiative. I know, like you, Senator Davey and Senator Mirabella, manufacturing, particularly that value-add processing piece to our fabulous local product out in the regions, is something we're very, very good at. And part of what this program hopes to do is really shift that private investment for companies that may currently be operating in a highly urbanised system to say, come out a little closer to your base product and we can help you. So there's $500 million for that to really unlock new high-value manufacturing opportunities and supporting local job creation. I've also put $200 million towards the export. Help me. Yep, it was. Only $100 million to the Export Market Development Grant Program to actually then, once you've got that great product, getting that to the ports and markets of the world. So we've got the supply chain resilience component, as I said, research and development. A lot of our engineering firms out in regional capitals such as Wodonga and the like really feed into a big proportion of their work is with our defence supply chain, our defence manufacturing supply chain. So we've got a regional accelerator program for them. Also, Australian apprenticeship initiatives. When I've spoken to the Business Council of Australia, the NFF, Regionalisation Australia, Regional Australia Institute, etc., the big impediment for private companies heading out and setting up is access to skilled workforce. So we're really going to be running a specific regional accelerator round in the training and apprenticeships phase. Critical minerals, another key issue for us. And then also $140 odd million for education infrastructure specific for the region. So a lot of our programs across government, you will have seen in the budget, there are quite visionary pieces for long-term investment, particularly in Northern Australia. We've got our BBRF type projects which help every single community in a regional community across Australia see some opportunities. The Regional Accelerator program is really focusing in strategically on those communities that need to diversify their economies over coming decades, or really use their unique competitive advantages to take that next level and really become those great inland cities that we see in Europe and the States.
And you mentioned BBRF, Building Better Regions Fund. We've got that, we've got community grants, they received extra money in the budget, but how is this Regional Accelerator program different to those?
Because it's targeted. So, and that'll all become quite clear when the guidelines are released around the types of communities we're targeting this to. But we really want it, it's really for those regional centres that are primed for that next step of growth. So being under 250,000 population, for instance, is a key component. We know that regional centres such as Geelong et al. Have really got that, they're on their way. They're almost self-fulfilling. But we want to see more of them throughout not just coastal regional Australia, but inland regional Australia. And this program's designed for communities like that.
And private sector involvement. Is this program going to be open to the private sector to come forward with their ideas for manufacturing or jobs development and growth?
Yeah, some of them are, depending on the individual guidelines of the suite of initiatives we've got. I mean, I like you, don't think government is the sole solution here to grow regional communities. And in developing this policy over the last 6 months, I've been in lockstep communication with the private sector about what do they need from government to really take that next step and invest out in the region. So that has been front and centre in developing this particular policy initiative.
So you said it would open on the 1st of July. When would we expect to see the guidelines? Will we see them ahead of that time?
Well, it'll depend on a few things, decisions of government between now and then. So as soon as possible, those guidelines will be being released. And in the meantime, obviously, I've written to regional mayors to give them the heads up. I'd like to see collaborative efforts. Having been in this space for about a decade now, it used to just be Council X competing against Council Y for a BBRF project. I think over that period of time, they've realised that together they're stronger, and then when one grows, there are flow-on benefits for those more outlying LGAs. So having a region-wide perspective, I think, would be welcome.
And how does this Regional Accelerator program fit with, in the budget, the government identified 4 areas for further development into regional hubs? Is this complementary? Is it separate, or is it...
It's separate, and I think this really points... I think those who are saying that our budget is only focused on the short term really haven't bothered to read the documents or understand the vision we have to build a strong economy over the decades to come and really prime our nation for growth. This particular program is available to all regional centres, as is the regional telecommunications, $1.3 billion we've got on the table as well there, because obviously you can't grow local economies without that very core infrastructure of digital connectivity. And again, the 4 hubs you speak of really point to decades-long advancement. So this is a government with a long-term view to the future and is prepared to back short, medium and long-term projects to see that come to fruition.
So the other day when we had Senator Watt in here with his hand-drawn map of Australia
yes.
and the 4 areas which he identified, and his imputation from that was that there was no money outside of those 4 areas.
Oh, I know.
For regional Australia. This is the part that will service regional Victoria, southwestern New South Wales, northwestern New South Wales,
absolutely,
southwestern Queensland.
And I think, you know, don't get in the way of Senator Watt and a prop or a media opportunity, but in the interests of full disclosure from the government that's invested Over $100 billion has been committed by our government since coming to power in 2013 for rural and regional Australia. And we've been able to invest $21 billion in this budget alone in new initiatives, which I think's worthwhile to remember. So the hubs, the $7 billion hubs, which really will underpin our long-term economic growth as a nation. This is how we pay for our hospitals and schools, and that we can have, universal healthcare system that's the envy of the world, and high-quality education, public education system, is because we do great things out in the regions, and a lot of them are involved with resources and agriculture, and we hope to do more of that. So $21 billion in total. We've got $1 billion to protect the Great Barrier Reef. We've got 8,000 kilometres of new open access mobile coverage as a result of our investment, $3.7 billion for faster rail to our regions, nearly $18 billion of priority rail and road projects, which will support in excess of 40,000 jobs, and $120 billion infrastructure pipeline over the next decade. I just, as the Emergency Management Minister as well, want to highlight that we are planning to spend in excess of $6 billion on the recent floods over 81 local government areas in Queensland and New South Wales. We're in for the long haul, and we know that won't be our last disaster. And David Littleproud, fabulous colleague, over $600 million to help farmers and agriculture reach their goal of $100 billion by 2030. So to quarterise our investment in the regions and our belief in the region's potential to $7 billion over 4 hubs is completely missing the point.
Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Chair, I do have...
Thanks.
Just following up, you mentioned the Trailblazer program. Are you in a position to give me a thumbnail on that, firstly? Isn't this under education?
Yes,
But it's...
so this is a program developed under the education portfolio, and so the Trailblazer program is being piloted. There are a number of universities that have had to put in proposals to actually show how they do their research and development pipeline, and we're prioritising those universities who are really, really good at this stuff.
And they're all regional?
They're not all regional. My money will go to only regional universities. So there'll be a separate regional accelerator round of the Trailblazer program.
Are you anticipating announcing any announcements in the near future?
Well, that'll be a decision for government, Senator. Okay. That'll be a decision for government, but I think this is one of the, as a former lecturer in education, I'm really excited about backing those universities that are connected with local industry and driving that next tranche of development, which historically Australia hasn't been great at. But we've got nearly $118 million of the $2 billion will be going to support a regional Trailblazer program.
Thank you.
Well, Minister, just as a regionally based senator like you, I cannot tell you how excited I am about this nation-building funding, and it's very exciting. We've only been talking about it for generations, so congratulations.
Well, I think there was a collective effort there, Senator, which you were a part of.
Thank you. All right, Senator McCarthy, I think you have more questions.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go to the Indian Ocean Territories, if we have the right officers at the table.
Senator, I'll just ask if my Territories colleagues can come to the table. We'll be ready to answer your questions there.
Senator Aaron O'Neill, Assistant Secretary representing the Indian Ocean Territories branch of the Department.
Okay, thank you, Mr O'Neill. What's the current state of works for the replacement of the wharf frame and mooring systems at Flying Fish Cove and Smith Point?
Certainly. Thank you for your question, Senator. In 2019, government approved funding for the upgrade of the crane and mooring system in Flying Fish Cove. The approach to market has subsequently failed, and we're currently in the process of recalibrating our approach, one for the replacement of the crane system, but following the challenges we had recently with the Smith Point mooring system, we have had to shift our attention there to support the timely provision of fuel for civilian purposes and operational reasons. So that's where the focus is now, Senator, the upgrade and the integrity of the Smith Point mooring system.
Okay, I will come to that, but can you just clarify what you mean about the approach to market failed?
Yes, Senator. So I can give you exact figures in a moment how much was allocated for the funding, but post-2019, the approach to market, due to the challenges we saw with the importation of materials and other domestic market factors, that approach to market went beyond the budget we were allocated for the upgrade of that essential infrastructure.
And how much was that current budget that it went beyond?
One moment, if I could, please, Senator.
So I think I'm sure my colleague, Mr. O'Neill, will correct me if I'm not right here, Senator, but in my brief, I have a figure of around 26 million. And that was, I think, around the time that we were talking to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works around progressing the replacement of the crane and mooring system at Christmas Island, and that was in February 2019.
Okay, does Mr. O'Neill want to confirm that, or shall we go with your response, Dr. Bacon?
I concur with Dr. Bacon, Senator. It was $26.2 million.
Thank you. And so what's the current state of the mooring system, and how many moorings are operational, Mr. O'Neill, and how many moorings are unoperational?
Right. A very complex system, Senator. I don't profess to be an expert, an engineering expert on the mooring system, but we have 3 of the 5 mooring buoys operational, but of course we need all 5. And what we've had to do recently to support the supply of diesel to the island was engage a tug from Singapore, and that enabled a safe and secure dispatch of diesel to the island.
And when did that take place, that tug from Singapore to the island?
By recollection, we were in December, Senator. I will 100% clarify that, but it was in recent months.
December 2021?
Oh, 2021, sorry.
And so 3 of the 5 mooring buoys are operational. Is there a reason why there's only 3?
The cause of the breakdown of the mooring system, Senator, was due to a very, very high swell season. And while we're undergoing a process of unpacking the exact cause, it's very difficult. We're talking mooring systems that are 500 metres underwater, require expert divers and engineers to make that assessment. Therefore, we have formed the view, and this has been a view we have gleaned from our experts through Leaks Stevedoring, who are responsible for ports management. We have formed the view that natural causes and a high swell season were the underlying reason for the breakdown in the system.
Has there been a failed procurement process as well in all this?
For the mooring system, Senator?
That's
no,
correct.
there has not.
Senator, I think what Mr. O'Neill was referring to is that we had been to market in an attempt to find a proponent to carry out the project with the budget that we thought was a reasonable budget for the particular project. That was for the crane and mooring system more broadly rather than just the mooring system. And to this point, we haven't yet had an outcome of that procurement process that is within the allocated budget for it. So I think that's what Mr O'Neill was referring to.
So is there a plan to have the mooring systems replaced in the next 12 months?
Most certainly there is, Senator. We are actively pursuing all options available to us. We acknowledge this is a crucial supporting infrastructure to support civilian purposes and operational agencies. We are going full steam ahead. It is difficult just due to the international linkages we need to support the material and expertise. But there is a high degree of confidence that we have our commercial partners at the table, key clients at the table as well on island, and the right people identifying issues that will ensure a safe mooring system and one that's affordable.
Could you provide the committee with the key clients who rely on that system, Mr O'Neill, and take that as a question on notice?
No, I'm happy to outline that now, Senator. We have this process being coordinated by the Ports Manager, Link Stevedoring. We have departmental officials actively at the table. Importantly, we have representatives from PRL, the main employer on the island, the mining company that is engaged with us on a range of issues. And there is that confidence that all our stakeholders who have an interest in the mooring system are actively updated and kept abreast of what the plans are for the repair.
And how are they updated?
Naturally, there's
How are the stakeholders updated?
Sorry, Senator, how have they responded? Was that the question?
How are the stakeholders updated? Is it just via email communication, or do you have regular meetings?
Weekly meetings are convened on average a weekly basis. Link Stevedoring share the minutes and key decisions and deliberations of that meeting with all participants.
So has the crane replacement been put on hold?
For the time being, Senator, yes, it has, while we shift our focus to upgrading and maintaining the integrity of the mooring system at Smith Point.
So you'll actually wait for there to be greater stability before you can do anything about the crane?
That's one factor. It's also the unknown exact costs as to what will await us with the outcome of the mooring system. So we'll need to await the confirmation of the costs of the mooring before we then shift our attention to the crane, noting there will be some differences there in our allocation.
Can I just check, when you responded before, Mr O'Neill, when I asked you, would there be a plan to have the mooring systems replaced, did you mean all 5, or did you mean the 2 that are unoperational?
The whole system, Senator, the whole system. It's a very complex array of cables and buoys and structure underground and underwater, and above water. But we're looking at every element to make sure that this does not happen again.
Yep. Okay. So given the current state of port facilities on Christmas Island, has the Commonwealth been monitoring any safety risks that need addressing?
Senator, we have a very significant focus on work health and safety. We have dedicated staff who focus on work health and safety issues, and it is always front of mind both for ourselves and for our contractors. Obviously, it depends on the kind of activity or the kind of work as to what the particular safety risks are and how we mitigate those. When it comes to the repair of these mooring systems, Mr O'Neill has explained there's really quite difficult operating conditions in the climate at Christmas Island, as I'm sure you're aware. The depth of the water, the swell, and managing swell is a real challenge in this maritime environment. So whenever an activity is undertaken, and that includes with the mooring system, we really do need to have very robust safety plans and specialist specialist skills as well to be able to navigate some of those issues.
You've seen the waters there, Dr. Bacon?
Sorry, Senator?
Have you seen the waters there?
Yes,
at
I've been on
Christmas Island?
boats. I've been on boats around Christmas Island, Senator, yes.
Very deep water.
Yeah.
So does the Royal Australian Navy and Australian Border Force vessels operate out of Christmas Island?
They do, Senator.
They still do, great. And so due to the fuel shortage on the island, have the Navy and Border Force vessels been required, I should say, not forced, required to fuel out of Singapore or return to Perth?
So I might ask Mr O'Neill to outline maybe for context how the fuel supply operations work on Christmas Island. There's actually a commercial arrangement that's in place. We can't speak in detail to the operational movements of either Australian Border Force or Defence assets, but we could certainly, if it's helpful, outline what the commercial arrangements are for fuel provision to Christmas Island, if that would be useful.
Senator, following on Dr Bacon's comments, yes, the fuel arrangements, the supply, delivery and management on both islands, if I can just cover IOTs as a whole, is coordinated on Christmas Island by Air BP, and that is aviation fuel and unleaded. And on Cocos Keeling Islands, we have Viva Energy responsible for the supply and coordination on island of aviation fuel and unleaded. So we have two major commercial partners there. There is no secret that over the past 1 to 2 years there have been some fuel supply challenges. However, that has brought to the surface the fundamental need for ourselves as the Commonwealth, as a customer, not only us representing civilian interests on the island, but our partner agencies operating in that region, and coming to the table with Air BP and Viva to identify more streamlined options that can ensure fuel resilience across the region. It's not an easy fix, Senator. There are infrastructure considerations we are giving to. Our commercial partners, Air BP and Viva, may I add, have been very positive in acknowledging our concerns and those of the community. They are making quite encouraging steps that we believe will assist in the months and years ahead greater fuel resilience on the islands. But there have been improvements in recent months, and we think that the challenges of the past 1 to 2 years are likely to subside.
So can you give us an idea, Mr O'Neill, or a time frame of just what the longest period may have been without fuel on either of the islands?
We were never out of fuel. We had to make some changes with Air BP and Viva. And I'll just give a case study on Christmas Island, Senator. There was a point approaching late last year where we had to work with Virgin Airlines to redirect their passenger routes to resupply on Cocos Keeling Island. Before I go on, that is... Sorry?
Sorry, so they were redirected to Cocos to resupply, or they had to go somewhere else?
To Cocos, Senator. And the reason being the shipping, there is one shipping operator supplying aviation fuel to Christmas Island. Those schedules are on average every 6 to 8 weeks. However, there were some challenges in the context of the international shipping arrangements, and that had implications on us locally, which meant the ship was delayed a couple of weeks. So we had to work with VARA and work with on-island stakeholders to redirect to CKI. But we needed to make sure there was enough fuel there for medivacs and to ensure search and rescue operations, and therefore those decisions were made in the interest of public safety and continuity. And we feel that in the circumstances we faced, there was minimal disruption at that time until fuel was delivered.
Who does the medivacs?
We have an arrangement with WA Health, Senator, whereby an individual in need of emergency medical care, a plane will be activated to fly to one or either Christmas Island or Cocos Island to ensure that person can get timely medical treatment in WA.
And was there any issues with medivacs not being able to be conducted because of fuel concerns?
No, there was not, Senator.
So I understand too that because of the concerns around the port facilities and difficult seasonal sea conditions, that it did certainly put pressure on the air freight services in both those territories, as business and the community use air freight as an alternative to sea transport. I understand that also the communities have been asking the department to work with its air service provider to provide additional freight flights to reduce freight backlogs for business, families and government services. Mr O'Neill, is there any consideration to provide freighter flights to reduce that backlog?
Thank you, Senator. This is clearly an important issue for a broad remit of the residents across both Christmas Island and Cocos Keeling Island. What we've seen is a culmination of changing requirements in the flight domain. What I mean by that is VARA cannot land in Jakarta anymore. They need to use Learmonth as a backup destination, so that's had implications on fuel, noting it's a cyclone region. We've had changes in planes now having to carry 12.5 tonnes instead of originally 14.5. And there's just some external factors there that have put some pressures on the arrangements that were in place before the pandemic commenced. So what we have done is, you'll be aware, Senator, the flights are underwritten by the government, and where we've seen pressures on the passenger flights and where we've seen pressures on the freighters, we have done what we can to add additional flights to the region. And by way of example, we've had an additional 41 flights, of which 20 were freighters, which were provided between the 27th of September 2020 and the 4th of March 2022. And this ensured the continued movement of passengers and freight, noting there's been a big increase in tourism and recreational visits to that region. Those extra flights have been put on to address the backlog and address the full flights. Where possible, Senator, we do as much as we can to support that. But going back to how we fix this into the future, again, it's not an easy fix because we've seen changes in consumer patterns. What I mean by that is there's been a large increase in Amazon Prime purchasing. Freight that would traditionally be put on the ship is now being put on the plane. So that's putting pressures on the freight and passenger plane arrangements. So we've been working with the newly established Business Association on Christmas Island. We've been working with Virgin Australia Regional Airlines. The Office of the Administrator has been coordinating a range of community consultations, and that process has led to us identifying options that we can possibly put in place in the near future. One such example, Senator, is we are likely to recalibrate the criteria of freight that goes on planes, and we believe, based on our analysis, based on community consultation, that will be the first step in many in potentially putting some easing on the pressures on the planes.
So you say 41 flights between September 2020 to March 2022, so that's roughly 2 extra flights a month. That's in addition to how many existing flights?
The existing flight regime is twice per week for passengers and fortnightly for air freighters, pending, of course, cancellations due to weather, Senator, but that's our arrangements that we currently have in place through VARA and Toll Logistics.
Sorry, so twice per week for passengers and twice fortnightly for freight?
Once per fortnight for freight, Senator.
Once. And how many of those 41 flights were done just in this last 6 months, 3 to 6 months?
I don't have those exact numbers in front of me, but I can certainly relatively quickly ask my colleagues in Perth to give me that data if I could maybe come back later on.
All right.
So
I'll go on to other questions.
Extra flights over the past 6 months you were after?
Just of the 41 flights that you've had over the 2 years, how many of those were done in the last 6 months?
If okay, Chair, I'll try to get those answers back
Yeah,
ASAP,
thank
maybe
you
at
for
afternoon
taking
tea break.
notice. Thank you.
On COCUS, Mr O'Neill, is the Inter-Island ferry service fully operational again?
Yes, it is, Senator. It was late last year required regular maintenance, which resulted in the ferry needing to go off island. There was a replacement ferry commissioned to support the transportation of people between islands. I note it did hold a lower number of passengers than usual. However, from December 2021, that ferry, the standard ferry, is back operational.
Okay, and so what caused the delays in the restoration of the regular ferry service? Was it the weather there, or was it the lack of
the
facilities?
shipping schedule, Senator. It was delayed, I think by recollection, approximately 3 weeks from its scheduled arrival back on CKI.
And regarding the boat ramp on COCUS West Island, is the Commonwealth aware of the problems with the ramp that's in its current location?
Senator, this is an issue timely. I'm actually speaking to the CEO of the Shire this Thursday about the boat ramp. It has only recently come to my attention, so I don't have a lot of information to probably share today, other than the Shire and our branch will be working through those associated issues.
All right, look, I'll put some questions to you now if your office want to take them. Is the ramp compliant with mainland standards for boat ramps? And when the ramp was constructed, was an assessment as to its location being suitable, was that undertaken? And does the Commonwealth have any plans to relocate the boat ramp to ensure the safety of recreational boat users and protection of their vehicles, trailers and boats on the Cocos Keeling Islands?
Senator, I can give you a response to the second question, and that is all evidence we have is that the boat ramp is not actually the Commonwealth's responsibility. The boat ramp was built following a grant issued by the Cocos Keeling Shire a few years ago, so we have limited responsibilities with the boat ramp. However, we take an active interest in working with the Shire on a suitable outcome for the public.
So does the Commonwealth have any responsibility for maintenance and repairs?
We have not to date. No, we have not, Senator.
So what's the limited responsibility that you have?
Well, all supporting civilian infrastructure, whether it's the Shire or in our body of responsibilities, we would of course take an interest and help the Shire where we possibly can to fix it. Whether that's through suggesting alternative grant options, it's just making sure we continue to be a collaborative partner with them.
All right, thank you, Mr O'Neill. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McCarthy. Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much, Chair. I'll just go to those Tasmanian projects that we were talking about before that brought it over to this matter. So the Burnie shiploader.
So I think, Senator, did you have a question about the cable car project earlier this morning?
Oh, sorry. You are right, yes.
Okay, I'll ask my colleague Ms Hibbett to come to the table. That project, as I understand it, is funded under the Community Development Grants Program. And I think Ms Hibbett, given you flagged your interest in that project, has been able to get some information for you.
Thank you very much.
Hibbett, Assistant Secretary, Regional Programs. Senator, the Cradle Mountain Cableway is under the Community Development Grants Program. It's managed by the Office of the Coordinator General within the Tasmanian State Government. We've been in regular contact with the Office of the Coordinator General, and they've requested a number of extensions to provide information to the department. So as yet, we've not been able to undertake our value for money assessment. The delay in providing the information to us, we understand, is around some delays with various investigations, planning and approvals related to the project being located in the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area.
Right. So in light of that, there isn't a design that's been carried out or a construction time frame that seems logical. Is that where we're at?
That's right. The project's not contracted, and we don't have information about the timeline or the costing or anything or designs at this stage.
Right. I'll then just go to the Domain Highway Planning Study.
So I think that might be a question for our IID colleagues. If we didn't cover it this morning, we have one colleague who looks after Tasmania available. I think other colleagues from the Infrastructure Division are no longer with us, but we do have Mr. Bradley.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, maybe I've got this mixed up, so happy for the chair to pull me up. But I think it was a suggestion that some of the details could be done by this group. But I'll fire away if I haven't covered it already.
Yes, that was the discussion this morning, so keep going, Senator Sheldon.
Thank you. When does the department expect the study on the Domain Highway to finish?
Senator, the studies project's currently underway. The study started 31st of the 3rd in 2018, and we're expecting to finish mid this year.
And I think we may have actually gone through that, because I think we actually talked about when the study recommended the projects to fix the intersection, which is a particular matter that was raised.
We went to this one this morning.
We covered
answered
that.
questions about this one.
We did. Thank you very much. We did. If I just go to the Latrobe flood levy.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Senator.
Latrobe flood levy.
Oh, Latrobe flood levy. So we're not familiar with that particular project, Senator. I don't think it's one that we fund either under our regional programs or under the Hobart City deal, and I don't think our infrastructure colleagues are familiar with it either. We might need to track down a bit more information on notice if there's anything you can provide about the nature of the project.
Right, I'll come back to you about that. It might put something on notice.
That's through agriculture. I think there's an announcement that's been forwarded to me from Minister Littleproud, put out an announcement about that project, I believe, so it might be our agriculture colleagues.
Good, thank you very much. I'll do that tomorrow then. Thanks for the help. AAD move.
Yes, is this in relation to the Antarctic Science Precinct commitment under the Hobart City deal, Senator?
That sounds like it, yes.
Yep. We'll have officers here who can talk to that.
Thank you. Good, thank you very much. How many consultants' reports have been done on moving the AAD from its current location in Kingston?
Sorry, Senator, was the question how many consultants' reports have been done on relocating AAD?
That's correct.
So, Senator, as part of the city deal, the commitment from the Australian government and Tasmanian government was a commitment to co-fund a business case. So it was $2 million in total, paid 50-50 by the two government partners. That was to examine the feasibility of the Antarctic and Science Precinct at Macquarie Point. And that's a Hobart City Deal project. In terms of the relocation, DOR is currently updating the detailed business case that was completed in October last year as part of the City Deal, and that includes relocation costs. So any decisions on relocation is a decision for government, and that amended DBC will inform that decision, Senator.
And Senator...
Right, thanks, Senator.
Oh, sorry, Senator, to interrupt. Just to clarify, where we have details and information that we can share with you around the Antarctic Science Precinct proposal and the detailed business case there that Ms Carlson was referring to. There may be other work having been done within the agriculture portfolio about the Antarctic division more specifically, but questions would more appropriately be directed to that department when they come back to this committee, Senator?
Thank you. I might just sort of, if you can bear with me, and then just, by all means, steer me in the right direction if you think you haven't got the material there. Somebody else is more appropriately able to answer the questions, would be great. So just so I'm clear, on the number of consultant reports that specifically the department's dealt with, that's, if I understood correctly, that's regarding the AAD moving from its current location in Kingston. There's 2 reports that have been done. Is that correct?
So what Ms Carlson was referring to is the detailed business case about the development of an Antarctic science precinct. There is a possible model for that precinct under which AAD may be tenants of such a precinct. That decision is yet to be made, Senator. So we're familiar with the detailed business case for the precinct more broadly. We wouldn't necessarily be familiar with any other reports that may have been done in relation to AAD and its location specifically. I think they're the types of questions that might need to go to our agriculture colleagues.
Right, thanks for that help. In that case, are you aware of the KPMG report where that might be completed?
We know the report is currently being prepared. We're not sure of the timing, so that's probably one that's best directed to Dor, Senator.
Okay. Right. Another question about that, but I'll go to Ag about it as well. How much is the total, you know what the total cost of consultant reports and the options assessment with the AAD, but is that something for Ag, or can you help me with that?
So the detailed business case that this department and the Tasmanian government committed to as part of the Hobart City deal, that was $1 million each from the Australian government and from the Tasmanian government.
Great, that was the $2 million you referred to in the first question that I asked. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Is the AAD aware of any plans to keep a public service footprint in Kingston, or if AAD jobs or resources are moved to Macquarie Point?
Senator, I think that is a question that's better directed towards the Department of Agriculture when you talk with them.
I'm very happy to do that. And the other questions I'll leave for Ag as well. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks.
That's the end of the questions for me.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Mirabella.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, Victoria specific. Do we need a change of witnesses? Through some of the questions today, questions and answers today, it causes me to focus on an issue, and I don't know if it's an issue, but I'm asking. How many projects that you fund or are committed to funding or have budget commitments to in Victoria, of all those, how many are federally 100% controlled, or state, federal, joint, or municipal? Do you have that kind of breakdown?
It's a really good question, Senator. In terms of our regional projects, if you look at the projects just under our regional programs, there's over 16,000 of them. Right. So we would be able to look through and look at program by program the state breakdown for those. We do have quite a bit of information that we could give you today about, for this program, there would be this many projects in Victoria. But given that we have over 16,000 just in regional projects alone, there's probably a large number that would go to Victoria. Under some of our regional programs, there's a requirement in our guidelines for matching funding from the grant applicant. Sometimes the grant applicant will be a local council, so there would be a number of projects where there would be a co-contribution from a local government, for example. And then if you're talking about infrastructure projects, there are certain kind of standard percentages, depending on the nature of the project, about Commonwealth state co-contributions. And then, you know, for somewhere like the Geelong City deal, for example, there would be a kind of a well-integrated collection of projects that are all designed to achieve social and economic outcomes in a particular area, so in the Geelong region, for example, and there would be combinations of projects, some of which would be led by one City Deal partner, some led by another, some led jointly. So it is a very good question. It is a very large and complex question. Senator.
Yes, and I'm actually, that's not actually the, sorry. Where I'm going with this is just, it seems to me anecdotally, from what I'm hearing, certainly in some of the stuff we've heard about the Northern Territory, there seems to be a correlation between lack of action on projects that are state-led versus federal-led. I mean, this gets to what Senator Davey was talking about earlier. Do you actually have metrics on this, on progress of, project commencement, project completions? Who's doing a better job?
I don't know that we would be able to answer that question in the broad, Senator, because as I indicated, there are so many thousands of projects across really quite different domains structured differently. We would be able to give you a sense, so for example in the Geelong City deal, we'd be able to give you a sense of how is the progress of different initiatives under that deal, and different initiatives might be led by one or other partner under the deal. But I think as an overarching question, it would take an awful lot of work to be able to give you an analysis. That
And
goes to the
I
heart of your
concede
question.
my area, my interest in this certainly is going to need some refinement, but I recollect at previous estimates there was a lot of attention on the congestion funding, car parks and so on, and it seemed pretty obvious to me, certainly in Victoria, that the issue was actually with municipalities not actually commencing projects. And I know I was looking at, I know this is not in your purview, but I've been looking lately at the intermodal hub at Beveridge, for example, where we've got the state government having different priorities and things just don't seem to start, and planning ministers don't seem to, kick things off. So I'll just conclude, I suppose this is a comment now, that I think I need to do a bit more homework for next round. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Mirabella. Now, I'm just looking around the room to see if there are more questions for regional development, local government, regional recovery, territories or cities. No? All sold? Then we're going to excuse that part of the department. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and move to the National Water Grid Authority, who I hope is not in the room very, very far away. We've not given them any attention that we were going to call them so quickly.
I'm sure they will be fine. Just 2 or 3 minutes.
We'll just, I'm sorry, Secretary.
No, Senator, if you're going to break for a couple of minutes, I'll talk to you in the break.
Suspend for a moment, yes. So we'll just suspend for a few moments while the National Water Grid Authority gets here. Back. Welcome to, I now call representatives of the National Water Grid Authority. And Senator Sheldon, I believe you have questions.
Good, thank you, Chair. I just want to go to the government's announcement of $6.9 billion in additional funding for water infrastructure. Can you just run me through over how many years this is funding to be spent?
Sorry, Senator, I'm just finding it a little bit hard to hear you.
How many years that will be spent over?
Is that, so I think it's, if I might, I think it is 6.9 billion. I think you might have said
that's what he said.
Million. So there's an additional $6.9 billion. So some of it is in the forward estimates and then some of it outside the forward estimates. Many of the projects are long-term projects and will go on for many years outside the forward estimates.
So how many years is it stretched out to?
I think it's 12 years, Senator.
Thank you. Can you provide a breakdown of these funds for each year beyond the forward estimates?
I don't have that specifically, and a lot of the detailed profile for the long-term projects are also subject to conversations and negotiations with the states and territories, and then we put the process is for us to talk to the states and territories, and then we put that profile in a national partnership agreement and a schedule, and that is still being undertaken. I can take it on notice to see whether we can get you some type of profile.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Just on that same subject, then, are you able to say how much will be spent in the outer years?
I do have a profile in terms of some of the out years. We've got a profile expenditure in 21-22. We're anticipating $244.4 million. In 22-23, $757.1 million. In 23-24, $552 million. 24-25, $833.4 million. That is in total.
That's it. That's the total water grid.
That's the total water grid profile.
Thank you. These commitments, have they been met with some unallocated funds, and how much has been repurposed for this announcement?
So there was a lot of announcements in this budget was new money, Senator. So I can tell you that, I'm just finding the right, so there was an additional $6.9 billion allocated to the water grid fund, and so that takes the water grid fund to rounding $8.9 billion.
So there's no other unallocated funds or repurposed funds that go along with this announcement. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding what you're saying?
That's correct. Some announcements were using the unallocated funds in the water grid that was there, and for the money that was over and above what was already in the national water grid, new money was allocated to fund those within the national water grid.
So how much was unallocated funds?
Currently, or as at last estimates?
Right. So are you asking about how much was unallocated before the additional stuff came in budget?
That's correct.
From memory, I think that there was $1.5 billion unallocated. Just bear with me, I will double check that. Yes, my memory is correct.
And then is there any other unallocated funds which beyond those, that amount?
So just to be clear, those unallocated funds were before, they've all allocated now, so the totality of funding in the water grid is all allocated.
Thank you, Secretary. It's made it clear for me. How much? So does that mean that there's been no funds also repurposed for this announcement?
I would describe it as unallocated funds were allocated to individual projects, and additional funds were allocated to projects as well.
Righto. Just want to go to just the question about the National Water Grid Advisory Board, which, as we're aware, at last estimates day, that had been abolished, and the chair was told about it on the abolition on budget night. As we know, department officials said they would take on notice when the decision was made to abolish the board. So just going back to those questions, so when was the decision made to abolish the board?
I'm still.
I don't know the answer.
No, I'm not. I don't have that with me, Senator. We're still looking into that.
Can I just clarify too? That wasn't a board, was it? That was what was it?
It was an advisory body.
Advisory body. Advisory body. Yes.
Yeah, National Water Grid Advisory Board, Chair.
It's not a board in the way a corporation has a board. It's
Right,
an advisory group.
directors
Yeah.
or, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, I mentioned as an advisory board, yes. When did the National Water Grid Authority first become aware of the decision to abolish the advisory board?
So the decision was made, I think, as we discussed last week, the decision was made during the budget process. So we were involved.
Have we got a date on that?
No, Senator.
No, we don't have a date, Senator.
Are we able to get a date on that? Notice?
I already took that on notice.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, probably putting on a line underneath the notice.
Okay.
How's that?
I'll put a double line under it.
Double line.
Thank you, very efficient. Don't use too much ink. Did the National Water Grid Board provide any advice about the abolition of the advisory board?
No. Did they provide advice on the abolition of the advisory body? No. Sorry, can I clarify that you were asking whether the advisory body provided advice on the abolition of the advisory body?
Did the National Water Grid Authority provide any advice about the abolition of the advisory board?
My apologies, Senator. So we're involved in the budget process, and so the decision through the budget process would have been through cabinet submissions, and we're involved in the cabinet submission process.
Right. What is the thank you for that. What is the relationship between the National Water Grid Authority and the advisory board? Can you just step me through about how I know we've touched on this before, but you can just step me through it again. So
the advisory body, as I think I mentioned last week, is not a decision-making board. When it was set up to provide advice on issues as required by the minister. We had a subcommittee. It helped set up the science program within the National Water Grid Authority. We had a secretariat in sense of the staff who work within the authority and do the day-to-day work, also provided some secretariat body and relationship to the advisory body. The advisory body met on a quarterly basis, and I met with them, and we arranged agendas and facilitated people to come and talk to the advisory body and facilitated site visits. So it was a secretariat relationship with the advisory body.
Thank you. Can you explain to me why the budget night was the night that it was decided to tell the chair of the abolition of the advisory board?
It was a decision of government.
We'd have to take that on notice. It was a decision of government. But it's not unusual. It's not unusual thing for people who are impacted by budget night measures to be told said measures on budget night.
Thank you. Can you confirm that an expert panel of the body, Stuart Kahn, expressed concern that the government's funding announcements to build dams had been made for brazenly political purposes, I quote?
Senator, I think I mentioned last week when we were talking about, and I think someone might have tabled the Guardian article, we don't have copies of the letters that he references in that article. They weren't provided to the department, so we don't have them.
But if the announcements, I'm just going to this point, if the announcements weren't purely political, why was there committed to
That's an assumption being made by the senator. The officials have already said they haven't seen the letters that the article refers to, and for the senator to now refer as if that's fact, I think is misleading to the committee.
Thanks, Minister. Senator Sheldon.
Why did we have, well, funnily enough, it's probably what we're here. We're here asking questions about these very important items about impacts on a very important area to which is our national interest. And I just think this is really quite a fundamental question. And the commitment on the eve of an election, we're having an advisory board which has been abolished, as it appears without a completed business case or expert advice. It does seem to be purely political.
Is that a statement, Senator Sheldon?
So statement, yes, yes, Chair. And has the National Water Grid Authority seen National Water Authority seen the letter from Mr. Kahn?
I think they've already said they haven't seen the letter, Senator Sheldon. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm sure you don't want to cover old ground.
Has the Minister seen a copy of this letter?
I'm not aware, Senator.
Not that I'm aware of.
Minister?
This Minister.
Are you speaking about the minister responsible?
Are you aware whether he's seen a copy, whether they've seen a copy of the...
I'll take that on notice. I'm not aware.
Since the committee tabled the media article last week in the hearing, has this question about if you can also, I've obviously asked him the same thing, if you can take that on notice, that in light of the article that was tabled in the hearing last week. Next question is regarding funding for Don River Irrigation Scheme in Tasmania.
Oh, just, Senator Sheldon, if you don't mind, just before we leave the advisory body, can I just ask, when was that body set up?
It was set up in August 2020.
And how many people comprise that advisory body?
There were 7 members. Bear with me and I will
Right.
get you that information.
Did they have terms?
They had 3-year terms. There are 7 members, led by a chair, and they were set up in August 2020.
2020, right. And so they were appointed. Well, what was their purpose? If they weren't deciding projects, what was their purpose?
Their purpose was to provide advice to the Minister for Infrastructure and Water on specific items as required by the Minister, also to provide advice on the National Water Grid Science Strategy, and there was a science subcommittee that assisted the Water Grid set up its science strategy, which will continue. They also investigated, as part of the specific things they were asked to do, was to investigate opportunities and barriers to private sector investment in water infrastructure. Okay, and I'm just trying to clarify. So they were an advisory board appointed for a period to advise the minister on projects as they thought, but they weren't a full assessment body. They were really giving the benefit of their expertise in various roles. That's correct, Senator, and they were not set up to provide advice on each project. They were not cleared to look at cabinet material, and so they were not a decision-making board or a board that provided advice on project-by-project basis.
Right. So the body of work that they'd been appointed to assess, or the advice that they've been appointed to manage, should that come to an end? Is that the sense I'm getting?
They had completed overwhelmingly the majority of the work that they had been tasked to do.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, that makes sense to me. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry, Senator Sheldon, I interrupted you. I just wanted to understand a bit more about that advisory group. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And I just, this will be, in this matter, it's just probably 5 or 10 minutes. Questions regarding the Don River Irrigation Scheme in Tasmania. That will conclude my questions in this area.
Thank you.
Given the tenders were closed to the project last year, could someone explain what the additional funding is for? I understand that the government's given the Don River Irrigation Scheme and Northwest extra funding as part of the 2022-23 budget. The additional amount of $13.7 million towards the 4,750 million project.
Yes, Senator. I can tell you that the Don Irrigation Scheme business case was completed originally in March 2021 and it was revised in February 2022. The Tasmania went to a tender process, and after going through the finalisation of the cost around the project and going out to tender, there was a final cost which was greater than the funding agreed. So the government announced some additional funding on the 27th of March for the Don Irrigation Scheme to cover that additional final cost of the scheme.
So that appears then that there was more than the state government had budgeted for, and the costs on this project seem to have blown out. Is that an accurate description?
I think it was more than the cost was budgeted for on So the business case, we take the cost from the business case, and then, of course, we go through a finalisation of the detailed business case. We work with the states and territories, and they go out to tender, and for a whole range of reasons that I think this committee has canvassed previously, that the costs have changed, including around the labour market and availability of labour. And so the final cost came in, and it was greater than what was budgeted for. And Tasmania, we worked with Tasmania to provide, and the government announced some additional funding to provide that extra funding for the project.
Thank you for that. That sounds like a cost blowout. But when is construction expected to commence on the scheme?
I have in front of me that it's expected to commence imminently, and that is one of the reasons why they were going to tender, and they had a contract, and the costs were greater than expected because they went to tender.
So when you say imminently, is that in the next, when you say imminently, does that mean the next couple of months? Does it mean short or longer?
Well, my understanding is that Tasmania were signing a contract with the provider. I don't have a date of construction, but I can take that on notice if you'd like.
Yeah. So the contract's being entered into. So the date of construction, we haven't got the when the construction's expected to commence itself, though, have we?
I don't have the date yet. I can take that on notice, as I mentioned.
Thank you. I'm good. Thanks, Chair. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Senator Sheldon. Well, I think that excuses you, Ms Purvis-Smith, and thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm checking if ARTC is close by. We're not sure. So we're just going to spend for a moment while we figure that out. Thank you. Good afternoon. I now welcome representatives of the Australian Rail Track Corporation. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. No, we weren't going to make an opening statement today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Sheldon, do you have questions for the ARTC?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Of course, regarding the Inland Rail project, how many kilometres of track have been built so far?
Is that on? It's Becca Pickering. So we had just under 100 kilometres, 98 kilometres built on what's called the Parkeston Narromine project. And there's about 6 kilometres of that is a new greenfield, and 98 is a rebuild of existing brownfield. And then on the Narrabri to North Star project, which is under construction, we actually had 25 kilometres of that put into service on the 1st of November last year. So that's partially done. That's close to, that's about 190 kilometres in total. First 25 has been done.
So that's if my maths are correct, that's roughly 15 kilometres a year for the life of this government. Is that correct?
Well, we probably don't calculate it quite like that in terms of construction rate per year. That's been done over much more intense bursts of activity.
I don't think any government would actually use that metric, Senator.
Well, it's an apt
kilometres per year in government.
I appreciate the point you're making, Minister, but in fact, that's the performance on average is over that period is it varies from year to year, but it averages out to be, my mathematics, roughly 15 kilometres a year. It's not particularly acceptable, is it?
Is that a question to me, Senator? Because I do think, as
yes.
It was outlined last week, and this committee more than most would appreciate building large projects, whether they be dams, whether they be roads, whether they be rail lines, appreciates the time frame and the considerations that need to go into actually getting to fruition of a project. You know that better than most, and using a trivial measure such as that doesn't take into account the types of approvals you need to get, both from federal and state and local government agencies, etc. Might be good for a cheap headline.
Well, there's nothing cheap about it. There's been a lot of money that's gone into this ARTC for the project to be up and running successfully. Still running at only 15 kilometres a year. At this rate, how long will it take to complete the full 1,800 odd kilometres of track?
So we're currently on schedule for completion in 2027. Now we're continuing to progress. Mainly planning approvals are the key phase that most of the project is at. So that timing is dependent on the securing of those approvals.
And there's quite a bit of noise again, Chair, in the background. If people could mute would be helpful.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. We will be alert to that. Please keep going.
Thank you. And just I just didn't get the year for the 1,800 kilometres of track to be completed. What was the year?
So I said 2027, but then I just followed up and said that the majority of the construction is still in the environmental approvals stage. So that is, we can't really commence construction on the bulk of the 1,800 kilometres until we secure those approvals, which are due at various stages over the next couple of years.
And I appreciate there's a number of ways of calculating the next stages and also what we've been doing over the last 9 years. But if you were to build 15 kilometres a year of track, it would take approximately another 110 years to finish the project. Does that sound right to you on the maths?
That's why that's bad maths, Senator. I tried to point that out to you. The official said it'll be finished by 20... No, and I know, look at you, even you're laughing at that one. Who gave you that one? Catherine or Albo?
No, I was laughing at you.
I'm sorry, but that is
it.
incredibly bad maths. And as you know, the officials have said the project is due to be completed by 2027, I think I heard.
That's correct.
Which is, thank you, which is using, regular project management rationale rather than, scratchings of paper in a senator's office. 15 kilometres a year. Seriously. I hope we're in government for another 100 years. I hope the Australian people agrees with that too, Senator Sheldon. But I think we'll get it done a lot quicker than that.
Let's hope it's not 100 or 110 years, which is what it would calculate out to be at 15 kilometres a year. I'd also like to ask about the process to appoint a permanent CEO of the Inland Rail area, the ARTC. Can you just update me as to where the process is up to?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, the process is still ongoing. We haven't, we're not in a position at this point to be able to appoint a permanent chief executive for Inland Rail. We still are being ably served by Rebecca Pickering, who's the interim chief executive and doing a terrific job.
So thanks. Look, how long would it take before we do actually have a permanent CEO of Inland Rail? I just hope it's not 110 years.
I hope not, Senator. I hope not, Senator. It has been it's been a long process, longer than we would have hoped. The suitability of candidates, the amount of infrastructure work that's underway in Australia has meant that we've not been in a position to secure a permanent replacement for Richard so far. But we have a board subcommittee that is working very diligently to try and do that. But I can't give you a specific date at the moment, Senator.
Lastly, I'd just like to ask about the Queensland areas of the Inland Rail project. As I understand, none of the sectors of the project that are located within Queensland have approval to proceed from the Coordinator General. Can you just explain to me how, under those circumstances, the government has announced a preferred tender for the Gowrie to Kagaru as a section of the track?
Kagaru, Senator Sheldon.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, so we've been progressing the environmental planning approvals in parallel with some of the reference design and the procurement processes. So that's fairly standard practice for infrastructure construction. So at the moment, as you know, we've recently announced the preferred proponent for that, what's a public-private sector partnership for that Gowrie to Kangaroo section, 128 kilometres, essentially from Toowoomba down towards the coast near Bow Desert. So at the moment, we're currently going through rounds of public exhibition on the EIS, and we won't be finalising, so we won't actually finalise the contract with that preferred proponent until we secure those environmental approvals. So we're currently working on those environmental approvals, updating them, responding to the questions that the Coordinator General put to us, and looking to resubmit those later this year.
Thank you. On just want to know an unanswered question on notice that now overdue. Question SQ 22 000171. It was from Senator Chisholm, asked the ARTC to provide the estimated cost of the total PPP section, both for construction and the total cost. Are you able to provide that today?
Senator, I think we did provide a response to that, but where did that go?
I don't think it's out.
Oh, right.
So, but yeah, I mean, I can provide the answer.
Yeah, let's provide the answer now then. I thought they'd all gone.
Yeah. So the estimated cost. So at the moment, what we've done is actually announced the preferred proponent. So that's Regenerate. So that was announced earlier in March. And the but in terms of the cost, we won't be releasing that because we haven't actually signed a final contract with the preferred proponent. We have narrowed that down, and we still have a number of items, including things like the environmental approvals, which, subject to the exact conditions that are applied to the project, will just adjust some of the elements of the work, at which point we would finalise some of that cost and be able to release that. But at the moment, that's still not solidified.
Right, and question also from Senator Ayres, which was from questions SW 22 000 318. Senator Ayres asked for the details of all contracts worth $10,000 or more that then the ARTC has entered into for land, inland rail. Are you able to provide that information today?
Yes, Senator. Yeah.
Yeah, just give me a moment.
The answer to the question is the details of contracts are actually on the website.
Yeah, that's correct.
And
so the website will have all the details of all contracts worth $10,000.
Yeah, there's 450. Well, as at the 8th of March, there would possibly be couple more than now, but 456 contracts listed on the website, and that includes their award date and a number of other aspects. So that's all transparent.
So it's got the thank you. So the value, the name of the supplier, purpose of the contract, contract start and end date.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I'm back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Sheldon. Senator Mirabella.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick ones. I'm just curious, in your reporting metrics, do you also report kilometres of repair, maintenance, refurbishment, reconstruction, reballasting?
Senator, I don't believe we do. In the annual report, the accounts would show the amount of money that we spend, but I'm not sure that we would actually. Sorry, Senator, we take that on notice and provide that. Actually,
no, look, you don't have to. Really, the question was pointed. It was in relation to, questions about using, the metric of 18 kilometres of new track construction as a measure of the organisation's total performance. But
sorry.
But
on in number, yeah.
I live in northeast Victoria. Some months ago, I was being bombarded on social media by requests to do surveys on behalf of the ARTC I did one of those surveys and I kept getting bombarded, and these surveys are asking me all about my perceptions, positive or negative, of ARTC. Can I ask you, why does ARTC need to do that kind of research, and what did you discover?
Senator will apologise that we were bombarding you, so that shouldn't be happening. What should be happening, though, is that we engage in a number of surveys to give feedback for our organisation. We do that with customers, and we do that with stakeholders, and that includes communities. And it's important for us to understand how people are viewing our organisation, so that we can make sure that we are contacting people who need to be contacted, and resolving issues if they have them. So generally our surveys are designed to give us feedback from the community about how we're going. It's sort of one way that we're trying to help us understand. We've, for example, had some criticism in the past about consultation, for example, and not doing enough consultation. So part of our surveys are in communities where we are operating or constructing something, is to try and work out just what people's perception is, whether they're happy with ARTC, whether they've got suggestions, how we might improve, that sort of thing.
And what did you discover?
Well, we discovered a very, not as you'd expect, we discovered a mix of different feedback. Some people, and it ranges from people who are only vaguely aware of ARTC through to people who know us very well. Some people who've got very good experiences of ARTC and what we do and how we might have operated in their community. And then there are some that are unhappy for various reasons, and that gives us the ammunition, that gives us the ability to go and try and address those. So certainly a mixed bag. Again, Senator, we're happy to make that the report or a summary of the report available, if that would help.
I might consider that for next estimates.
Thank you very much. I believe that brings us to an end of your questions today, ARTC. And so you are released with our thanks. And we are now going to move to a short break, and we will return at 4:30 with Civil Aviation Safety Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I now welcome representatives of the Civil Aviation Safety Authority. Ms Spence, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I would like to.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to make a few remarks. Before I begin providing you with an update on some of our activities over the past couple of months, I would like to speak briefly to the interim report of the inquiry into Australia's general aviation industry, which we received on Wednesday night. While we will support the department however we can on the government's response to the recommendations, many of the issues and opportunities highlighted are things we agree with and are actioning. I'd like to thank the committee for the work that you have done with the GA industry during the inquiry, and the recommendations you have come up with will add to the work and activity CASA has already underway. As I've said to the committee before, a high priority for CASA management and our board is the GA sector. Preparations to publish a GA work plan by 1 May is well underway, and the work plan will clearly articulate the GA reform activities and time frames for their delivery, with many of the issues highlighted in the report on the work plan. This include matters related to pilot licensing and flying training, flight examiners, maintenance personnel licensing, and reforms to our aviation medicine rules. I'm very happy to provide more details of the specifics if the committee would find this helpful. We are actively engaging with the Aviation Safety Advisory Panel and relevant technical working groups to consider these policy reforms, as we value industry's views and contributions to ensure the policy settings are correct. Excitingly, today we announced one of our first activities which will provide relief to aerial work and private operators and reduce compliance costs. This initiative will exempt aerial work and private operators from the mandatory applicability of the Cessna Supplemental Inspection Document Requirements, or SIDS. After consultation with industry, it is intended to come into effect at the end of this month. Mutual recognition is also a big focus of ours. We do already have processes in place to enable the recognition of pilots and licensed maintenance engineers who are trained overseas, and there are already many MOUs and bilateral agreements in place with a number of countries. Most recently, in the maintenance space, we signed an arrangement with the Japanese Civil Aviation Bureau, which will enable reciprocal acceptance of aircraft parts maintained by Australian and Japanese maintenance organisations without the need to hold authorisations from both countries. In terms of our current priorities, in December, the new flight operations regulations commenced, which was the biggest regulatory change CASA and the industry has conducted in one go. We didn't discuss this at our last hearing, and I would just like to recognise the efforts of the industry to support us to meet this milestone, and note that we're continuing to work with operators as we progress through transition. With such a significant change, it is not surprising that there will be some unintended consequences, and where these are raised with us, we are determining how we can quickly address the issues. Aviation medicine continues to be a busy area, particularly in the first 3 months of this year, with around 600 applications received each week compared to the average of 400. We have increased staffing levels and made changes to processes to help address the backlog. We also have processes in place for people to escalate time-critical applications. And as I mentioned before, we will soon be engaging with industry on proposed changes to our aviation medicine rules, which include options to develop a new self-declared medical which will directly benefit GA. Feedback I have received so far has highlighted the importance of these reforms. We are also looking at the health of the organisation, and I'd like to draw to the committee's attention the recent decision to establish a People and Culture subcommittee of the board, which will help us progress some priorities around workforce planning, diversity, inclusion and employee wellbeing, as well as looking at the overall culture of the organisation. It is great to see industry return to more normal levels of activity, and we will work hard to support them as they return, and for some, progress with their plans to expand their operations. We'll see a new domestic airline AOC application, and also significant changes to fleet reconfigurations of our major and large airlines. So far this year, I've met with almost 100 members of the industry, mainly from GA, and with COVID restrictions having eased, I've been fortunate to get out into the grounds and meet with grassroots aviation communities, and I look forward to more of these opportunities. Thank you for the opportunity to make a few remarks, and the executive team and I will be very happy to answer any questions.
Terrific. Thank you, Ms Spence. Senator Mirabella.
Oh, first. Ms Spence, last time you were here, I asked you a couple of questions about the certification of the Black Hawks donated by the Australian Army to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. You recollect that? It was a brand new issue to me, but I said to you at the time, to refresh your memory, I made some intuitive comments, which to the effect that as a soldier or former soldier and a current rural firefighter, I could not quite understand why an aircraft designed and built to military specification, designed to be robust, designed to carry soldiers through shot and shell in all weathers, designed for hard landings, how it could be that CASA could not certify these to carry firefighters because of risk.
Yep.
Now, do you recollect what you responded to me at that time?
Look, Senator, if it's all right, I might just give you sort of a bit more background. We've been looking at this in more detail,
Please.
so I'll give you some high-level points, and then following on any questions, Mr Monaghan can also assist. So we're very prepared to work through how we could compare the military safety standard of a Black Hawk to what our regulations require in the civil system. It would be a first internationally, and it will take time and significant resources, and it will mean we require the cooperation of the manufacturer, defence and the operator. And so just for a bit of context, we are talking about aircraft that are 30 to 35 years old, and having been used intensively, they're now at their end of their military life. Through our restricted category type certificate pathway, which we talked about last time, these aircraft can be and have been approved to play an important role in our firefighting capability through water bombing, firefighting equipment transfer and aerial surveillance. But this regulated pathway under our civil aviation regulations does not extend to using the aircraft to carry anyone other than the flight crew or other mission essential crew for the operations in which the aircraft is engaged. Under the existing legislation, so the laws under which we operate, this would only be possible if these aircraft were approved for transport operations, which would require full compliance with the civil airworthiness requirements. So that's the work that I'm talking about, to take it from a restricted type certificate into an actual passenger carrying operation. We do have a civilian fleet of more than 50 helicopters on the register who can provide that service. But that said, I'm very happy to assure the committee that we're working closely with New South Wales RFS and Defence as to get a better understanding of what those aircraft in question, how they are, what their sort of their background is, and the proposed uses, so we can then better understand what is doable under the existing regulations, or potentially what changes to the regulations would be required to undertake the functions you're describing. So that hopefully gives you a slightly more coherent description of where we're up to. So it's not just risk, it is actually the way in which our regulations have been established.
Okay, because last time I think your response was essentially, well, that's the rules.
And it still is, Senator.
Okay, but what you're telling me now is that you're now examining the question of the airworthiness or the wear and tear on the airframes.
So, well, Senators, I'll probably get Mr Monaghan to go into, but it's a bit more than just examining the wear and tear. It is actually being able to say, we can say that these airframes can comply with the civil aviation regulations, and working with Defence and noting that we can actually use these aircraft for other purposes, important purposes for aerial firefighting. What we're talking about here is the transport of firefighters from point A to point B, noting that there are already aircraft that can do that. So that's the context for you, but I'm sure if Mr Monaghan would provide a bit more detail.
I'm Chris Monaghan, Executive Manager for National Operations and Standards. Senator, as Ms. Spence points out, as you also did, they are designed differently from the beginning, so that the work ahead is to compare the design and the airworthiness. It's two parts: the original design and what the mission was for the military, and how that maps across to where you can say, I can effectively assess it against the civilian requirements that we're expected to certified aircraft to carry passengers on. They're designed differently, as you point out. Some of them are more robust potentially in some areas, and perhaps not addressed in their design for something that would map to the civil side. So perhaps maybe a more succinct way to describe it is, if there's 100 things on the civil requirement, perhaps the design is pretty easy to map 50, about 25, this is very general obviously, 25 might be something that helps us get to the RTC. In the last 25, we don't have information to inform us whether it assesses it or is designed for it at all. And it's what we don't know, which is where the concern is for us, to be able to establish, to meet those requirements that we have to. Now, there is a process in the RTC process, which you've noted, that allows you to map some of that across, but it can be a labor-intensive process. But it's not to say that either one of them, but they're designed differently. And you're right, and when you mentioned some of the elements that we consider is how the aircraft is used in a military design mission, and then how it would be used. And depending on how they're used, they do fatigue in a different way, but that would be part of any proposition to us to demonstrate what they know and how that would be mitigated, or it's not an issue. Hopefully that helps.
All right. Well, I did a little research since last we spoke, and I came across an article in a journal called Air Attack. Are you familiar with this? I'll table this if you like.
That'd be great.
Now, the original article runs to quite a lot of pages of colour pictures, so I've had my staff extract just the text.
Yep.
Good. Okay, and this is written by the editor, whose name is on that document, who would seem to me, to my inexperienced eye, to be a fairly well-credentialed aviator. And the essence of it, well, the opening lines, I think, The UH-60 Black Hawk is one of the safest and most robust helicopters ever built. And it describes a lot of the characteristics of the aircraft, its capabilities, its performance under crash testing, all kinds of things. And I read through this and I came away with a couple of distinct impressions. One is that this, and again I stress I am not, an aeronautical engineer, but I came away with a distinct impression that and this guy refers constantly to FAA accreditation in the US and seems to imply that our accreditation somehow is based on FAA standards. But my takeaways from this article were that this, by any measure, the safety standards, the airworthiness, the whatever you like, of this aircraft far exceeds most other aircraft used for these purposes. There's also a suggestion that the certification requirements are way out of date and so on. Now, I'm not going to labour on this because I'm not an expert, but I commend this article to you. It's tabled, so it'll be on the record.
I'm happy to review any additional information. I think one of the points I think we made last time, which is most recently, I think last December in 2021, the new Blackhawks, in joint with the manufacturer and the FAA, come with a restricted type certificate, but not a full type certificate right now. So even a brand new out-of-the-box one hasn't been mapped across effectively for them to be able to issue one on a new aircraft yet. But happy to look at what additional information they have in case there's something we've missed or can inform us more.
And Senator, I can assure you we are working closely with Defence because it's essentially because they're signed off on very different arrangements, and it's just, as we said, it's trying to map those across. We're not saying the Black Hawk is not a safe aircraft. We're simply saying what we would need to go through in order to approve to carry passengers, whether it be mission critical passengers who you might say, well, that's just an expansion of the things that are allowed to do under an RTC, but again, that would be a regulatory change for us, and just making sure that we work with Defence to better understand how the two systems are actually comparable.
There seem to be some anomalies, though, in relation to the regulations. For example, in the United States, under FAA regulations, the military version used by forestry services, under the rules, are allowed to carry loggers.
And I think that's under their
timber
public...
workers.
Yeah, that's their public use.
Yeah, because the interpretation is that timber workers are mission critical workers for a particular task, but that firefighters are not.
And you're correct that the FAA has explicitly said firefighters not on that mission, but the public use, which is a construct that doesn't exist in Australia, so the latitude what they can work under in the public use is larger and more expansive than we have available to us.
Okay. Well, having tabled that document, I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Mirabella. And yes, I did get quite a bit of feedback too after our last session about that, and specifically about that concept of mapping the two military and civil regulations and requirements. And I guess the thing is it's everything's doable. It's just the speed in which it can be done, isn't it? And that was, I think, the sense that we're getting is there something that we can do?
And Senator, I do want to just emphasise though the number of aircraft that are available to do exactly what Senator Mirabella is talking about, and part of the feedback that Mr Monaghan and I received were for those operators who do have aircraft that are authorised to do that. So if there was a significant gap in the market, I'd be more concerned than I think what is a process that we can work through with Defence and the New South Wales RFS in the first instance.
Too. I say, my interest in this is because this affects me. I acknowledge that you have obviously taken steps down this path. As a firefighter, we've never got enough aircraft, and if the Australian Army is going to be handing over perfectly good helicopters,
Yep. We certainly want to make use of them, Senator.
Before next summer.
Terrific. I wanted to ask you about the Part 61 RPL and PPL holders and medicals. This has been something that's been going on for about as long as, we've all been alive. Possibly not that long, but it seems that long. I understand that we've got exemptions in place for the RAOs part of the industry, but not for the main part of the industry. Cass has been talking about it for at least 5 years. I just want to understand why we can't yet move to that.
Senator, I'll turn to my colleague in a moment, but just that was one of the things that I did actually mention in the opening statement, that we're very pleased that we should actually be getting something out before the end of this month, setting out some possible policy reforms that would go to the heart of the issues that have been raised.
But you're not consulting again, are you?
Look, Senator, I'll be criticised if I don't consult on them as well. So we'll be putting out some policy proposals that we'll move as quickly as we can to progress. We've been developing them closely with industry, so I'm not talking about let's give it another 12 months and see where we go. But Mr Marcellus?
Thank you, Senator. Andreas Marcellus, the Acting Executive Manager for the Stakeholder Engagement Division. So as Ms Spence said, we have been working probably the last 4 or 5 months with an industry working group that's looking to develop what those potential reforms are, and one of those is a similar scheme to what we have in the RAOs world, where you operate under a driver's licence medical with some restrictions. But we have, over the last couple of years, made quite a few reforms already, and I think some of them have delivered the benefits we'd hoped, but some of them have still got some prickles on them. So a couple of years ago, we introduced a GP medical, which opened up an ability to go and see any GP for a medical certificate, and that's working really well. If you've got no health conditions at all, they just do a black and white assessment, costs you $10, and you walk out with a certificate. Where it gets more tricky is for people that do have conditions that need to be managed, and for those ones, what we're doing is really having a very strong push to allowing the decision making to be made by the medical experts out in the field rather than by CASA. So we've authorised all of our what we call designated aviation medical examiners to conduct assessments for private pilots, so for Class 2 medicals, and issue those on the spot if there are not 2 or 3 excluding conditions. But what we're finding is that about a quarter of our DAMEs have taken up that initiative and they're actually doing that assessment, but the bulk of them are still referring issues to us. So we're working on that. So we've got a couple of streams of work that will get to the issue that I think you're raising, including the self-declared one. Yeah.
So when you say they're still referring to you and you're working on that, what do you mean? That they don't feel confident to make their own decision, or they don't understand that the circumstances have changed?
So it could be a combination of all of those. What we think is the issue, and we're working through that now, is that some it's extra work for them. So it's easier to say, look, refer it to CASA, they'll assess. Sometimes we're finding people don't like to deliver bad news, so it's easier to say, give that to CASA to tell you that there's some bad news rather than doing it. Some of them are concerned about liability, so we're working through those couple of issues at the moment to find how do we encourage more DAMEs to take the role on and do the assessment in the surgery. And like I say, 25% at the moment. Our Principal Medical Officer is working through a program at the moment for how do we encourage them to do more. And our intention is that regardless of whether you go down a path where you self-declare or where you go and see a GP or whether you go and see a DAME, that in that private flying space, CASA really doesn't get involved unless there's some really serious or unusual circumstances involved.
And
so
more around how do we make sure that someone can fly?
Can fly, yeah, with appropriate restrictions if need be. But the mantra is, how do we find a way for you to fly safely as opposed to stopping you fly? That's the mission that we're working under.
Yeah. So other jurisdictions like the USA, UK and others have already made these changes over 5 years ago. What is it that Australia is so special?
So probably 2-3 years ago, when we made our last round of changes, we considered the US model in particular. And the way that model works is you have to have passed a full assessment by a designated aviation medical examiner for your initial assessment, and then your subsequent renewals can be down a simpler path. At the time, we thought that it would be more beneficial to go down a path where you don't need to see a specialist at all. You just go and see a GP. So we went down the path of enabling what we call a basic class 2, which is issued by any GP against an OSRO standards. And like I say, we thought at the time that would deliver a greater benefit, and it has for the people that don't have any kind of medical situation at all. But it hasn't delivered it for the area where there needs to be some judgment about the risk involved. So we've been making incremental steps, and 2 or 3 years ago when we made that reform, we thought that path was better than the one that the US did. But we are looking at it again now, and the working group that's met about 4 or 5 times now has doctors on it, it has pilots on it, and we're probably a couple of weeks away now from putting some policy positions on the table for broader input.
Okay. I guess, you know, everybody in the industry's heard some challenging stories about, you know, reobtaining medicals. You know, one where CASA had a case against where the expert witnesses were actually the people that CASA had used to write some of the standards, and then still argued that they were not qualified to make the recommendations that this particular pilot would be able to fly again. You know, what assurance can you give me or give the committee and the industry that you're genuinely in a framework where you're trying to get people flying as opposed to having a very cautious approach?
Yeah. No, I'd absolutely give you that assurance, Senator. And I've invited anyone that has an issue today to let me know, to let our principal medical officer know, and we'll look at it. But the general principle that we're working down is for a Class 2 certificate, we really don't want to be looking at them. We want DAMEs, doctors out in the field to be making those decisions. We've narrowed it down to 3. There's only 3 conditions where we won't allow a DAME to make a certificate or an on-the-spot certificate without referring to us, and they are dementia, epilepsy and psychosis. If you don't have one of those 3 excluding conditions, your DAME is empowered to make the call. And our job now is to encourage DAMEs to do that and not refer them to us, and we've got to make sure that we're not second-guessing.
25% have approved. Is this saying that 75% of our pilots have a psychosis, epilepsy or dementia?
No,
I'm just intrigued why they're not running towards it. Given
That's why we're working the way we are with the DAMEs, to better understand what it is that's preventing them from actually using the power that sits with them. But we have had some interesting examples only recently, the pilot with type 1 diabetes, which is something we've never been able to approve before.
First time in Australia about a month ago. It was in the first week of March. We had a captain on a commercial airliner in Australia operating with type 1 diabetes and a Class 1 medical, and that's the first time we've been ever able to approve that. So it was a proud moment. So the attitude to get people flying, like you say, is absolutely there. Yeah.
So we are, look, you know, it's been a long time coming. It's been a very, very far too long time coming. Congratulations on finally moving towards it. So you reckon within a couple of weeks you should have something to industry to move towards, you know, some sort of equivalency for, certainly for RAOs, but even the sort of, you know, commercial licences that truck drivers have, or, you know. Well,
that's what we've got with the basic Class 2 is
We have that today, yeah. So if you can qualify for a commercial truck driver's licence, a GP can give you a medical on the spot, effectively, and that's in place now. But you've got to be able to pass that without conditions. But absolutely, we're working on what else we can do.
Okay. Just, I really hope that I won't now get flooded with people saying that that's not accurate. So you're very confident that you're being straight, that these are medicals that are going to be in place, that you're going to be back to industry within a couple of weeks, and we're going to see genuine reform of the medical system, because I don't like then being flooded with responses and then we wait another 6 months and then I pounce on you with something, which Ms Spence and I have had a frank conversation about me not pouncing. It's not reasonable, so I'm trying very hard not to do that in future.
Thank you. But more than happy for you. Anything that comes to you, send it to us and I'll give you my word that we'll look at each individual case that you send us.
Well, we don't want to do that, do we? What a pain. You know, how slow that would be for you. We want industry reform, not case-by-case reform.
But we've heard some awful stories as well, and it is really distressing when we've heard what some people have gone through. So we're certainly very committed to trying a way to make life a bit easier for people who want to fly.
All right. So my final question then, on the basis that I'm not going to get a whole lot of pilots now send me messages about that this is not what's happening, is Lismore. And I understand that there were emergency airlift relief that were grounded during the emergency. And I just wonder if you could talk me through that, please.
I'm actually not aware of...
There's a gentleman behind you who looks like he might be aware.
Yep. I'm aware of some actions we took to support, but...
Thank you, Chair. Rob Walker, I'm Executive Manager for Regulatory Oversight Division. I think you're referring to during the recent flood relief activity up around Lismore and northern New South Wales. We granted a 7-day exemption to a particular operator to use the CH-47 Chinook helicopters. That exemption was granted under provisions that allow us to, in a case of where a state of emergency has been declared, allow them to modify their operating permissions. Specifically, that aircraft isn't designed to carry freight. The approvals it had in Australia were for firefighting. The water tank that was normally fitted to that aircraft for the fire season had been removed prior to the aircraft was being prepared to be transported back to the United States. An approach was made by the operator. We considered the approach and obviously the gravity of the situation, and we acted quickly within a period of about 8 hours to make sure they had the necessary permissions, and that was granted for them to do that work.
But I'm not aware of any activity where we precluded anyone from operating. That's the only example that I can think of where we actually used our powers in a way we hadn't actually done before to support activity in the area.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Did you send anybody up to any of the flood zones to understand what activities were happening, what needed to...
We didn't send anyone up, but we did contact operators in the area just to make sure we didn't inadvertently send someone off to do sort of a surveillance activity for someone who'd been flooded out or anything like that. And I think, Mr Walker, you've got a bit more, do you have a bit more detail?
Yes, certainly. So in terms of actually our staff on the ground, as you'd appreciate, we've got a national footprint. A number of our staff are actually personally impacted by the flood situation, not just in northern New South Wales, but obviously in the Brisbane, South East Queensland area as well. The role that we took there was very much one of offering a hand of help to operators. A number of operators, as you point out, and a number of smaller airdromes and aero clubs were impacted, their members were impacted. A large number of aircraft have effectively been lost by the floodwaters.
I didn't hear about that. That's no good.
Yeah, no, there's some fairly dramatic photographs getting around of, rather sadly aircraft tails pointing out of the water. We've been very much forward-leaning in trying to offer support where we can, including allowing people to operate from temporary bases where they've deemed it appropriate, and also just giving them as much latitude as we can to assist them get back on their feet.
Yeah. We had some questions earlier today with the department about approvals for airports and activities on airfields. And the department was talking about taking advice from various agencies about, what's useful, and I just want to ask you, the airports that aren't covered by the Airports Act, those ones that are council and privately operated, who do I go to find support for general aviation and encouraging small business and flying schools and engineering businesses to remain on airfields? Because I understand that's not CASA's role then, if you're safety. Who is going to promote that part of the industry?
I think as Ms Brown indicated earlier this morning, the department does take advice from a lot of different sources, and I would have thought the while there might not be a government entity that's looking at that, things like the Deputy Prime Minister's initiative to have a general aviation advisory network, you've got a great source of different types of operators who can really talk about the things that are impacting on either preventing or providing opportunities for the GA sector. We use our aviation safety advisory panel while they provide us advice on safety. If there is an issue that they can see that might be impacting on GA, they'll raise it with us and would pass that on to the department as well. There's the work that the department does with the state, their state counterparts in the planning departments, which is the National Aviation Safeguarding Framework, which again provides a way of actually making sure that planning decisions don't inadvertently impact on aviation activity, but that's probably as much as that I can think of. I'm so sorry, Senator.
I think it's something that we all need to turn our minds to, and I appreciate it's not necessarily your responsibility, but I will keep raising it with every agency until I get some wins. Finally, I have had somebody come back to me. It was about the Black Hawks that weren't able to operate during the Lismore, carrying passengers during the Lismore floods.
We certainly didn't get any requests to carry passengers.
Right.
I think there was some activity which might have involved them doing...
The ones that they do have are firebombing. I'm not aware of any requests to carry passengers on it.
During the floods?
Right, correct.
Okay. All right, well, no doubt I'll get some more detail on that and I'll be able to write to you. I think finally, it's the air operator certificates. I'm getting a number of people come through and say if you have multiple corporate entities underneath your air operator certificate that you're having to apply for multiple air operator certificates. They've engaged lawyers to try and read through the regulations and the circulars, and how do we make it easier for people not to have to pay a bloody solicitor in order to understand what's safe and what the regulations mean?
We have had a few issues with the transition to the new flight ops regulations, people having to submit what we've inadvertently created, a 35-page AOC application, which we're obviously looking at to streamline. Once we've got this information in this first time round, it is going to be much easier going forward, but it's getting the data into our systems. But we're looking at everything that we can do to streamline the systems that we have in place.
That we created with the new regulations?
Again, it's a combination of the regulations, new systems that we have, but it is important that we've got the details about who operators are and what they do. And once we've got that into our system, it'll be much easier going forward. But certainly there have been, as I said, there have been some unintended consequences for the flight ops regs, and that's what we're working through with industry now.
So how long do you think it might be to resolve that?
Mr Walker, I don't know.
Senator, just while Mr Walker's coming up, the other thing we've done in the last couple of weeks is publish some sample manuals, operations manuals that operators can just pull off our website and adapt to their own operation. And the feedback we're getting from operators is that is making a huge difference in terms of understanding what exactly they have to do. And that's been published, literally 2-3 weeks ago.
Well, that's very exciting, because one of the complaints I had is that people would get assistants to write their manual and then they'd have it reviewed by somebody else and Catherine be told, no, that's all wrong, you have to... Well, that's very good. Congratulations. That's groundbreaking.
Thanks, Chair. No, further to the responses, yes, we're very much alive to the fact that it has become somewhat problematic for a number of operators. The way the cycle works, the AOCs are renewed on a monthly basis, depending who the operator is, because they're on a 2-yearly cycle. We're doing a couple of pieces of work. One is to actually look at the periodicity of it. In other words, do they need to fill in more paperwork for us as regularly as they do. That'll be a slightly slower piece of work. The more immediate that we're trying to do is to make sure that we don't repeat this on a monthly basis. So I'm confident that we'll see improvement within the next month, so the next month cycle for AOC renewals.
Okay. So if I had a company that had an AOC and then they have other entities around them of which other people are employed underneath those other entities, we're not going to have to get multiple AOCs for those other entities to, those other people to fly on the first AOC.
That's certainly not the intention. I mean, I obviously would need to look at individual cases and more than happy to assist where we can. But the intention is to make the process as straightforward as possible, particularly as we realise industry has been in a challenging situation with the return to activity after COVID.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the space that's most busy, isn't it? You know, the explosion of private jets and charters and, you know, this is the busiest space, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And it obviously presents a challenge for us as well as industry. Can just reassure you that we're very alive to the fact that there's a lot of people trying to do a lot of things very quickly. It doesn't matter which sector or which part of the industry you're in, from obviously the large passenger transport through to smaller operators. We're very much engaging now to try and get through our work as quickly as we can to assist them.
They're just not new activities though?
No, so
it might be an organisation that's buying a new aircraft or trying to align under the new regulations. They're spending thousands of dollars on lawyers to read the regulations. I'll bring you some specific ones, but, you know, just more generally, once again, in a situation where we're just costing industry money to not get a safer outcome, just get more paperwork.
Yeah, our intention is very much to put fresh eyes on a lot of these things that we have been doing historically and make sure that we are far more responsive and do provide a better level of service to industry.
And one of the other things that we did in the lead up to the flight ops regs, which again was new for CASA, was rather than put out reams and reams of material, we reduced what we called our differences tables, which really just said to industry, here's, you know, there's a lot of new regs that are coming into effect, but this table sets out the things that have changed and the things that you need to focus on, and they're the things you need to look at your manuals to update. And so we did try and make it as easy for industry, and we actually had a technical working group set up under the Aviation Safety Advisory Panel to help us work out how best to communicate with industry. So we were testing it through that group. So, you know, I would not say by any stretch of the imagination is it all perfect, but you've got a team of people who really are looking for ways of doing things differently and trying to find ways that make it easier for industry to continue to fly.
All right. Well, I'm so pleased that you've read the General Aviation Inquiry recommendations. There was a lot of work went into that, and I think there was a lot of good issues, and I will be looking forward to, you know, working through those and seeing how we can progress. I think that's it. Please go with our thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We now move to Air Services Australia. Welcome, representatives from Air Services Australia. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Senator.
All right, Senator Sheldon.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you for everyone joining us this afternoon. From questions on notice taken during the last round of estimates on the 14th of February, it was stated that all stages of the TRA process is yet to be fully completed because of task resource analysis. My understanding is that a great deal of work in many of the key stages have now been completed. Would you be able to provide me on notice the set of task resource analysis that has been undertaken, provisional or otherwise? And of course, of the greatest interest of the outcomes of the TRA operational risk assessment stage, provisional or otherwise. Did you take that on notice?
Yes, Senator.
A key component of the TRA process is establishing, as we understand, the worst case plausible scenario. In theory, this scenario could occur at any time. Is that correct?
Senator, say that again. I just missed the last part of your question.
In theory, the worst case plausible scenario could occur at any time. Is that correct?
Senator, when we're doing any risk assessment, including doing something like the task resource analysis, is that we always have to take into what is the worst possible situation and assess the risks associated with that.
Thank you. And of course, the basis of that is that it could occur at any time. Is that correct?
Yes. Anything that's plausible, yes.
If the TRA operational risk assessments have been completed, identified high or extreme risk associated with current staffing levels, is it safe to leave that risk untreated?
Senator, if there was a risk such as a high-level risk that is coming out of one of our analysis or data gathering phases, then we would put it through our normal risk management system, which we have across the organisation, to assess the validity of that risk and whether it is appropriately controlled at the present stage, and if it's not, what are the controls that we would have to put into place to mitigate that risk. So with any assessment that we would do, regardless of whether it's a task resource analysis, it's making a change in the air traffic operations, or doing a further change in our aviation rescue and firefighting, we would do a risk analysis and ensure that that risk was being mitigated. Just because an exercise identifies a certain risk doesn't mean that it is not being treated. We would then assess to ensure that it's being appropriately mitigated.
So who ultimately signs off on the risk assessments? And particularly in the case of high or extreme risk, but risk assessments generally?
So it depends on the level of risk throughout the organisation. Is that with our risk management system, depending on the classification of the risk, is where in the organisation it can be signed off on accepting what would be called the residual risk. So, for example, if something was identified as a high risk and after we had applied the controls would still be assessed as a high risk, then that risk would have to be signed off by a senior manager, if not an executive, to ensure that it's being managed to as low as reasonably practicable or to be accepted. And if they don't, then it has to be further mitigated.
But being mindful, thank you for that, being mindful of the work that's been completed during the TRA process, with the findings in hand, provisional or otherwise, if a worst case plausible scenario were to occur today in Sydney, for example, do you feel that air services would be at ease with the current risk appetite?
Senator, regardless of the analysis, the worst case scenario could happen today, regardless of whether we did a task resource analysis or not. It is part of the current operations, and we need to ensure every day, and we're oversighted by CASA, we have a safety management system to ensure that we're managing those risks and we're in a position to deal with those particular issues. When it comes to the task resource analysis, is that the current phase which has been completed, which is phase 1, which has been done at all 27 of our fire stations, is been on the data gathering exercise. We're now going through phase 2, which is the data analysis and validation piece, which is where we're actually doing the analysis and working through the information that has been gathered in the first phase, and we expect to complete that by the mid of this year in June. And then the further phase is the implementation of those validated improvements, and that would be completed by the end of this calendar year. So The issues that may be recognised in this data gathering exercise through the TRA, they would exist today, and we would be mitigating those risks and ensuring we're in a position to deal with them today.
Thank you. As an aside, remaining on the question of minimum staffing, can I take this opportunity just to request a copy of the safety case submitted to CASA, which was used to qualify lowering staffing levels for Category 10 ARFFS provision on notice, please?
Yes, Senator. I just want to confirm there was a safety case submitted to CASA. Was it recently, or was this the one that was back in around about 2007?
I understand it's recently.
Okay, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
And at that point, if you could also just, the 2007 would be helpful as well for me anyway, because I wasn't around then.
Understood.
But neither of us were. Just want to go to a question about cost upgrade of the fire station from Category 7 to Category 8. Have you done any work in relationship to doing this in Hobart?
Senator, I have to take that on notice whether we've done some specific work with Hobart in particular, but we are continually reviewing changes in aircraft activity across our entire network, and we would ensure. Apologies, you switched screens.
I have a tendency to do that.
Feel like I'm sort of doing a sort of a TV, and I've got to look for the red light on the camera. Apologies for that. So we would continually assess category upgrades associated with the activity at the airport, and when we would move from Category 7 to Category 8, we would apply the appropriate changes to do that. Our funding model is built around servicing the various category requirements. So as a particular airport grows and the category increases, we would ensure that we are providing the right level of service. One of the things we are doing and have at Hobart is we've started to look at what would be a new fire station at some particular stage as the airport grows. Because if, not that you may be aware, but our fire station is right next to the terminal. So if they want to expand the terminal, we would have to move the fire station anyway, and we would always build a new fire station that would cater for growth and increases in category.
Right. Thank you for that. Just who would pay for any upgrade?
We would, or through the airlines, through our fees.
Generally.
Through our fees.
Yep. Right. Thank you. I just want to go to some other matters. Just some questions about, is it right, if I understand correctly, the Brisbane flight paths, that the current Brisbane flight paths are being ripped up and redrawn?
Senator, is that this morning we released the interim report from Trax International. As mentioned, I engaged Trax International to provide a review of the Brisbane flight paths that was independent of the normal management chain. I engaged Trax, who have got an international reputation for doing flight path change around Heathrow, Gatwick, and because of the length of time in putting in the new runway in Brisbane and the flight paths, I wanted somebody that was outside Australia to give a level of a different view. Their interim report, which we've released, comes up with 49 different recommendations that looks across a range of areas. And just to give you a framing for that, they're broken down into 5 particular categories. One is about maximising the flights over the bay. The second area is reducing noise impacts when overflying populations. The third is optimising noise sharing arrangements. The fourth is supporting sustainable growth in the airport's operations. And the fifth is enhancing engagement, coordination and governance processes. There are a range of short-term initiatives which we are pursuing and have been reported on through the Brisbane Airport Post-Implementation Review Advisory Forum and again in this TRACS report. And then there are some broader, longer-term changes which TRACS will continue to work through, and they'll be out here in the next few months doing some further community engagement with their final report due in June. But the holistic nature of what we are proposing and pursuing is not tinkering at the edges, but I wouldn't characterise it as ripping it all up.
Thank you. I want to just ask about with this recent announcement about these, as we've just run through. I understand there was the flight paths were redrawn in 2020 following the opening of the new runway. Is my understanding correct?
Senator, it's not my understanding, but I'll ask Mr Curran if he could add to that.
Senator, perhaps it's a matter of us. Peter Curran, Air Services Chief Customer Experience and Strategy Officer. Just to clarify the question, if I may, are you referring to the deployment of flight paths associated with the initial operation of the new parallel runway in Brisbane?
That's correct. So following the opening of the new runway.
Yes, then it is the case that to support that new runway, new flight paths were designed and they commenced operation on the date that runway was opened in middle of 2020. I won't try and recall the exact date.
Thank you. Will the community forum become permanent?
Senator, that's a matter for the Minister and the Department.
Has there been any? What's the community expression about making that forum permanent? Has it been? What's your reading of the community's wishes on that?
I am unsure, and I can't comment on that, Senator.
Is there anyone else there able to comment?
My advice is the forum's in place until September.
In September, is it completed then at this point as it stands at the moment, or is it reviewed and potentially extended, or was it just complete? It comes to completion in September.
So my advice is it would require a decision of Cabinet to become permanent, as they'd be quite significant appointments.
Thank you, Minister. Has there been any reductions to complaints since the trial of the alternative departure procedures? For example, high and full runway takeoffs and increased operations over the bay commenced?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice because we haven't done our sort of full analysis on our quarterly reporting on that since it's only been in since mid-February. But I can take it on notice to provide that detail.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's helpful. Can you explain why you've changed the flight paths prior to completion of the trial?
Senator,
the reason I'm raising that is because it then raises the question: do we know whether the trial worked?
Senator, we're not changing any of the flight paths as part of this trial or around it.
No,
so the trials that we're doing are changed to existing procedures. For example, extending the use of the simultaneous opposite direction parallel runway operations on the weekends, extending the hours of, or making all aircraft use the full length of the runway rather than using an intersection departure. There's no change to flight paths.
Good, thank you. Just want to just understand that and correct me if I'm wrong, just some information. Is Air Services Australia always had the ability to alter the airline pathways, the flight paths? And if so, I'm just wondering what circumstances can you and do you make changes?
So, Senator, just I missed a couple of words there. Just if I paraphrase the question, please correct me if I've got it wrong. Have we always been able to change or determine flight paths? And if so, how do we go about it? Is that...
In particular in case of issues like airport noise, but yes, you've got it right, thank you.
Yeah. So simply, yes, we always have, as part of designing and managing the airspace. There is a full process and design principles that we utilise. There are certain design criteria that are published by the International Civil Aviation Organisation, as well as other regulations that sort of dictate the design of particular flight paths. And then when they are created and designed, there's a consultation process that goes along with it, which we are continuing to refine and improve on as time. In some locations where we've made the changes, we haven't delivered them right and probably haven't consulted appropriately, which some of the lessons over the years, which we continue to do so. There was a second part of your question, Senator, that I just want to make sure that I cover off.
Yeah, I just sort of go to the question about some of those reasons, or that you may change flight paths and the powers you have, where you can the power lies with you regarding. I won't explain where the power lies, but for example, in the case of airport noise, that is, what are the steps? What authority does the Air Services Australia have to make changes, particularly in relationship to, example, noise?
Yeah, so the reason for making the change is not necessarily doing it, I call it, at a whim. There's usually either an operational or a change in the sense of, for example, Brisbane, a new runway that was established, which happened to be the first runway that we've really put in around the country at a major airport for over a generation or 25 years. The previous one was the third runway in Sydney. And so that dictated a design of all of the Brisbane flight paths. There are sometimes we might change a flight path because we're introducing a new takeoff or landing procedure, which would be a sort of not necessarily a minor change from an impact perspective, but rather than a redesign of a significant amount of flight paths, like for, say, the Brisbane Basin. When we are doing the flight paths, when the environment assessment associated with that, if it's classed as significant, we have to refer those to the Minister for Environment under the EBPCA Act and deal with whatever instructions or caveats that are put on from that. But the authority to make the change after all those processes have been completed does rest with Air Services.
Thank you. Was there I just want to go to a statement that was, I'm just getting my officer sent it over to the Secretariat, but bear with me because it's the Chair may be satisfied the way that I just handle it now, but there's a joint statement by LNP representatives today, 4th of April, headed Brisbane flight paths are being ripped up and redrawn. There's in that statement, which is under the signature of a number of MPs and LNP candidates, Trevor, a member for Brisbane, Mr. Trevor Evans, said that the issue transcends the election cycle. And if so, then why has it taken so long for the government to act on this issue and only making the announcement on the eve of the election? So it's Mr. Evans has made it quite clear that it transcends the election cycle, but we're making it on the eve of the election about considering flight paths. Is there an explanation to that, Minister?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. Oh, sorry. I did that to stop the rustling of papers.
Yes.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. Obviously, an explanation of this level of detail is not one I'd be able to supply as the repping minister, but I'll see what the minister's got to say.
Thank you, Minister. I just want this general question. Is the process of redrawing the flight paths, does it involve contracts being tendered for to write that up, or is this something that internally is done by Air Services Australia?
Senator, that's part of our core business that we would do internally and consult on.
Thank you. And just going to this question of Trax International, how much has the contract with Trax International cost?
Senator, in the vicinity of $500,000.
Is there further, for completion of the contract, what's the full contract price for completion?
$500,000, Senator. That is for the full price for the delivery of the final report in June.
Thank you. So we've paid the money up front, or at what point are we with progress payments?
Senator, it's progress payments.
Correct. Thank you. And how much so far are you aware?
Senator, I have to take that on notice.
Thank you. How long will it take to redraw the flight paths?
Senator, based on the recommendations that Trax and continuing to work through, particularly those longer term ones, which require and will require community consultation and particular engagement with a range of stakeholders to work through, and based on the fact that the assessment that's being done between now and the middle of the year is to make sure that they are feasible. What Trax have currently recommended is technically feasible, but we need to make sure that they are, I'll call it operationally feasible, but also don't have an adverse impact on the community, as an example. And so from that point of view, it could take anywhere between 18 months to potentially 2 years, depending on the amount of consultation and work that's required. I'd rather overestimate than underestimate.
Thank you for that. Is there a review period once the decision's made?
So, Senator, we're currently going through a post-implementation review, which the Trax work has sort of partially overtaken, but whatever changes that we do implement as a result, there will be a post-implementation review and further assessment to make sure that they're meeting the requirements that were actually set out to be achieved in the first place.
Would you mind just stepping me through how that timeline might work in a review period once the decision's been made about the implementation of the redrawn flights paths?
Yeah, can I take that on notice so that we can provide the accurate detail of a sort of a timeline appropriate, if that's suitable, or if it's acceptable?
If you give it to me, you can give it to me broadly now and in detail later if that works.
Yeah, so I'll ask Mr. Curran to just step through it very briefly, and if that doesn't satisfy your requirement, Senator, we can provide more detail.
Thank you, Senator. Broadly, as it relates to Brisbane, Trax International will complete their final report between now and June. In the process of completing that final report, they'll come out and participate in community workshops and consultation activities in May, June. That will help inform and sharpen up some of the possible options that they've been exploring. Air Services will then take the final report and include that into the post-implementation review, which will include the possibility of a fairly significant redesign of the terminal airspace around Brisbane, but also a range of other nearer-term activities. In broad terms, we would undertake extensive consultation, putting out first a draft proposal of flight paths. This is assuming the larger scale redesign, a draft proposal That would involve extensive community consultation as well as industry consultation to understand the impacts of that change. It would involve targeted community information provision, local level workshops, letterbox drops, a whole range of social media and media tools to engage with community. And we would then take that information in to look to come to a final draft proposal. We would take that draft proposal and then make adjustments based on the consultation inputs that we've received, and then reach a proposed final design. That proposed final design would then go out for community feedback so that there was a closed loop with community around the consultation that took place. That whole process, as Mr. Harfield has said, can take between 18 months to 2 years, depending on the extent of the proposed change. But we're probably painting the most significant redesign scenario there.
Thank you. And just the review period after the final analysis in 18 months, 2 years, and those steps being followed, can you roughly step me through the review period after that?
So if I understand the question correctly, Senator, having made a final proposal to the community, we would then implement that change pending any final feedback, make that implementation, and then typically our post-implementation review process requires a 12-month period, and that's because we're looking to see operations take place over all seasons so we can understand whether the forecast impacts and the actual impacts, what differences there have been. So typically there's a 12-month period before the PIR commences, and we then would undertake a post-implementation review of that change.
And thanks very much for that. That's been very helpful. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Sheldon. And I just want to ask some questions on the same topic of the Brisbane Airport noise, and to congratulate the great advocacy of the local members who drove the issue for local residents. So the new airstrip was opened when?
The new runway?
Runway. I knew I had that wrong, but I just thought I'll go with it. You'll know what I'm talking about.
June 2020.
I think June 2020 is correct. It was certainly mid-2020, Senator.
Just in time for the complete shutdown of the aviation industry. How devastating that would have been. So it must have taken a little while for flight path noise to become, I'm not sure, should I address this to you, Mr. Curran? For flight path noise to become an issue, because there wouldn't have been a lot of activity for the first 6 months, 9 months?
That's the case, Senator, yes.
Okay. And so once aircraft started travelling again, and I guess particularly with freight, would have been their biggest payload at that time?
Senator, just to add a bit to it, I think that adds to it, is that because it opened up in the middle of 2020 and borders were shut around that particular time with Queensland, a lot of the traffic was intra-state Queensland traffic. As a result of that traffic utilised the new runway because of the way the operations, because it was going to the north. So they used the newer runway, which meant there was more activity on that runway and not on the legacy runway at that particular stage. The other element that did create, I call it noise issues, was because the capacity had shrunk, that instead of using the normal jet aircraft, they were the turboprop aircraft, which make a little bit extra noise. So we actually started getting noise complaints not long after the opening of the runway due to the very significant change in operations created by the border. And then as traffic then picked up, then it created further issues.
And so when was the community forum appointed?
Senator, off the top of my head, I can't answer. It would have been about 6 months ago, I think.
It would be in the last quarter of 2021, September, October 2021 is my recollection.
So a bit over a year after the new runway opened, and okay, terrific. So and I assume that the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Transport, arrange for that forum or organise for that forum to be appointed?
It's my understanding, Senator, yes.
Yes, terrific. And that was in response, no doubt, to the local representatives, particularly Trevor Evans and Julian Simmons, their advocacy for that appointment?
I don't know what the major driver was, Senator.
Have those members of Parliament been to see Air Services?
I have briefed Trevor Evans as an example and other candidates, not just the government side, opposition side, or local members. Local members.
Candidate. There's no election being called. He's the local member of Parliament and a great assistant minister for this government.
Terrific. And, well, I mean, I guess I too am aware that, you know, local residents have been impacted by the new activities or the changed activities, and I'm you know, I applaud how quickly this has been identified and brought to a head with the forum making these recommendations, which have been responded to. And I think the strong words that Senator Sheldon were quoting about flight paths being ripped up and redrawn would probably be a response to the community's level of distress around noise concerns. So I congratulate everybody for you know, being responsive to those changes. I want to ask you though, one of the things that that was raised was curfews for Brisbane. Sydney has curfews, Melbourne has curfews. What would it do to Australia's flights and freight routes and whatnot if we had similar curfews?
Senator, that's a policy position, and I have to refer you to the department.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, I should have asked them when we had them here earlier. All right, well, I think that is, you know, it's a great step forward that the Air Services has responded to the community's concerns via the representatives. I think that's terrific. I wanted to ask you just a final question before we let you go. I'm not sure if you heard earlier today, I've been asking questions of the department and other agencies about advice provided to the Deputy Prime Minister as Minister for Transport around airfields and airstrips and airports and all those things. Can I assume that you were consulted around the 21 airports that fall under the Airports Act if a master plan is brought forward?
Yes, Senator.
Right. And when you provide advice to the Minister, do you consider general aviation and the activities of the broader aviation sector, or is your focus commercial airlines and passenger throughput? What is the sort of framework that you provide advice on?
So, in regards to our advice to the Minister, is a technical assessment that we do against the noise forecast that is in the master plan that's there. We don't comment on whether the forecast is accurate or not, just the technical nature of the forecast that's put there. We, on our own volition, separate to that, we will get consulted by the airport on it, and it's around the provision of our services at that airport. Right. To make sure, for example, that if there's air traffic control there, is there, or in future, a location that's suitable for a fire station, for example, if it reaches the certain threshold, or if we've got like a radar or navigation equipment, whether anything they're doing on the airport won't interfere with that, but nothing in the sense of what would be doing for a forecast on growth. Right.
So, yes, so it's very functional, your advice,
yes,
around activity and noise and footprint and whatnot.
Yeah, the technical assessment of not whether the forecast or what the airport is portraying will happen, the technical accuracy of what they've put forward.
Yes, right, okay. All right, well, my search continues for an advocate for general aviation within the agencies. We've heard information from the department about the GAN and the advice that provides. but we just don't really have an agency that provides that kind of input and support to the departments around master planning for those bigger airports and for the council-operated airports separately. So my search will continue. Holy Grail. Senator Sheldon looks like he has something else he wants to say. Do you have another question, Senator Sheldon?
Yeah, just briefly, Chair. I just wondering, the department, what the effect would be if the community forum was no longer temporary but permanent. And the reason I'm asking it because Labor last week committed to the forum being permanent. But I'm interested about if you'd able to tell us what the effect might be if there was a permanent community forum.
Senator, yeah, that's a policy question that I need to refer you to the department.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Well, I believe that takes us to the end of our examination for air services, so please go with the committee's thanks. And that concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination of the budget estimates on Tuesday the 5th of April 2022. And I thank Minister Mackenzie, not any other ministers who didn't have to come today, just Minister Mackenzie, and officers of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, and all witnesses who've given evidence to the committee today. Thank you also to Hansard, to Broadcasting and the Secretariat. Good night.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Chair.